What's up, gamers? We are back at it again. I am joined today by a friend of the channel, Michael Iafrate of Eagle's Nest fame. Michael.
Thanks, Marshmallow, but you could just call me Michael. Don't
Yeah.
try to say my last name. It's good.
For sure. Okay, well, sick. I know a little bit about the set that we're going into as we're doing our little rating here, but you know nothing, correct? Just to clarify.
I am. My eyes were closed during spoiler season, so
So
yeah, for sure.
exciting, so exciting, so exciting. All right. Well, I've gone ahead and split up the cards into like little groupings as best as I could on card.dev. And we're gonna talk about them. Do you know anything about the Data Squad set of cards that existed prior to this new set?
I've never played against the deck. I've seen Wake Drop at Eagle's Nest play Data Squad, and he did okay with it. He might have won. But that was like a heavy Shine Greymon focused version of the deck.
Yeah. Yep, yep, yep.
So now I don't really know what's going on with Data Squad.
Sweet. Yeah. I mean, I think Data Squad has always been kind of the weaker between BeatBreak and Data Squad, unsurprisingly to everyone, I think. But a lot of the new support seems really interesting. So we'll go and start off. We've got one of the new eggs, which is when it affects trash cards from underneath your Tamers, you draw a card.
Seems good because I know from Beat Break you're doing that
Yeah.
every turn,
So yeah, it's
so it
usually
seems
probably
fine.
like a draw
It
to a turn,
doesn't
depending if your
seem
body sticks. But
it doesn't seem as good as the Kakomon egg where you can Evo for two less. So I would say that's still better.
yeah, I agree. I agree. Definitely not as good. And then we've also got a new Pinamon egg on deletion. By trashing the bottom face down card from underneath any of your Tamers, you may play 1/5 cost or lower Avian or Data Squad trait card from your trash without paying the cost.
Well, that seems a lot better than just drawing a card
I
because you
agree.
could essentially play up to a level four, right?
Yeah,
And that's a lot of value.
that is a lot of value. And like even in like the worst case scenario, you play out a searcher. Hopefully, it's like a dual searcher, and then you get two
Yeah.
cards to that. Feels
Like
pretty
this
good.
is like if we're talking about like old Digimon, this would have been the effect of a level six, and now you have it on an egg. So this egg is insane.
This is a
As
very good egg.
yeah,
It also works really well for any Ravemon enjoyers. Ravemon deck surely will be a thing after this set. Moving on to the level threes, we've got Lalamon. When moving on play, reveal top three, add a trait or one green tamer among them. Or yeah, add a trait or one green tamer among them. Turn the rest to the bottom of the deck. So you're only adding one, and you're not tucking like the Geckomon does, unfortunately. But you do get a wider swath of things. You got the Vegetation Fairy, Data Squad, and Green Tamers that you will be able to hit. You also have one attacking, suspend one of your opponent's Digimon.
well, uh, it's fair. I mean, the I know the Rosemon wants to suspend things,
Mm-hmm.
so it's fine. As a searcher, it's actually very good to search when moving and on play. I think it's a power creep on search. I know the Beat Break deck already did this with
Mm-hmm.
the Gecko. So it's I don't know. Did Data Squad already have this effect when moving it on play? They could search.
Yes, they do. They have the
Or,
Agumon that lets them
so now they have it
add.
twice.
They have it twice. This one is a little bit worse than the Agumon, but it's more generic than the Agumon was. I think the
It's still
Agumon,
good.
yeah, it's
I
very
mean,
good. It's very good. It actually
you,
works better outside of Data Squad too. Like the Agumon, I think is like primarily just for Shine and just for Data Squad. Outside of that, it doesn't really work too well. But this card can work in pretty much any green deck that has veggies and fairies, because it also just adds generic tamers as well, which is good.
oh yeah, one Green Tamer. Yeah, this is a strong card. I don't care too much about the inherit. I feel like that inherit is going to be redundant. Like you're gonna have more of the effect than you have targets for it.
Yeah,
Uh, so I just think the when moving is the most impressive part of this card.
I agree. On to the other level 3 that Data Squad has received. On play, reveal top 3, add one Keenan Crier or card of Data Squad in hand to hand, and one purple card with Raymon in name or Avian in bird in traits among them to hand. Return the rest to the bottom deck. When attacking, once per turn, draw one trash, one card in hand. Just good.
Uh,
Just a really good
so
searcher.
this one doesn't have when moving. What are you getting? What are you getting with this card that you're giving up with not having when moving?
You're getting an extra card basically. So the Lala gives you one card uh,
Mhm.
from a more generic area, Whereas this one gets you a Keenan Crier slash Data Squad and a Bird or
Okay.
Ravemon.
All
So
right.
it adds two,
I
and then its inheritable is also I think much better.
I mean, everybody who's ever played with draw one then trash one knows that this is a really good effect on like a low level Digimon inherit. So yeah, this is a good card. I like it.
I think it's also slightly better because it works better with the Kinemon. Like, yes, you can play
Mhm.
out the Lala, but Lala's only adding you one. This card is adding you up to two cards every time you do it. So whenever your Digimon dies with this egg, you can then play out the Falcomon immediately afterwards, and then get another set of search going, which feels good. Which feels nice consistency. Moving on to the fours, we've got on play when Digivolving. If you have one or fewer Tamers, you may play one Yoshino Fujita from your hand without paying the cost. When attacking, one of your opponent's Digimon can't unsuspend until their turn ends. I like that inherit a lot.
Well, again, I never I my experience with Data Squad is very limited. I know Shine Gray loves to play out Tamers for free.
Mm-hmm.
I don't. I know BeatBreak did not care about playing Tamers out with Digimon effects. They would either do it with E-Pulse or they would just play the Tamer, like hard play it. Uh, you tell me, is playing out a Tamer by effect from your level 4 important for Data Squad still, like it was with Shrine Gray?
I would say it's as important as it is in Beat Break, which is just say,
It's not important then.
yeah. I think you're gonna be usually hard playing your Tamers anyways. This feels kind of bad as an effect, especially because it's only Yoshino. So even though you're in the Dash Squad like soup, you're primarily just going to be playing out your Yoshinas with this effect, and
Well,
that's it. And that feels kind of bad.
i- the inherit is better than the level 3 inherit. The uh, targeting something to not be able to unsuspend is so much better than targeting to suspend something because you already have other ways to suspend in green. You don't need the egg to do the rookie to do that. But stunning it means it's probably not going to do anything because a lot of Digimon don't do anything when they can't attack. So I think this is very good inherit, but you just have to put up with the fact that you might not be using the on play or the when digivolving too much.
And then I think the other level four is the same. Yes, by trashing one card in your hand or placing it underneath any of your Keening Criers, delete one of your opponent's Digimon that's level 4 or lower. And it also has blocker. On deletion, your opponent trashes one card in their hand as an inherit.
Depending on the deck that you're going up against, trashing cards in their hand can either win the game because they're just not going to have enough cards in hand to have resources to give up, or you're just going to make them win faster. Because if you're playing against TB, you're helping them, but if you're playing against a generic purple deck, you're helping them. But if you're playing against like a stack deck, and now they lost a card that, like, let's say they had one of each level, they needed every card. What are they gonna try to decide to trash? It's all bad decisions.
Mm-hmm.
So it's a very cool concept that has a very polarizing or volatile power level to it. I just like that. I think that's cool because it's more fun to the game.
I agree as long as it's never good. I think that as long as trashing from your opponent's hand is always bad, I think you're in a good spot. The moment it becomes the best thing to do, I think everyone starts hating it. It's very similar to how Mill, I think it's very polarizing. When it's bad, I think no one really cares, and the people that like it still like it. And when it's really good, everyone wants it to be removed from the game entirely.
Well, we haven't ever. There's only been two archetypes that do this. It's the seven great demon lords guy.
But yeah,
Uh,
the greed
Starts with a
one.
B,
Yeah, something with a B.
and Wraithmon,
Yep.
and both of those decks were
Barba.
underplayed.
There we go, Barba.
Yeah, underplayed decks. I don't think that this deck is doing it in a way that's overpowered still, but it's a fun additional effect you get. Like Lamiamon in Medusa has the effect to reduce your hand size, um, but that's like not the way that Medusa wins, and it's very low impact to the Medusa strategy because you're only doing that probably twice per game. And here you're doing it more than that. Maybe you might get it up to 4 or 5 times in a game, but it's still going to depend on your opponent's skill. Like the
Mm-hmm.
opponent, a good opponent will know what they can afford to give up Because typically in a game of Digimon, there are going to be cards in your hand, maybe in your opening hand, that you'll never even end up playing. There's just extra cards there because once you start getting cards going, you realize that you have lots of duplicates and triplicates. So it's it's uh it's just fun. I think
Yeah,
it's not a broken effect.
I agree. I agree. On to level 5s, we got Lila. On play with Derolling, you may suspend one of your opponent's Digimon or Tamers. Then one of their Digimon or Tamers can't unsuspend until the turn ends. And then your turn, when any of your opponent's Digimon or Tamers suspend, or affects trash cards from underneath any of your Tamers, the Digimon may Digivolve into a Vegetation Fairy or Data Squad trait Digimon card in the hand with the cost reduced by 1. All turns, while this Digimon has Rosemon in name or the Data Squad trait would leave the battle area by trashing the bottom face down card underneath any of your Tamers, it does not leave.
Well, I think the most important part of this card is to Digivolve by effect. So if you're reducing by 1, are there other reductions that you could stack with this one to reduce it further, or is it just is 1 the most?
I think currently, from the cards that we've seen in the prior data squad stuff, right now 1 is the most.
Oh, that feels very underwhelming in comparison to what other decks can do. So I'm not impressed with this.
uh,
Uh,
I like it a little
yeah.
bit just because like you can promote and then pass turn by evoing into this 5 and then go right into your 6 in the same action.
I,
So it
I,
means that you can at least get into your boss monster immediately, which feels not too bad, depending on the
it is
boss.
good. It is good to continue your chain of effects without losing your priority, because there are things in the game that's where your opponent will see when you digivolve or when you digivolve by effect, they get to do an action, and this lets you continue your actions before they get a chance to react.
Mm-hmm.
But the what we've seen with like the last set with like we thought Grace Nova was going to be a very good deck, but uh we didn't analyze the cost of going into the Grace Nova enough. And when it costs too much, even though the effects are good, when the costs are too high, it's it balances out the deck too much. And when you're playing with other against other decks that can still go into their level 6 or 7 and do it for very cheap, and comparing it to a deck that can go into their 6 or 7, it's cheap but not as cheap. The deck that does it for cheaper usually wins, because the effects are going to be relatively the same. What you're doing is just choosing a deck that passes over less memory.
Mm-hmm.
And I think this deck is not saving on memory enough. Uh, just from looking at this, it doesn't. I don't feel like gaining or reducing the Evo by 1 is really that good when TB can reduce the Evo by 2.
Mm-hmm. It is
So
nice that you do stun Tamers as a potential thing here. I think that stunning Tamers is actually very underrated. Very, very good there. And then it comes with protection as well, which is another boon. Whether or not it's enough, I think you are right. I think a 1 cost reduction is a little bit lackluster, but we might see that change depending on the Tamers or the bosses that we end up going into now. The other level 5 is when Digivolving, delete one of your opponent's level 4 or lower Digimon. Then by trashing the bottom face down card underneath any of your Tamers, they trash 1 card in their hand. Your turn once per turn. When your opponent's hand is trashed from by effects or effects trash from underneath any of your Tamers, Digimon may Digivolve into a Ravemon or Data Squad trait card for cost reduced by 1. On deletion, you may play 1 5 cost or lower card with Avian, Bird, or any of its Data Squad traits from your trash without paying the cost.
I feel like this is relatively better
Yeah, I agree.
than the other level 5.
This is a very good
Just
level 5.
because what I know from Ravemon is you want to sacrifice it. It wants to be deleted. The inherit makes more sense, and being able to basically ramp into a Ravemon is value that wins you the game over like recurring it. So the more Ravemons you can get into in a game, the closer you are to winning. Whereas with the Rosemon strategy, it's always been just suspend a lot of things, but then not do too much damage. So going into a Rosemon has like with old Rosemons, they've always just been slow. Whereas getting out multiple Rosemons doesn't really help you win faster.
Mm-hmm.
Whereas getting out multiple Ravemons just reduces your opponent's resources by so much that you can't lose anymore.
Yeah.
So
I
I
will
think
also
this is
remind
just a little
you
bit better.
that this card can be used to go into things like Rosemont. So you can use this as an intermediary between, say, like the Sunflow and the Rose to as a Chromon. I actually like this card a little bit more because it does just trash a card from your opponent's hand as well, which is really nice. I think proactively. A lot of the Bravemon stuff up to this point has been like on deletion, you will trash a card from your opponent's hand. I think this is the first one that is like proactively doing it for the level fives
Oh
and
yeah.
lower, which is nice.
It it's also something where you'll always get to hit something of value. Whereas just stunning, if there's nothing on the opponent's board yet, like for example, I mean, TB and SW, they are getting Kunlun,
Mm-hmm.
but it's only 3 or 4 of in the deck, and they might not have any. So against some decks, they don't have anything to target, especially if you're pushing out first. Whereas with the Chromon and Ravemon, uh, you're immediately doing something, and you can rush this guy and not feel bad because, like, what I mean by rush it is just get him out as soon as possible before while your opponent has no board, and you don't feel bad because you're still impacting the game.
Yeah, this is a much more proactive card. I also like its inherit a little bit more as well. Yes, the other level 5 gives protection, but I think I value protection less because there's so many ways to kind of get around it in this format between like DD and DP reduction and stuff. Whereas I think on
Is this the
deletion,
same effect on the egg
yes, it is the
as
same
the
effect as
purple
the
egg?
egg. So it's
Well,
redundancy, but it lets you do it multiple times, which is kind of nice.
and where does it play from? The hand or
Trash.
trash? Trash only?
Yeah, just
Oh,
trash.
okay. So literally the guys that just died will get played back out.
Correct, yeah.
And
Both your level
that
4
lets you
and your
go
level 3
wide,
that you just went
lets
into.
you do some searching. What's the on play of the purple level 4?
Purple level 4, it deletes something, and then it deletes something. But you can
Okay.
also play
Yeah,
out any
so
of the other data squad level 4s as well. Like you could play out a Tamer if you had it in your trash, or any of the other data squad stuff, which we'll go back and look through. But
Ravemon is looking good so far.
yeah, I think it's unfortunately based off the prior Ravemon support, it's not enough to make a Ravemon solo deck exist. But I think Ravemon with the support of other data squad cards is definitely looking like
Hmm.
the better line so far prior to the sixes. Let's look at the
Well,
six
I
though.
think now we have 4 Falcomons in the game and 3 Peckmon, 3 Chromon, and 3 Ravemons, right?
Yes, but the prior Peckmons, some of them are just blocker, and that's it. They don't do
Hmm.
anything else. And they just,
Oh, okay.
yeah, they're basically effectless cards, which is not ideal. The new level 6 Rosemon, however, is when Digivolving, when attacking, suspend 2 of your opponent's Digimon or Tamers. Then alterns when any of your opponent's Digimon or Tamers suspend, or affects trash from any underneath any of your Tamers. May play or use a cost 3 or lower as squad trait card from your hand without paying the cost. For each spend Digimon or Tamer, add 1 to this cost's maximum.
What do you think first?
It's an
What,
all turns, which is actually really interesting. It being an all turns means that when your opponent would try to remove it, you can use Lilamon, and then you can use that effect on their turn again. So you can use a option, play out a Tamer, play out a Digimon, depending. Uh, Cheating a little bit, we said this is a 6 cost uh, option effect. So if we wanted to do it on our opponent's turn, there would need to be 3 suspended Digimon or Tamers in order to activate it. Assuming that we got everything going on here, and your opponent had some stuff to suspend, we can suspend and stun 2 things using the Sunflow Inherit and the Lila effect. So we would have this suspended as well. That's 3 cards. So if your opponent ever tries to remove this, you can then immediately use your level 7 dual option and then also Evo into it on your opponent's turn.
okay, I think that this effect, the all turns, is insanely good. Even if your opponent has an ability to remove you when they attack, uh, you're still gonna have the all turns of the Lilamon to protect, right?
Yeah.
And so if you're able to survive, now attack, they suspended, you get to do something. Um, I kind of want to see what the option side of the dual cards do, because that's mainly going to be the option that you're going to be
Yeah,
using on the opponent's turn.
we can skip right into that then. Because I think I think we both agree this is a very powerful effect. I love interaction on your opponent's turn. I think it's one of the things that separates a good deck from a great deck.
Yeah.
We've got the burst mode. Let's get a better art
Hmm.
here. There we go. Can you pronounce that, Michael?
Aguichant,
Aguichant?
love. It's French.
Yes, French.
Levra,
Levra?
Levra.
Okay, sweet.
I
Thank you,
guess.
thank you. Works. No, it's perfect.
I I haven't done French since I was 16, so it's been 20 years.
Hey, it works, it works. It's got main, suspend two of your opponent's Digimon or Tamers. Then until their turn ends, none of their suspended Digimon or Tamers can Digivolve or unsuspend. That's a... None of their suspended Digimon or Tamers can Digivolve or suspend at all, period. So if they are suspended at all, they can no longer Digivolve, which is really powerful for things like, for example, BeatBreak. They have to attack in order to activate their egg, but they cannot use their egg anymore once they have attacked because they're now suspended. So that's just a permanent floodgate that you've applied to your opponent, as well as you can use it on your opponent's turn, like we mentioned with the Rosemont Altern effect.
Yeah.
When
That's gonna
Digivolving,
be the big question. It's like, do I when I evo into Rosemon on my turn, do I hold all, it's like knowing what your opponent's deck is trying to do, and if you should let them play into you
mhm.
or not. So do you evolve into the burst mode on your turn, or do you wait for your opponent to screw up and go into the burst mode on their turn? Um, and yeah, I think because you have an alterns, you really need that protection from the Lilamon inherit.
Yeah,
It's so important for the Rosemon level 6.
is very
All right,
good
what's
synergy so far. We've got the when Digivolving now. You can suspend two more Digimon Tamers. Then two of your opponent's Digimon Tamers can't unsuspend until the turn ends. So you're just activating the option effect again, but you're not doing the floodgate effect. And then when Digivolving, when attacking by returning one other suspended Digimon to the bottom of the deck, trash your opponent's top security card, and that is not once per turn. So if you can unsuspend in this deck, which I think there are ways to unsuspend, you can bottom deck multiple things and trash multiple security cards.
oh my god, this has to be a 4 of in the deck, and I just realized that because it's a burst mode, you go into Rosemon, hopefully you keep turn, then you burst into
For a
this,
cost of
do
0
your
by returning the
stuff.
Tamer. Yep.
Yeah, and then you at the end of your turn, you lose the top stack card. It's your opponent's turn. You're back on a Rosemon, and then you could potentially go back into a permanent Rosemon on your opponent's turn.
Yep.
So this card is very interesting. I want to see how this deck plays out. I hope people start playing it soon.
Yeah, this is a very strong top end here for Data Squad. Also, upwards of, let's see, we've got one stun and suspend here between these two inherits, another stun and suspend in the effect, two more suspends, and then four more suspends and stuns. Like, in just this bot, like, yes, there's a point where it's like we have just too many, but also just having the sheer amount, like there's not going to be a board state that's realistic unless your opponent has just been given time to set up freely, that you are not going to be able to like fully suspend their whole board of Tamers and Digimon.
There are some decks that go very wide, like Diaboromon,
Mm-hmm.
but I'm sure that like without Diaboromon support this set, it's not going to make a comeback. So this will probably be able to answer everything.
Yeah, it seems very, very good. And I just love the option effect, making it so that way suspended Digimon cannot Digivolve. Because there are so many things,
Yeah,
I think, currently in the game that love
yeah.
attacking and
It's
Digivolving mid-attack.
it's an upgrade from Venusmon or Ryugamon. It's because those prevent your one digivolving effects, but this guy just says no, no one digivolving at all.
Yep, very, very
It's even
good.
better.
And now we can look at the other level 6 that did not get a level
Yeah.
7 in this set, but will hopefully receive his level
Uh,
7 soon.
yeah, I think Ravemon is way cooler
Yeah.
in concept than Rosemon, so I'm actually disappointed it didn't get the level 7.
Yeah, it's okay. It's okay. He's always been kind of like the ugly sheep in the group. Or the ugly duckling, I mean. The black sheep. Yeah, just combine two fucking things. Anyways, we've got a couple of effects here. We'll skip the security for now. We'll do the one Digivolving at end of attack. By deleting this Digimon or trashing two sources from underneath the end of your Tamers, delete one of your opponent's highest DP Digimon. So, ideally,
Decent.
you go into this guy, delete something, swing, end of attack, you delete something else. Seems
Yeah,
fine.
twice. Yep.
Yeah.
Same thing as Medusa for the most part, but Medusa's still better because it also bottom decks things, makes tokens. So this is like a bit underwhelming when comparing to that card.
Mm-hmm. And then it has on deletion, your opponent trashes one card in their hand. Then, if their hand has 7 or fewer cards, you may place this card face up as the bottom security card. Security effect,
Okay.
at the end of your opponent's turn, you play this card without paying the cost.
So on deletion, you tuck it in security.
Yep, it goes to bottom security.
So I'm like seeing parallels here with Medusamon. and this guy's protection is to go back into security and not actually leave, but they didn't give it an on play. So the next turn when it comes out, it's it's like still slow. Okay, you get to
Well,
delete
yeah, you're gonna be able
one
to
thing
delete
again.
something again, and then also make them trash a card from their hand again, and then go back into security.
It's slow, and
It is slow. It is
uh,
slow.
yeah, I can see why they didn't make the level 7 for this card because it's not going to stay on board.
Mhm.
Um, I mean, can burst mode, Rosemon burst mode can use the option and then go into this, right? You can Arts
Yes,
Evo
you
into
can Arts
Wraithmon.
Evo into Wraithmon.
Yeah. But I feel like it's so much better with just the regular Rosemon than this. I don't think that this card makes as much sense in Data Squad. I think uh it's like Wraithmon 0.5. Like the deck is not finished.
Hmm.
I don't I like leading up to the Wraithmon, I was getting optimistic, and then I see this Wraithmon, and sure, it's hard to remove, but also I feel like the old Wraithmons just did the same thing in a different way.
Yep,
So I'm not that impressed with it. I would have liked to see a lot more power on a new card,
I
because I
agree.
see more power on other cards that are new. It's definitely not the best Data
I,
Squad
I
level
would say it
6.
also has a couple of issues, which is if your opponent has more than 7 cards, you also don't go into security. It just dies.
Oh shit. Okay.
Yeah,
That's a huge downside.
yeah. Which I think is obvious. Like if you go into this early, your opponent will be
Yeah.
trashing 1 to potentially 3 cards, so it's not too difficult to keep them at that point. But a lot of decks also are adding 2 cards at a time. Like for example, TB is just plussing a lot. And so it's not going to be too weird for TB to have
Yeah.
like 11 to 12 cards in their hand at some
Or
point.
or they're just gonna win the game because they don't care
Also
about
true,
you
they will
deleting
just,
one of their Digimon.
yeah, they will just win
It's
the
like,
game.
oh, you deleted one Digimon? Well, 3 triggers happen now, and I'm stronger than I was before you did that.
Yeah.
So
Unfortunately, Bravemon
it's
is a bit lackluster, but the Rosemon
it
and the new burst is insane.
it's it's also just plain delete, which is functionally the worst type of removal in Digimon because it's the most countered.
Mhm.
It also triggers your opponents on deletions with no punish.
Yep.
So it's it's just not strong. And it's a super rare. I'm really disappointed with Wraithmon.
Yeah,
Like I think Wraithmon is still cool. You should play it if you like Wraithmon. Um, but the level 6 Wraithmon is probably the weak point of the whole line.
yeah. We got 2 new Tamers, which is good. We got the new Yoshino. Start your main phase by placing a Data Squad trait card from your hand face down underneath this Tamer. Draw 1, gain 1, and then your turn when any of your opponent's Digimon or Tamers suspend or affects trash cards from underneath this Tamer. By suspending this Tamer, one of your Digimon may Digivolve into a Vegetarian, Fairy, or Data Squad trait card from your hand at the cost reduced by 1.
So does this stack with the level 5 Lilamon to go into a Rosemon for 1 cost instead of 2 cost?
It doesn't,
Reduced by
but it does.
no?
It does from the way I'm reading it is it evos for effect. Uh, so
Yeah.
you would go Lila, and then you can go into Sunflow, and then
Hmm.
swing with the Sunflow, suspend something, use a Tamer to Evo mid attack into Lila for a cost reduced by 1, and then use Lila
Hmm.
effect to Evo into Rosemont for a cost reduced by 1 in the same attack,
Hmm.
if with the Tamer out.
Okay. Okay, so the whole line uh instead of costing 8 to go into your level 6, it costs 6 to go into your level 6,
Yeah,
which for most decks are not going to keep turn.
yeah.
So it's still expensive.
You're also gaining a memory here as well, so it gives you some cycle.
Okay. So
So
you go into it for 5 after that memory gain. Okay, well it's still expensive.
still pricey, but
Okay.
you are getting into it. Like you can go into it at 1 memory, which I think is a really nice thing.
Mhm.
Because you can just at you put you to 1, you gain a memory here for Yoshino, you Evo into the Sunflow, and then you swing into their security. You suspend something, you go into this for 2, you go into this for 2. You pass them at 4 memory. And you have your Rosemond now out on board with the alterns effect and the protection up, and you've stunned some things, and you've done
Yeah.
all that, so it feels
It
not bad.
it feels uh about average, or I would say better than that. I would say playable for the current format, but it doesn't seem broken. Like, if it was even less than 5, anything less like 4, let's just say it was 1 less. If you could go into your level 6 for 4 memory, which oftentimes you're starting at 3 and then you choke your opponent at 1 and you're already on a level 6, that would be possibly like an A tier on its own. But costing one more means you're not always going to start. Like, first of all, you're not always going to start at 3. Sometimes you're going to start at 1. The tamer's going to put you to 2. You're going to be spending 6 memory from that 2 to go into. And now you're putting your opponent at 4, which is a lot of memory to give your opponent. If it cost 1 less to do the whole combo, this deck would be a lot stronger. I think that just goes to show that you want to have a level 4 prepared and raising already, or you want to have multiple of these tamers out so you could gain more memory, because you don't want to be giving your opponent so much memory. At the end of the day, with more memory, even though you're stunning things, they're still going to have uh, the tools to respond to you, which choking them on memory prevents them from doing. So
Mhm.
this deck, for it to actually be really good, it needs to do all of its effects and choke, which it might not do if you don't take some early turns to set up multiple tamers.
We can just look at the last card, which is like more of a Rosemont card anyways. When this card be used, cost of 5. By charging the bottom 2 sources underneath any of your tamers, reduce the cost by 2, so down to 3. By placing 1 Sunflow Lila from your trash underneath one of your Lalamon's that Digimon may Digivolve into a Rosemont hand, ignoring the requirements and without paying the cost.
So are you paying 3 memory to go straight into a level 6 with this?
Yes.
That is even better than uh what's what's it called? Medusa could do. That's pretty good. Okay, now we got something going here. But this is not like a turn 2, turn 3 card. These are being cards
No.
set up in
Yeah,
trash.
it requires cards set up in trash. It requires your tamer to already be set up, and it requires specifically the Lala, Sunflow, and Lila
Okay.
and Rose, rather than being generic for the Data Squad cards.
Yeah.
I think it's nice that it reduces it by 2 memory on average for your Evo.
What's the
Into
condition for that again? You have to trash cards from your tamer?
you get trash 2 cards from your tamer to reduce the cost again by 2.
Okay, no big deal. I think this is a 2 of in the deck because you're gonna want to use this every time after you build your first stack.
Yeah. A 2 of in a
So your
deck
first
that is
stack.
primarily running Rosemont. If you're running any of the other Data Squad cards, I don't think you ever touch this card whatsoever.
Mhm. Oh, good point. Yeah, and the security effect is very good. Like, you're probably gonna be playing the tamer off of it, and then you add it to your hand, which is great because a lot of security things like do an effect and then go to trash, or just go to your hand and don't do anything. But this one, it pluses you like 2 when they hit it in security. So if you're very greedy, you could play 4 of this and just hope that your opponent's not playing an OTK deck and they check into it eventually. But if you're more on the greedy conservative end, you would just play 1 or 2 of them, and uh, it's like your second stack game ender card.
Personally, I'm not a big fan of this card, but it's fine. I think that a lot of
I
the
think
power.
security effects are better now than they used to be because people don't OTK and they're actually checking security rather than trashing security more now. So these types of effects are stronger than they were in, say, BT-24.
That's fair. That's fair. On to the last card for Data Squad. We've got Keenan Crier. Start your main phase by placing 1 Data Squad trait card from your hand under this tamer. Draw 1, gain 1. Your turn, when your opponent's hand is trash from or affects remove cards from this tamer, one of your Data Squad trait Digimon gains execute for the turn.
Oh, that's a very smart keyword to give to Wraithmon.
Yeah,
That's pretty good.
very, very good. It lets you go into the Ravemon
That's
pass turn and still get the
hor
attack off.
that's horribly garbage though with Rosemon. Does the
It's true.
Lilamon let you protect from your own execute at least?
But Digimon would blah, 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 would leave the area by trashing. I mean, it prevents it from
Yes.
leaving, so yeah.
Yes, it would prevent you from leaving, but at the same time, you just described swinging with the level 5, so you don't need to have execute in that deck.
Hmm.
So yeah, Keenan Crier seems bad with green.
But
It's only
seems
for the purple and black.
very, very needed for Ravemon. I can't imagine this deck
Oh yeah.
functioning
I,
without this card.
you're trying to go into Wravemon turn 2, I think.
Hmm.
And if you're not, you're playing the deck slowly. So you're gonna go turn 1 rookie Keenan, turn 2 you're trying to go all the way into the Wravemon and swing.
Yep, which
And
is
if you're not,
super easy to do.
like you're giving your opponent too much time because that deck just sucks when the game goes late.
Yep, yep, yep. Okay. Well, thoughts overall on the Data Squad stuff that we've seen?
I don't feel like it's a Data Squad deck. I feel like it's a Rosemon and then a second Wravemon deck, and you're playing one or the other. And if you're just not really mixing things. I
I
don't see a point in it.
disagree only slightly, where I think that these two cards, the Rosemont and the new level 7 Burst, I think both have places in the old version of Data Squad very comfortably, just because these two are exceptionally powerful cards. I think that we've been missing a pretty good
Okay,
top end.
I could
Um,
see that. Yeah, because the level 6 Shine Grade did that. Oh no,
yeah,
there
we
was
can
a
look at the
card
old
in.
cards.
Yeah, there was a card in Shine Greymon that let you use options too, right? I can't remember if it was level 5 or level
Yes,
6.
there was a card that lets you do that. We have the dual shine. Let you
No, it
play
wasn't that.
Tamer. We've got
Check the level 5.
which one? The rise
No, level 5. Yeah. Yeah, this one lets you use a card.
for a cost reduced by 5.
But
Yeah.
yeah, unfortunately though, the Rosemon is not a dual card, so you can't use her.
Mhm.
So you could use the burst mode, but then, wait, does it say for 5 or less? Can you read
Yeah,
that
5
again?
or less.
Oh, okay, the burst mode is like more than that,
6.
right?
It's
It's 6.
6. Yeah.
Yeah, I don't, okay, so the synergy is kind of weak there then.
Yeah. You would typically you would just go into like the Rosemon as your top end, and the Rosemon herself lets you use the uh option here, as
It,
well as she lets you
to
play out
me,
any of your other tamers or any of your other level 5s, or 4s or 3s, depending what you're looking for.
So to me, if you remember like Greymon back when it used to be good, every set they would release new Greymon cards, and those Greymon cards were really synergistic, inclusive of that set.
Hmm.
But in order to make a full Greymon deck, you had to use Greymons from other sets, and then it was like, oh, this Greymon makes this one card or tamer good in my deck, but it also makes this other card worse, so I'm going to cut that other card. Now that I cut this card, I don't have a point for that card, or I need this other card to fill it in. It's like every cut it makes the deck worse. So the best deck you could build is a deck that has a hodgepodge of synergies, and
Hmm.
that's how I feel about Data Squad. You don't have like pure synergy where every card synergizes with every other card perfectly. You're gonna have a main line, like you're gonna be Greymon focus splashing Rosemon, or you're gonna be Falcomon focused splashing Galgamon. You're not gonna be able to do a Galgam like a deck that has every different Digimon in it and they all work perfectly together. It's just going to be a hodgepodge.
The Mock Agumon does have the same inherit as the Lila, though, so it will work with the Rosemon as well as a secondary level 5 for the protection that you would want from it, which is nice as well. No, well, no.
That's good.
But yeah, no,
All right.
I think that Death Squad got a lot of really good support. There's obviously a lot of power in some of the top end here. I think Ravemon is a bit of a letdown, but I think it is. You're not angry if you are a Data Squad player. I think you're actually quite happy.
There's an odd anti-parallel here where the warp option was given to Mirage, but Mirage was not given a new burst mode. And now the warp option was given to Rosemon, and Rosemon was given a burst mode. So I feel like Rosemon is the best line right now because it has everything.
Yeah, I agree. I think
Uh,
Rosemon is the best line right now by far. Speaking of the starter deck cards that are good, though, we've got some new BeatBreak stuff. Michael, how much do you know about BeatBreak?
I know a lot about playing against it, and I think it's very hard to convince me to move off of Atratus.
All right, well, let's see. We've got two new eggs. New black egg. Opponent's turn. When any of your opponents want to attack, by trashing the bottom face down card any of your tamers, change the attack target to one of your glowing dawn trait Digimon.
Not really necessary. When you have an immune blocker, who cares?
It's nice because it gives you an extra block, but I agree. The Keko egg is very, very important and good for the current lines and stuff, so I think it's very hard to justify it for just a single redirect.
Hmm.
We do have a new purple egg as well. When attacking, let's return by placing one card from your hand face down on any of your tamers. Draw one.
Um, okay, so it's kind of rare to run out of resources under your tamers, but this could be good in a very aggro situation where you don't care about spilling over as much memory because
Mhm.
you wouldn't be using your Keko egg. Um, I don't think it's really necessary for the deck as is,
I like
but
it a little bit
it does
more.
feel better than the black egg.
Yeah, I like it more than I liked the green tamer. The green egg for Data Squad, because this one also tucks underneath your tamers, so that resource isn't even like being trashed. You're actually just getting, you're just plussing off of it, which feels pretty good.
Yeah, but you're not reducing your evo. You're not. One of the key parts of that is you're evoing by effect. So when attacking, you get the evo, which means that if even if you were to pass turn, like, let's say you uh, can't evo and attack. Well, now you can because you're already in an attack when you evolve. So that gives it some playstyle benefits over this one just being more of an early game setup card. Because the later in the game you are, the less you care about cards under your tamers because they're already there, and the less you care about card draw because you should be drawing a lot more from digivolving than you do from this effect.
Hmm.
So it's not that strong. I think the green egg is still the best, but this is better than that black egg at least.
I agree. I agree. We got some new rookies. We got new Leol. When moving on play by placing the top security face down underneath any of your Glowing Dawn trait tamers, recover 1. When attacking, you may add your top security to hand. Then you have 0 security cards, recover 1. Good rookie. I like this
I think
card.
it's still I think it's still better to just get a search because this card again it's not going okay, so far what I'm seeing is an acceleration of putting cards under your tamers,
Hmm.
which I never felt like was a problem that Glowing Dawn had.
Hmm.
uh so no, I don't care about this too much.
Okay.
Also, I think the barrier inherit was way more important than this was for yellow.
Hmm.
So this inherit is add your top security. Then if you have 0, recover 1. No,
It's
this
the
is
Lekmon inherit.
actually, yeah. So this is only good if you're going into Habakirimon as your level 6. Otherwise, you don't want to play this card with Atratus as your main level 6.
I agree. I agree. I agree. I think it's still good. It's one moving. I think it has like some really niche interaction, and like you said, we're really ramping up on putting cards underneath their tamers. So as long as the cards that we are getting in this set are ramping up the speed at which we spend them for useful effects, I can see it being a card that we at least consider running for sure. We got a new level 3 Pristy. On play with the top 3, add 1 Glowing Dawn trait and then 1 black BeatBreak trait. From among them, bottom back the rest. Reboot, inherit.
Well, it's a on play. Look at 3, take 2, so it's good.
It's good. Fun.
Reboot is again Atratus already has reboot. Habakiri doesn't block, so it wouldn't matter.
Mhm.
This card's inherit is irrelevant.
Yeah.
I don't
Uh,
like this card,
I
and
think
you
it's
already have enough
good.
search.
It's good for the black version of BeatBreak, which we are obviously getting more
Mhm.
support for right now. And this is probably going to be a
Right
card.
now, we don't have like a black level 6, right? So who
No.
cares? The deck is still either Atratus or Habakiri. So BT-26, this
Atreus is
card is
also
just going
black,
in
isn't it?
your box. It is black, but it's isn't it the Geckomon final line?
Yes.
Because it's green.
Yes, 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 yes.
Okay.
But it
I
goes
mean,
on
like,
to any of the BeatBreak cards. So
unless it's like Gamamon where there's multiple top ends for Gamamon, right? Like there's the purple one or there's the red one, Siriusmon. I can't remember what the purple one's called. It's like because some people are saying that Atratus is just one of the variants that Gecko can go into.
maybe I'm not fully
Okay.
caught up on the anime yet, so we'll see. I'm like an
Yeah.
episode behind. But
Okay.
uh,
Anyways, I don't like this card.
okay, I think it's solid. But new Chirop on play reveal top 3, add 1 Glowing Dawn, and then 1 purple BeatBreak, and then when attacking, once returned, draw 1 trash 1.
I think the old Chirop was better as a tech card because sometimes the card you need is under your tamer. And with this set, putting many more cards under your tamers, that old Chirop becomes even better than it was.
Yeah.
Uh, on the other hand, mm,
I
a
think
search
this
is still
Chirrup,
good, but
yeah, I think this
I think you
Chirrup
already
and
have
this
search.
Pristy are probably not going to be played in the current versions of Beat Break, just because they don't need more dual searching rookies.
Hmm.
However, in a new version of Beat Break that plays, say, something like primarily purple cards or primarily black cards, I think these will be definitely 4-ups easily. So,
Okay.
on to the level 4s, we've got Cougar, Barrier, when attacking once per turn by trashing your bottom source. For any of your tamers, you may use 1 option card of the Glowing Dawn trait with from the hand, the cost reduced by 2, and then the Barrier inherit.
I love barrier on these yellow cards. Very good ability, and then evoing for 2 less or using an option for 2 less is super relevant.
Mhm.
Is it only use or can you evo?
You have to use. But we have a
Oh,
lot
you
of
don't get the
dual level
evolve?
5s. We have a lot of dual
Oh.
face level 5s in this set.
Oh yeah, 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 yeah. That's right. Okay. Pretty good.
I think
This
this
card
card,
is where it should be.
from my understanding, there's rumors of a new BeatBreak deck, Michael, that doesn't really play any of the level sixes, and just plays all of the new level fives as the top end.
Mhm,
And this card
mhm.
fits very, very well into a deck like that.
Well, I think a Tratus is so good that why would you
I guess we'll see.
never like why would you play a deck without him? But
I guess we're gonna read
yeah,
the new level fives, and you might be convinced, or you might still be having questions.
okay. Well, this Cougar is good. I'm surprised it's only when attacking that you can use it, but who cares? I mean, you're still reducing by 2, which is a crazy amount.
It
It's
also
such a
is
good value.
a nice level 4 to Evo in the back because it is only when attacking, meaning that you don't have to worry about wasting the wind that you're holding on it. So yeah, it's not
Yeah.
horrible.
Also, more synergy with Kekomon Egg, which I still think is the best.
That's fair. That's fair. We've got a new Wolvermon. Blocker all turns when attack targets change by trashing the bottom source underneath any of your teamers. You may use one option card from the Glowing Dawn trait with the cost of 4 or less from your hand without paying the cost. This is an interesting one.
Oh, okay. So like the all the use options are 4 or less, because I see
Yes,
the
all the use options
Bearcats
will
is
be
4.
4 or less. Yeah.
What about Monarch Lisa? Is that also a 4
It is
cost?
a 4 PS. The Monarch Lisa with Rush is also a 4 cost option.
Okay, so this it's really risky, and I don't think it's strong to leave out a level 4
Mm-hmm.
and then hope that attack targets change on your opponent's turn, because usually Digimon like this will just get removed before the attack even happens
Mm-hmm.
or before the attack resolves. So that's not good to use this on your opponent's turn.
It
But on your turn,
depends.
is there a way to change an attack target?
There probably will be. I would not be surprised if there's a way to change the attack target as we read through more of the cards. But I would also say it depends on how wide this deck goes. Because in the scenario that I'm thinking of, a smaller, lower to the ground, level 5 deck as your top end, this could be good in multiples. Because it is a must remove card. If your opponent swings and this card is still up at any point, you can go into your level
Yeah,
5 on their turn, getting the option and any of your wind digital like effects immediately. And that is
right.
backbreaking. It also has
So
a
like
blocker
in
inherit, which is nice.
in a vacuum, this card's bad because you don't like it needs to be set up in a very specific way. So without that setup, which is not in a vacuum, that means that in a certain specific deck, you're not looking at a vacuum, right? A vacuum is just when you're looking at one card alone.
Mm-hmm.
Then it becomes better, but on its own, it does nothing, because how are you gonna force your opponent to attack? They
Yeah.
just don't attack.
This is a powerful effect that needs something to enable it to work properly.
Yeah.
And then finally, we have the new Night Trotmon. On play when drawing, draw one, trash one. Then main, by trashing the bottom two sources underneath any of your tamers, you may use one option card with the Glowing Dawn trait from your trash. The cost reduced by 2 with the retaliation inherit.
Oh, this is probably my favorite of the 3 level 4s.
Okay,
Um,
interesting. Why is that?
uh, I don't like the retaliation inherit, but I do like that the effect to use the option is your main effect.
Mm-hmm.
So it's very easy to have a level 4 out and keep turn, and you could just go and use your main effect whenever the situation is best for you.
Mm-hmm.
Like you don't have to commit. So yeah, I like this
Yeah,
as
there's a
your
lot of decks that really punish you, I think, for suspending and attacking right now. So yeah,
yeah,
this being something that you can just use at your leisure is very nice. I agree.
yeah. I mean, it's better. It's really good. Like it's on a level 4, right? So
Mm-hmm.
you almost always have a level 4 out, and it's still your turn. So there's no hesitation in using this ability.
And like we mentioned earlier, there all of these level 4s are spending your sources underneath your tamers. All of them are uh
Yeah, they
doing
seem to
that,
me
so they're
more
ramping a lot.
resource hungry than the previous beat break cards.
Mhm. I think we're gonna skip the fives for a second. We're gonna talk about the tamers first, because I think the fives are gonna be the things that kind of like hold the deck together or break the deck. So I kind of want to see what the tamers bring. We have the new Kyo Sabashiro, start of your main phase. So it has the same start of your main phase as the prior Dash Squad cards as well. I think all of them are going to have that. So just a
Yeah,
cycle. And then
tap draw, gain a memory.
when your security stack is moved from by suspending this tamer, place the top card of your deck face down under this tamer. After, if removed by effects, give one of your opponent's Digimon sec -1 until their turn ends. I don't know how you feel about this card. In Dark Masters, I played the 4 cost Kari just because it had that sec -1 to one of your opponent's Digimon effects.
So the other, I think the BT, not BT, but the starter deck tamers are better because they take a card from the top of your deck, not your hand, and then you draw, and then you gain the memory. This one, you lose a card from your hand and then you draw.
No, you don't lose a card from your hand. It's when your security stack is removed from. Oh, okay. Oh, you mean
Sorry,
for the
main.
start of main phase of back my pots.
Yeah, yeah. So it's very similar or akin to discard one, then draw. But it's discard and then draw is, when you really need every card in your hand, it's so much worse than draw and then discard. So
Well, it's
I
better
don't
than
like
discard
that.
though, because you're getting sources underneath your tamers rather than it just going
Yeah,
to
but
trash.
now you kind of really need that starter deck Chirapmon to get cards back from under your tamers because so many more cards are going under your tamers from your hand than before.
Mhm.
It's uh it's really an expensive game you're playing. I feel like they're not improving BeatBreak with this set. They're just giving you a different way to play BeatBreak. Okay, and then the other effect to give your opponent's Digimon security attack -1. I think I mean, there's more progress in the set than there used to be. Not Najamon has it from SW. Medusa has it. I think there's a Serious Mon that has it. Like progress doesn't care about. Um, oh, there's a new card here called Zambamon that has progress.
That card's not getting played. Don't worry.
No,
No,
okay. Like yeah, so I just think giving your opponent security attack -1 is not a big deal. And there's also like
I
Susanomon from TV that
exactly.
it's just gonna come down, and then you don't have a chance to target it.
You do have a chance to target it.
Oh, you do have. Okay, never mind. Yeah, because it's
Yeah,
when your security
it's when
attack
your security
moves
is moved
from.
from by effect. You give one of your opponents one sec
Oh,
-1.
okay, yeah. So this is an anti
It's anti Susano. It's
TV card.
anti against Beelstar as well. Because whenever they trash your security, you give their stack sec -1. They don't have a great way of getting sec plus in that deck.
Oh, okay.
So it
So
actually
this
helps with one of your
tamer,
harder matchups too.
yeah, I wouldn't say this tamer's like a 4 of though. I would just tech it in as a 1 of because I think that the decks you're playing against that this is good against doesn't come up too much.
Yeah, I see, I see. Yeah, I think against TB and against Beelstar, this is a really good tamer against them because it slows them down. At least in my personal experience, at least with TB, like being able to give sec -1 to the Susano means they're only doing one check for 7 memory instead of 2 checks for 7 memory, which is a huge game changer. Huge game changer for the speed at which they're going to be killing you.
Okay, I'll give this tamer a playable. It's a pass.
Sweet. Thank you, thank you. Same start main phase, and then all turns. When a Digimon attacks by spending this tamer, place the top card of your deck face down on this tamer. After one of your Digimon with the BeatBreak trait gains collision and blocker for the turn
Oh, so this is how you get the Wolvermon to change attack targets.
on your turn specifically, yeah. And then
Right.
this
So
also
then
is
this
just a
is
blocker on a tamer. It reminds me a lot of the Ryuji, I think, the 4-cost black tamer that lets you use an option from
or
the Harimon trait.
like Tai from BT-12.
Yeah,
Yeah. Okay. So if you're playing 4 of the Wolvermon, you're probably playing as many Reina as you can because they have to work together.
yeah. I think this card does exactly what you want to do in the deck, as well as I think it has some utility for the current BeatBreak deck as well. Collision is a very strong effect for removing things that are just immune to Digimon effects entirely.
Well, the way to get around the collision is just not have any Digimon out or have already attacked with all your Digimon. They're all suspended,
Also true.
so the Wolvermon doesn't do anything. So this is not like while the Wolvermon is the best reduction. Well, I think it's either
It's
4
4.
cost for
You
free,
play for
right?
4
That's what it
free.
says.
Yeah.
Yeah, so it's the best value wise. It's also the hardest to pull off. Even with the tamer, it's still not perfect.
Yeah. I think this card's
So I don't.
also good and playable. I think this is probably maybe a little bit better than the Hio, but that's just my personal opinion.
Yeah. Well, if you're playing Atratus still as your top end, it's not even needed to have blocker, and you already
Well, it's nice because it also
spent.
gives Habakiri blocker as well. So you
Okay.
can end on Habakiri and not
Yeah.
just die sometimes. Which is a plus. We have the new Makoto. When any Digimon are deleted by sending this tamer, draw 1 and trash 1 card. Afterwards, place 1 BeatBreak trait non-Digi Egg card from your trash face down underneath this tamer. That seems good. This seems like the best one so far, unironically, in my opinion at least.
it does.
I like being able to recycle cards from trash rather than having to use cards from the top of my deck. But maybe I'm just a crazy person. Because now you're no longer using
Okay.
resources from your deck. You're recycling resources from your trash.
Yeah, I get it, but you still have to play out your starter deck Mon for this to be good, and that's what this whole set feels like.
I mean, well,
So
I don't mind having starter deck Sharapmon in this deck. So
yeah, but before it was played as like a one of because it was just a very late game emergency grab back my missing piece card like a scramble for the deck.
okay,
Now it's like you need it because you're putting too many cards on your tamers.
okay. Well,
And
let's see the fives. Let's see the fives. Maybe that'll change your mind. I think that so
okay,
far I like the synergies that I'm seeing. What do we got here? When resolving by charging the top security card of one player with the most security cards, one of your opponent's Digimon or Tamers can't suspend until their turn ends. When resolving when attacking once per turn by trashing the bottom face down card, any of your Tamers recover one. And then has the option effect main. One of your opponent's Digimon gets minus 8k until the turn ends, and then by trashing your top security, it gets minus 5k as well. It's a fine card.
okay, the removal part is good.
Yeah, it's a good card.
You can usually hit something with that much minus DP. Um,
Yeah, minus 13k DP. Then you also stun something, so it can't suspend.
can't suspend is decent,
And
but it's a
then,
Digimon effect.
yeah, it is a Digimon
So,
effect.
well, it doesn't really matter though because a lot of Digimon get their immunity, uh, after they've attacked. So it's fair, it's decent.
Yeah, it'll like stun a
And
Tratis, it'll stun a couple things, and then the minus 13k DP is until their turn ends as well. So it's a lingering DP minus, which is really nice.
the recovering is an effect that's kind of underplayed right now. There's not a lot of decks that just give you a flat recovery.
Yeah,
So that's pretty
it's
nice.
a
And
consistent recovery
like
every turn it's out,
it,
basically.
if you're not playing a deck that trashes your own security, but you have this Murasamemon, essentially your opponent's going to have to beat through 6 or 7 securities in a game to win.
6-7.
Which, yeah, uh, s- but that's not how a lot of decks are tuned. A lot of decks are tuned to go through exactly 5, so you get to throw the meta off a little bit by saying, "Hey, I get an extra turn because I'm playing Murasamemon in my deck."
This is a
And
playable card.
the removal is good. Yeah, it's good.
I think this is a solid, inoffensive card. It doesn't sell me on anything, but I'm like, oh, this is a good card.
It's nowhere near as good as Monarch Lisamon though, because going for game is always better than surviving one more turn. Like if you could have won, why do you need an extra turn?
Exactly. New Bearmon. We've got when rolling by trashing the bottom face down card underneath any of your tamers until your opponent's turn ends. Their Digimon effects don't affect this Digimon, and it gets plus 3k DP. All turns, when attack targets change or affects trash cards from underneath your tamers, you may unsuspend this Digimon. And then main effect for the option. Digivolve one of your opponent's Digimon, then give one of their Digimon start your main phase. Digimon attacks until their turn ends. This seems like a really good card.
Yeah, it's freaking protection on a level 5. That's kind of rare.
An immune
And
level 5 that is a multi
yeah,
blocker that also has a Digivolve that gets around Digimon immunity, as well as gives them started main phase they have to attack. And then that means you can also proc any extra Wolvermon that you have out.
okay, this card makes the BT. When did the Black Greymon Ace come out? Was that BT9 or 10? BT9, right?
I believe it was BT9, yeah.
EX9,
Yeah,
EX9. I was thinking
yeah,
EX.
I get you.
I think yeah. So that was like this card makes that whole line look like a joke.
Yeah,
And that was not even that long ago.
this
this
Bearcat
that
is
was like
very good. It's a
this
very good
winter.
card.
Yeah, that was like this winter, like last year in the winter that those cards came out. It's not even a year later, and they're already power creeping that whole line in like one card. So it just makes me frustrated that they won't give Greymon good stuff.
I'm glad because I
Yeah,
hate
this card's
Greymon.
very good. It's very good. I don't know if it's better than Monarch Lisa, but black decks tend to be more defensive. As a black card, it's amazing. As a game ender, it doesn't end the game any faster than any other card does.
Yeah, it
Um,
does 2 checks a turn, which isn't awful.
where's the second check?
The alterns, when attack targets change or affects trash from underneath any of your tamers, Digimon may unsuspend. And then,
Oh, okay, so
yeah,
you're saying he's gonna attack again and unsuspend. I was thinking like, um, if you go with the yellow guy and you're attacking, you're gonna evo into this for 2 pass turn, and then you just end on your opponent's turn unsuspended. So it's kind of like reboot by effect rather than by keyword.
Yeah, you can go into this
Uh,
this Digimon for 2. You can also make it so that way they have to attack. One of the nice things is that you can preemptively go into this Cougar. If you have any one of these Tamers out, you're guaranteed 2 memory, so you can keep turn going into this Bearcat.
True, you're right.
So
And what's the option side again? I want to focus more on that
D
first.
Digivolve 1, and then give one of your Digimon start of main phase, they have to attack.
Okay, but there's no aces in this set. That's kind of a good thing and a bad thing, but it's
There's no
for
aces,
this.
but with another,
But
say,
you
if you have
are,
a Wolvermon out, which there are ways to
yeah,
play out these guys for cheap.
you have multiple, yeah, yeah. And then you also should have your tamer, Reina, to give something blocker.
Yep.
And you're gonna be 11k minimum, and you might have barrier, which means that you're not gonna die anyways. It gives you a good defense, and
Mm-hmm.
you're immune, right? So
And you're
you
immune.
get the block, you have barrier, they can't really kill you. It's really good when your opponent's swinging for multiple checks on one Digimon. Uh, yeah, I think it's pretty decent. And Digivolve on an option has been so relevant
Yeah.
in BT-25, as we saw from Iron Slash, the Volcanismon option that like every TS deck is playing. So yeah, it's a really relevant ability to have Digivolve on
I think that
option
you
right now.
might honestly just play this card in regular BeatBreak as like a one of, outside of like any other new BeatBreak cards, just because of how good the Digivolve on an option is
Yeah,
in
I
archetype.
mean it counters the other Beatbreak decks. It counters
Yep,
the
it hurts
Fusions. It
Atratus.
counters.
Yeah, it destroys Atratus.
Um,
Yeah.
it's probably going to be good against Jupiter, but we'll have to see soon. But, actually, Jupiter has Holy Mode. Holy moly, that prevents Digivolve, I think. But
Mm-hmm.
we'll get to that soon.
Yeah, no, I think this card is very, very good. Very, very good. The final level 5 and the final card is Scourge Chirapmon. We'll start with the option effect, which is just main delete one of your opponents who want the lowest level. Nothing too crazy. It's nice on an option, whatever. And then it has Execute Ascension, Security on Deletion. By trashing the bottom face down card underneath any of your tamers, you may play one glowing dawn trait card with a cost of 5 or less from your trash without paying the cost.
This card seems very fun. To have Ascension and then to have a security effect. Um, I mean, why can't Ravemon be this good?
Yeah, this card is just a
uh,
better Wraithmon, which sucks, but
it has
wow.
Execute and Ascension, and it has On Deletion, and it has a security effect. This
And
card
it's also a
is,
dual card, so it gets around some Digimon immunity as well.
yeah, it's okay. This card's hilarious. It's like a robotic bird or bat shooting a missile.
Yeah, it's like the
I'm just
Batwing.
imagining this guy like flying in the clouds, and every turn he's shooting missiles at you, and you can't touch it.
Yeah, I mean that's basically what it is. Cause wow, yeah, you just play out something for 5 or less, which is a searcher. You can play out the Wolver, you can play out the Churop, you can play out
Yeah.
the Cougar, you can play out any of the old Beat Break cards as well, which is really good. And then you also just have that again when your opponent inevitably checks this into security. It's also defense because it does go into your security. You will always be able
Uh,
to swing with it, even if you pass turn with it, because you're getting the execute as well.
what is the condition to give blocker with Reina to things? Because I'm thinking like if you can just play out your barrier Digimon and give it blocker, you're almost unkillable.
It's whenever
Is
a
there enough?
Digimon attacks.
Uh, okay, so it's not really perfect,
But you
but
do have
it's
blocker as an inherit here on this Wolver as well.
yeah. Okay. Well, it's when this Scourge Chirapmon comes out, it's going to not have any inherits, right? So, uh,
No, the Scourge
that's
Shot
just
doesn't play itself out. It plays out anything you want from your trash. It's 5 cost or less.
oh, so it's not unlimited. Okay.
Yeah. So you go into Scourge Shrop, it will die, and then you play out another body, and then this guy will go into security.
Right, and then it's just plus security for you, which
Plus
is another way to
security.
recover,
Yep. And then
which
they
is
check it.
makes it better than. I mean, this is just better than Murasamemon then. Like the only thing Murasamemon has is it could delete a bigger thing with the
Yes.
option side of it. Because
It
say
also
something
stuns
can't
something, which is
suspend.
nice.
Well, that's also like I said, like that's a Digimon effect. It's not as good as it being an option effect right now.
Mhm.
And a lot of decks, like if we're seeing that this deck could go wide really fast, stunning one thing is not is not really the nail in the coffin. It's just a little bit of a roadblock. Um, this card is better because I think this card's way better than the
Okay, I
Murasame
think this
one.
card is insanely
Just
good. Yeah. I also like this art a
Okay.
lot. This is very good art.
Yeah, this looks like the Batwing,
It does look
or
like the Batwing.
Batman's jet.
Yes, I do. I do.
Is that every card in BeatBreak?
That is every card in BeatBreak. How would you rate this new set?
Better than Glowing Dawn. Sorry, this is Glowing Dawn. Better than Data Squad. I mean the Rosemon stands atop everything else in Data Squad, and I think it stands kind of parallel to um,
Probably like Bearcat
the
and
new
Sure Up.
BeatBreak stuff.
Yeah.
But the BeatBreak stuff just has you more flexibility and synergy within your cards. So you would play them. You would play a mix of them. And you wouldn't feel bad for playing a mix of the yellow ones with the purple ones and the black ones. They all work so nicely together.
hmm I'm
Whereas that
genuinely
doesn't feel like that for Data Squad.
yeah. I am genuinely very impressed by how strong these dual face level five these two dual face level fives are, and I'm also very happy with the Mursame.
Yeah.
Like it's not a bad card.
Dual cards are, on a different power level from regular cards at the same level. So I feel it's weird that the Beat Break is getting better treatment than the Data Squad when they are released at the same time and supported at the same time.
The anime. They're getting an anime. Dad Squad's not, you know how it'll be.
Well, I mean, a lot of Digimon fans are here because of Data Squad, right? And they're not here because of the Beat Break show.
That's true. Moving on, we do have another new set of cards. We have the Chronomon support. Did you
We're
ever
just
play?
jumping right into Chronomon
Do you want to skip?
already.
We can skip Chrono. We can skip Chrono. We got
Isn't that
Titans.
that's a secret rare, right?
The Chronomon is the secret rare. Yeah, we can skip the Chrono then.
Let's do it last or second last. Let's do the
Okay.
secrets last.
Is there anything calls with you? We got the new TB Shambhala stuff. We've got
Yeah, we could do Shambhala. We
okay.
could do like the side
It's also a
hustles of
secret
the
rare. It's also a
set.
secret rare.
It's okay because
Okay.
the what's it called? Shambhala stuff is sort of like support for the set. Like the main
Mm-hmm.
point of these BT sets are not the Going Dawn or the Data Squad, and we're starting with those first. So let's start with the Shambhala also because it's not
Okay.
the main point of the BT set.
We got the new rookie.
Kodamon.
Yeah. On play when moving, whenever your Shambhala trait or TS trait Digimon gain piercing and 3k DP for the turn. Your turn gains plus 2k DP.
Okay, so this is TB and TS.
Yep.
And when moving on play, Shambhala or TS piercing. I don't know if piercing is needed for any deck at all. The only thing I could think of is if you want to go into Shishimon, the red and yellow dog, you actually could attack into their Digimon and pierce rather than just directly at security.
Mm-hmm.
So that's about it.
Yeah, it's got some pros. Like Shishimon sometimes gets hurt.
I said it wrong. I just want to correct
Shishimon.
myself. Shishimamon. Yeah.
Shishimamon. Okay. Sometimes Shishima it has some issues like a blocker, and you won't be able to do the execute combo, so you have to like wait a little bit longer to either find a way
Hmm.
around it or do stuff. So this does let you get past it. I think it's like probably like a
Yeah.
one or two of
It,
in the TV
it's a
deck.
total of +5 if you could get the 3 and the 2. So your Shishima would be 12,
Yeah.
which gets through like anything less than a level 6 blocker typically.
Yeah. I give this like a one or two of. It's probably fine.
I don't play it at all. I don't like it.
Sorry. We have the new Manikamon. We've got main. Once per turn, you may use one TB trait card from your hand with the cost reduced by 2. Then when attacking, one of your opponent's Pokemon gets minus 2k DP for the turn. This is a 4 of easily. This is just
Okay, so it's TB and Shambhala, so it's TB. So yeah, okay.
yeah, but it only uses TB trait cards. So
What? Okay, so you're using the memory boost. You're using the field, the play option, the delay option that
mhm.
lets you play something out, something dies,
You can play out any of the
and
rookies.
I think they also have like a security option that they play that costs 2. What?
No,
Let
they.
me
I
just double
don't. I
check.
don't remember if they do. But
Uh,
this also lets you play out Kunlun,
it's
I
the
believe as well.
Genshi Continent. It's right?
It's
That's
three
a 3
cost.
cost option though.
Yeah.
Okay, so yeah, it's pretty good because that deck does not really have. Well, now it has Kunlun, but it didn't have Tamers before, so options were the like side plays you were doing.
hmm
Uh, and it depends. Like if you could still make room for all those options, this is better. But now with new cards, new Digimon,
Well, I
like
mean, you have to also keep in
also
mind we are in TB. They're already playing a 4 of a card that gives this exact effect.
yeah, but also they didn't have they need different names to get the Susanomon. So
Exactly.
now that there are more cards in the pool, they're gonna cut back on cards that are 4 ofs. And they might cut on options. And once you start cutting on options, this card is not even that useful.
Well,
So
you can still play
like
out your Searcher rookies. You can play out your Kunlun now as well for reduced
it,
cost.
it it really depends how the pilot of the deck wants to play. If they want to play with lots of options, this is better. If they're cutting everything to fit more names, then this is
No,
just not the
I
card
think
for
this
it.
is our first like big disagreement. I think this card is exceptional, and you're going to be playing it probably at least at 3, if not at 4,
Well,
because of how much
well,
it
then you're
synergizes with
imagining
everything.
the deck built a certain way, but uh, w- I'm saying the opposite. I'm saying like the deck, once you add more names to the game, those names are going to be more Digimon names, and you have less room for options, and also less room for other things that do, like less room for duplicates, because we have more names to get the Susanoo on quicker.
Okay, well we can look at some of the newer names. I don't think a lot of them are going to see play. We got Musiamon, blocker on play when digivolving, or on play on deletion. By charging one card in your hand, delete one of your opponent's 6k DP or less. Your turn, this one gets plus 2k DP.
Okay, I think it's very good that a card like this is only a 4 cost, because this is the kind of card that you are playing as a last chance to not die. It's kind of like how some decks in a TS played the Greymon that had on deletion Digivolve and had blocker.
Mm-hmm.
This feels similar to that. It's just you played as like a one of.
Yeah, it's
Actually
at
not
most a one
actually.
of.
Ping Pong Omni also played that Greymon as a one of because they had the same problem. They didn't want to die to like a ruin mode or something.
Mm-hmm.
Um, so yeah, this card is playable, and yeah, the deck wants multiple names, so there you go, it fits in.
I think this
Fits in
is
as like a
at
last
most a
protect.
one of. Yeah, I think it's a pretty mediocre card. I think it's weaker than a lot of the level 4s we already have in the deck as well. I think it's
Well, definitely weaker than the blue card that gives you blocker. So
yeah.
I could see you cutting out the purple. What's the puppet one? The
Well,
Kokeshi.
Kokeshi's we can't cut the Kokeshi's so good because what Kokeshi lets you do is it lets you proactively delete your Kaguya if you aren't able to delete it using something like execute. So that way you can prevent it from being digivolved and stuff like that. This card
Okay.
doesn't let you do that. It lets you trash a card to delete something with 6k DP or less, which is a little bit less useful. And I think it
Yeah.
has
Okay.
less stuff. Also, the inherit for the Kaguya, the Kokeshi, I mean, is when
Oh yeah. Well,
attacking,
the
draw one, trash
Kokeshi
one.
inherit is exactly what the deck wants to be doing, putting cards in trash. But
Yeah.
this, I'm just saying, like if you wanted to make space, you don't really need multiple Kokeshis, but you only need one of this, so you could swap still run 3 Kokeshi, play one of this.
We have the new level 5 Daruma Mon. On play with drawing, delete one of your opponent's Digimon with 7k DP or less. On
This looks
deletion,
like that Pokemon that like starts off asleep and then when he wakes up he turns into a fire type.
yeah, Darumaka.
Yeah, is that
Yeah.
what it's called?
Yeah. On deletion, you may return one Shambhala trait card from your hand to your trash, or from your trash to your hand. Then you may play one TB trait card with a D6k DP or less from your hand without paying the cost. Assembly for cost reduced by 2 with a level 4 or lower TB trait card. And then on deletion, you may play one TB trait Digimon with a cost with a 6k DP or less from your hand without paying the cost. This is a good card.
Level 5 that deletes 7k is mid.
Yeah, you're playing it
It's not a
primarily
lot
because
of
it's a
OP.
5 cost level 5 with a decent on deletion and a decent inherit. Like this just makes your Susano whenever it does it playing out one extra body, which is kind of nice.
Uh, return one. Trash. Okay, it's just going wide.
Yeah, it
It's
also adds back your Susanos from trash, which is nice as well.
I think it's not as good as Shishimon. What like
No, okay, Shishi. Okay, we're comparing it to Shishima. Shishima is like
not as
the goat.
like what do we I think all the previous level 5s are better. Even the slime, the slug is still better.
I think this is
That one had
probably on the
decode.
same level
No,
as the slug
I think the
is.
slug is better because it has decode as in the body and in the inherit. This one has to be deleted to do something, whereas the decode is essentially like the decode is so much harder for your opponent to work around, whereas deletion is not.
Yeah, but we're usually
Uh,
deleting ourselves anyway.
you're deleting yourself, but still the decode is stronger.
I
Uh,
mean, Decode is technically
it's
stronger, yes, but I think this card is
I,
also nice because it acts as a smaller version of your
it also
level 6 that
has
adds cards from
assembly.
trash.
it also has assembly just like Marine Bullmon has, so I just don't see this as I see this as a downgrade to Marine Bull. The only reason I would see somebody playing this is to add more names to their trash. Because I
Interesting.
think you want Marine Bull all the time compared to this.
That's so interesting. Yeah, we're having a lot of disagreements on the TBA side of things, which is funny because I think this is like a two of probably in the deck, maybe a one of, just because it has a really strong on deletion. I love this on deletion, being able to add back a specific card from your trash, being it in a Susano mon so that you can recycle it, or just like one of your powerful level sixes, or even just like a level three because you need to like hatch or something of that nature. Feels good, and it also makes the ceiling of the deck a little bit higher because now instead of three bodies, you're playing out four bodies off of your Susano getting deleted, which also feels really nice. But
Okay.
that's just the pros in my mind, at least. On to the sixes.
Wow, the best
Wow.
card. I'm so
Wow, wow,
happy.
wow, wow, wow.
And he's an uncommon, so everybody could get their hands on him.
Go ahead and read it, Michael.
Blocker Retaliation on Zambamon. He's got an on play and a when digivolving, not once per turn. Crazy and broken. One of your Digimon with the Shambhala trait gets security attack +1 and progress for the turn. So, oh wait, but why would you on play and when digivolving more than once per turn? So I guess that's not necessary. And then on deletion, you may play one Shambhala or TS trait card with a play cost of 5 or less from your trash without paying the cost. And he's got assembly -4 using 2 level 5 or lower Shambhala trait cards with different levels. On deletion, play a Shambhala trait from your trash. Doesn't feel great. I think this guy is just sacrificial lamb. Like, if you want to go into him, you swing, and then you're like, I don't care if you block because I have retaliation, and if you don't block, I do 2 checks. But it's kind of boring other than that. Like, what is
Yeah.
this for? Is this for countering Sarismon? Is that it?
I have no clue. I have no clue.
I
Like,
think
I can't imagine another
some.
scenario where any of your level sixes don't do better than this guy.
Yeah, cause definitely every other level 6 is better. This is just another name. It's you could play him for 8, which is not much better than playing Susano for what does Susano cost? 7? So it's even more expensive than Susano. Yeah, this card is hee hee ha ha. I played a funny card.
Great.
If you're such a good TB player and you want to like really step on your opponent's toes, then you play this card just to brag, just to like teabag them, like in the first
Okay.
person shooter. Teabagging,
Gotcha.
this is teabagging Digimon.
Okay, okay. And under the final Shambhala card, as well as the first support we're getting for SW Pog, we've got Kunlun. 5 costs to your main phase, gain a memory. On play by trashing one Shambhala trait card from your hand, draw 2. And then end of your turn, if you have a Digimon with the Tentai Hachibushu trait, by spending this Tamer, you may use one option card with the Shambhala trait from your hand without paying the cost.
It's so boring.
It's boring, but it's good.
I don't care. It's boring. You have to pay 5. There's no way to get it out for free.
There are
It's
ways to get
nowhere
it out for
near as
free,
good as
right?
you tell me. There's
I think so.
uh
Now that we're in the last card, we can kind of look around for a second. I
are there
think
cards that say play a 5 or less Shambhala card?
uh I think so. Play one TB trait Digimon on deletion, play one TB trait card from your hand. So this one does.
Whoa, here we go. So you already have to go into your level 6 in order to play your Tamer for free. It's so slow, man. It's not impressing me at all.
One
I want to
pupper to
see
be
like a
treated.
level 4 play it out for free,
Play
not
one
a
5 cost or
like
lower
what's it
pupper.
called?
The Kaguya also
Like
doesn't.
Agio. Yeah, okay. But you're already at that point, you already have your level 6s. The deck was already good without it. Like if you want this guy out, you want to be like turn 1 rookie in the back, play out an auction, turn 2 promote your rookie Evo to a level 4 and the level 4 plays it
Well,
for me because that's what
here's the
Agio
thing.
did.
Here's the thing. We have to figure out,
Yeah.
is 5 memory going to be recouped? Are you making your memory back on this tamer?
Well, also, is it better to play this or is it better to play the Arrival,
Uh,
Sanmyogen Arrival? So I
well,
think playing an Arrival is better setup than this.
well, let's think. Let's think. Let's think. So we go Kunlun for 5 on turn 1. You
Okay.
you draw 2, trash 1, and then next turn you gain a memory. So you're
So you
guaranteed
do
to
the
be at
opposite.
2.
You trash 1 and then draw 2.
Oh yeah,
It's
you
not as
trash one
good
the
as
draw two. Yeah, yeah,
draw
yeah.
one. It's not as good.
But then you have 2 memory guaranteed, which is the memory to do your combo. So if you have everything, you go up into Shishima, then Shishima end of turn swing, go into Kaguya play out a guy, and
Is that
then
the Tente trait only on level 6s?
yes, it's your level 6s. So while you're level 6 out, you get to use options for free.
Oh, so now you can't do a your turn Samyogen arrival. You have to. Oh, you. This is setting you up to do it on your opponent's turn. So
Which is
it's
how it
a
has to
bit
work
difficult.
anyways, because it's a delay option.
No, because you can just start with the rookie in the back in turn one,
Oh,
play
I
your
see. So
Samyogen
you're doing the
arrival,
Symbiogen
and then
instead.
when you get into your level 6, you could do the play that you said where you go into your Kakeshi, you get your Kokeshi out and you sacrifice your own Digimon, and now you play something like you can like fortitude out your Kaguya, and then also get the option to play out a different or this whatever another level 6, and now you have your opponent's facing a board with 2 level 6s.
Mhm.
Whereas with this, they're facing a board with 1 level 6, and hopefully you have the option out.
How many options in memory do you get to gain off this Kunlun for him to be worth it in your mind?
More than one, because the first one is just going to make him break even, and it would have been better to just play the option in the first place. And also giving your opponent 5 at any point in the game is really risky, because you don't know, like if you're going first and you're putting your opponent to 5, no big deal. But if you're going second and your opponent already has like their turn 1 is training and a rookie in the back, or their own tamer and a rookie in the back, and then you just gave them 5, who knows if they have everything in their hand already, and you just gave them way too much. So it's higher risk, and it's only good if the game goes long, which I think TB players are aiming for anyways.
I
But
think this is a 2 to 3 of
it's
probably in the deck.
I the you always want to play this going first on your first turn. The farther away you are from doing that, the worse this is.
I think
Yeah, you could
you're
play it off of 2
yeah,
different
you're
level
playing
6s,
off of 2 of your level 6s.
but that's like eh, I think that's not even like the best thing to do with your level 6s, because I've seen them play out things like their blocker that strips the source, the blue guy, the shell.
Yeah.
Um, that's just
I think
so much
those are
better.
probably I think they're about equal actually in my mind. They're
I think
probably
playing
about
out a
equal.
Shellmon is crushing to a lot of decks.
I mean, yeah, it depends on the deck, but also like, it also depends on the board state. Like even if it's crushing against the deck, if they don't have anything on board, this is a much better card to use in a proactive game state.
If you're if you have time, it's better, but a lot of decks don't give you time. We're trying to win a tournament here, this is a highly risky, volatile card to play. I think
I
that
think not. I think not.
you're
It's on play. You cycle
you're
too.
lucky if you can go first and have it in your open hand.
I don't know. I'm surprised that we disagree so much on the Shambhala
For
stuff.
for the chance to have this guy out, I think you on turn 1, yeah, I think you have to play 4 of him, and then you never want to see a second copy.
I think he's good
And
in
also
multiples,
because
and I think you would like to see multiples of him in a single game. I think that you want to play him as soon as possible. I agree, but also playing him later on doesn't feel too bad either.
well, I played a lot of Imperial, right? There's no way to play out the Davis and Ken.
Hmm.
If you at some point in the game you ran out of time to play your Davis and Ken, even if you had it in hand, you
Hmm.
were gonna lose if you just played it.
Yeah,
Uh, so I'm thinking about it like, if you're not playing this early enough when your opponent cannot respond to you, you're not gonna get any more chances to play it. It does give you the flexibility with 2 of the level 6s to play him out, but at the same time you're playing out something that's not going to impact the board when you do. And oh well, it might not impact the board, but regardless. And
like in
so
the play that you said, in the play that you said with the
maybe you should have
Kaguya.
just played out a Digimon
Well, no, in the play that you said with the Kaguya, you can play out a Digimon and the Tamer because you
and an
go
option because he.
yeah, and an option. Yeah, so you get the Tamer, the option, and the Digimon all in the same turn. I don't know. I feel like that's insanely good value because like even in like the scenario where we don't get out the option preemptively, so you're ending on not an extra level 6, you're not ending on an option, which is good because depending on the option you could have
Yeah.
another.
I think if you're playing against something like BeatBreak, they're just gonna, or even Rosemon, they're just gonna say, "Oh, you gave me a free turn. I ignore your Digimon. I suspend them. Go right past you, and they win
But
anyways."
but but that's assuming like you're just playing
Or
this guy for 5, but
or like
you're like the only time you're playing this guy for 5 is on turn 1 really. Any turn after turn 1, you're never playing this guy for 5. You're
Well,
always playing him for
if
free.
if you missed him on turn 1, now it's like you missed the best chance to play him. That's why I think you should play 4 of him, because you have to get him out on turn 1 for him to be the best.
But I don't think he's the best turn 1 play the deck can make.
Then I don't think you need him.
I think he's a 3 of because he's so good after turn 1.
Okay. I mean, he does have an on play that makes him a bit relevant in the middle of the game.
He
But
does have a
it's
good on
not.
play. I think he synergizes
Not
the
impacting
best
him that
with
much.
I think one of the best level 6s in the deck. Because you go into this card, you play him out. You then Fortitude after getting deleted by your own thing. You then play out a Digimon of your choice or another Kunlun. End of turn, you then get 1 to 2 options depending on how many Kunlun you have because you Fortitude out your Kaguya, getting your guy back on field. You have a very defensive, sticky board because you still have your level 6. You have 1 to 2 Digimon depending on what your sources were and depending on what you ended up playing out. And then you also have at least 1 option with the Kunlun played out for free. And depending on the option you have, it could have been anything from the Arrival to the Genji Continent, which then gives you another free body on board. You can also play out the Kunlun using the Arrival as well. Not the Arrival, the Genji Continent, meaning that if you have a Kunlun out, you can use the Arrival to play out another Kunlun, right?
It's
Then play one Shambhala trait card from your hand. Cost 3. Yeah.
there's good plays you could make. I'm just worried about how fast the meta is going to be, and I feel like this card doesn't make you go faster. It just gives you better value in the long game.
Okay.
And a card like Homeros, it does make you go faster. This card, I feel like it's Homeros plus Adriamon specifically, but this card, I feel like it's a different. It feels like it's designed with worse than Homeros, so that's why I'm saying it's not really impressing me that much.
Is it worse than Homeros in my mind? I don't know. That's a hard one actually. I think it's a different card than Homeros. I have a hard time because I think Homeros does a lot for the current TS decks that exist. Kunlun, I think, is probably worse than Homeros right now. But if TB or Shambhala in general ever gets a dual card, this card becomes insane.
Well, they could just balance that by changing the cost. Wait, you may use one. Oh, it's everything is for free. Okay. Well, yeah,
Yeah.
you're right. Yeah, if they ever make, maybe they know they're not going to do a dual card then.
Yeah, if they never
But
print a dual card, I think Homeros will probably always still be a little better than Kunlun.
yeah,
I think Kunlun's probably fine, but the more options we get for any Shambhala deck going forward, this card will always see suspect for play because it just uses it for free.
was that every card?
That is
for
every
the?
card. How do you rate them
Okay.
with these ones right here in the top row?
Well, I'm not impressed at all.
Yeah, I think
I mean, honestly, the
overarchingly,
Kunlun is the best of the 5 different cards. 1, 2, 3. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. Yeah, I'm counting 5. I'm not sure. But it's also less than I thought it was going to be.
yeah,
I thought the Tamer was going to be a little bit better than what we got.
I think it's fair. I think Kunlun is good. We'll probably see play. I think Daruma
Honestly, I'm just
and
surprised it's a 5 cost Tamer. It would have been, well, I mean, for the card to give you a memory unconditionally, that's kind of a 5 cost Tamer effect.
and then you're also
But
using
maybe
upwards of 3 memory for free.
I, I think they could have nerfed the start of your main phase effect and then made the Tamer cheaper, and then it would have been uh, a more it would have been easier conceptually for me to include it.
Here's a great
But
question
as
for
a
you,
five
actually,
cost,
Michael.
I'm nervous to include it.
I have a great question for you. Now that we know what Homeros and Kunlun do, Yggdrasil is going to be a 5 cost tamer. What do you want? What do you want her to do for Royal Knights?
Well, I think that Royal Knights is just going to be different. I don't
Yeah,
know anything
yeah,
because, like, if Royal Knights cannot function without your Tamer, because right now it functions based on the egg and you always have your egg.
mm-hmm.
If they change the archetype to rely on your Tamer, which you have to draw and then play, the deck's just going to be bad. Like, what are they going to do? Make it like Divas, where you hatched an egg and you didn't really have a rookie, and then you're hard playing Digimon until like it, it like
Yeah. It's good. It will
Divas
be a
was
new deck. It will be
weird.
a completely new style
Yeah,
of play. But
I Bandai usually impresses me with their design. So I don't care. Like, I'm not worried. But I'm also like not gonna speculate.
okay, sweet, sweet, sweet. Well, we've got another set of cards. We got the Atmon stuff, the new Dante 6/7 code deck. Michael, what do you
Wow,
know
it's
about this
rainbow.
deck?
It's rainbow. and I was told you're supposed to you're not supposed to digivolve into Dantemon. You're supposed to put a bunch of Digimon underneath it, and then he's really cool.
Yeah.
That's all.
Okay, sweet. Starting with the level 2, we've got Swipemon. Oh,
And I was also told it's the new Rookie Rush deck.
it is a Rookie Rush deck. That is true. That is true. We have Swipemon. When attacking once per turn, you may link one 7-code trait Digimon card from your hand or your sources to one of this Digimon's with this Digimon with a cost reduced by 2. Thoughts?
That's so good.
It's so good. It's so
Do
good.
you link for free?
No, you link for 1.
You may link one from your hands.
All of
With the cost
these,
reduced by 2.
yeah, all of the
So it's
7-code
free,
link
isn't it?
cards are 3 cost links.
What?
Yeah,
Show me that. Prove it.
they're 3 cost.
For level
3
3s?
cost. 3
That's
cost. All of them are 3 cost links.
but didn't the other level 3s cost 1 to link a level
The
3?
level 3s up to this point have cost 1 to link, and the level 4s have cost 2 to link.
This is so weird. Like, I don't understand why they didn't just make the link costs 1 like they should be,
I know a
and then
lot about this
make
deck,
the
so I will explain as we get there. But yeah, go ahead.
yeah, I saw you were playing it yesterday. Um, but I just don't understand their choices here. And okay, go ahead. Let's look at the next card.
Okay, we can start the first level 3. We have Detach for a 7-code trait. When this one would leave other than battle area by your effects by trashing one of the specified link cards, it doesn't leave. All of the non-Dantemon will have this effect, so we'll ignore it going forward. It also has 1 attacking by trashing 1 game, open, or 7-code trait card from your hand, draw 2. Link effect gives you progress and piercing.
Okay.
Thoughts?
Okay. Detach seems not fair, but okay.
Detach is pretty good. It's pretty good.
It's not fair. Okay, what's the next card?
All right. New Melmon. When attacking, if you're handed 7 favorite cards, draw 1. I think the weakest of the cycling rookie effects, making it the second worst level 3 in the deck, unfortunately. But it does have...
Oh, I always thought Atmons needed more cards in hand, so the 7 or fewer was not a big deal.
The issue with this deck is that you want a lot of your cards in trash, honestly, in this one. So the roleplay being able to cycle for 2 and put a card in trash feels pretty good.
So you're saying the red one was better because you're putting something in trash
Yeah.
for the ultimate assembly.
Yep.
But this one,
you're just drawing 1 card.
Okay. Well, originally I thought the drawing one was better, but now that you pointed that out, okay, I get it. Okay.
As far as the
And the
linking
inherit
effect,
is, or the linking
yeah,
is,
just stun one of your Digimon or Tamers. Opponent's Digimon Tamers until their turn ends.
can't suspend. Okay.
Yep, you just make it so that they can't suspend. A really strong effect.
All right.
Again, you can also link this for 1, and then it also acts as protection for your roleplay on board. So your roleplay becomes 7k
You link
DP.
it for 3, right? But you link it for 1 when attacking.
Yep.
With your egg.
Yep. Okay. So the idea is you link it for 1, you stun something on board, you're now a 7k DP body, and you draw 2 cards. Pretty solid.
Oh, the rookies are 4k. Okay. That's big for a rookie.
They are big for rookies, and the 4s are also big for, well, not as big as they used to be for 4s, but they're still larger than the average 4. We have the worst rookie in the deck, in my opinion, being Gomimon. Has the your turn when this Digimon gets linked. One of your Digimon.
Looks like Numemon.
It is a Sukamon. It is
Gecko.
Sukamon.
Sukamon. That's what I was looking for.
I got you.
Numemon's the green guy.
Yeah. When this Digimon gets linked, basically, or you can then give it collision and plus 3k DP for the turn, making a 10k rookie. And then has the linking effect to digivolve to one of your opponent's Digimon, a very good linking effect.
Okay.
What are your thoughts on this one?
I don't know. Why'd you say it's the worst? It's a combat. It has combat potential. Clears board.
It does.
It doesn't accelerate your trash or give you cards, but it's a card that you can actually play into your opponent's board.
That's the reason. I just think it is it's worse than the other ones. I never said it was bad. It's just worse than the other ones.
Can we go back and look at the traits? Because I think these like trash bin trait is cute. I want to see what the other
trash bin trait. We've got the mail trait for Mailmon, and then we also have role playing for role playmon.
Like, what does that even mean? Role playing?
So
like
the
Dungeons and Dragons, or
yes,
is it like
yeah, actually, yeah, it is like Dungeons and Dragons. Each of these Digimon represents a like a trait of like a type of app that you would have on your thing. So this is your app where like you would like character AI fucking joke around. The mail
Yeah.
one, trash bin for your trash. The next one we have is I think tied for the best level 3 in the deck. We have Teller.
Fortune telling. Is there an app for that? I don't have that app.
You know what, Michael, you gotta start dating some more crystal girlies. Okay, there are apps for a lot of this stuff. I'll be honest.
Okay.
Get yourself
I have
a
no clue either, but
co-star.
okay.
Get yourself a co-star. Uh, your turn. When this one gets linked, reveal top 3. Add 1 card with the trait among them to your hand. Put the rest on the top or bottom of the deck in any order. And then when linking, delete one of your opponent's lowest level Digimon. Thoughts, Michael? Thoughts?
Well, deleting something just like for very cheap for one usually
Yeah,
is it's very good like price, right?
it is.
Um, then what's this? When reveal top 3. Oh, okay, you get a search.
Yeah,
Yeah, okay, I like that.
it's
Okay,
very good.
yeah, it is the best. I think it's better than the other one. What was the first one? Piercing and what? The red one?
Piercing in progress. Progress
That's
is really good
tempting.
too. Yeah. I want you to know, Michael. The
I was
reason that all of
saying
these
like there's
cards,
more progress in the game.
yeah, the reason these cards are all 3 is because their effects are better than any other Atmon effect we have seen so far. They're all like the best of their typing. So like, this is the best red effect that I think you can get on a link card, which is progress and piercing.
Yeah.
This stuns anything. This one Digivolves 2. Up to this point, the best black linking Digivolve effect has been for 1. So this doubles that effect. Now you're Digivolving for 2, which is very nice.
hmm
And this one now just deletes a lowest level.
Okay. Well, I mean, the purple one is very good. It depends if you want to be controlling or fighting. Like actually, the red one and the black one feel very aggressive.
Mm-hmm.
This purple one feels just very well balanced, I would say, because it's a mix of being aggressive and controlling.
Mm-hmm.
The blue one is weird. I don't know why you want to tap something like so early in the game. Like, who cares?
It's better for
What's
later
the
parts
next
of the
card?
game. And then we have the final
Uh,
level 3 in the deck, which is
is
Copipe.
why is this guy white? Why did
Uh,
they do this?
because
The
it's for
purple
every
evo,
color.
but it's white.
Yeah, well,
Oh
because
wait a second.
it's one of every
What?
color. Yeah, red,
So you can
blue.
evo this guy on a normal egg for that's purple. That's pretty
Yes.
funny.
Uh, this card is a card from the Leviathan trait Atmon stuff a while ago. This is his base Digimon.
Copy paste, but it
Yeah,
doesn't say Leviathan on it anywhere.
correct. It does not have the Leviathan trait here. Its linking effect mentions a lot of the
Which
Leviathan trait cards
which
though.
Atmon was Leviathan? Was that the black one?
Uh,
Hades?
no, it was not Hades. It
Poseidon?
was it Gaia?
Uh, oh no, it can't be Guy. Guy was the white red one.
Hold on. Yeah, just look that up real quick. Actually, fuck it. I'll just fucking.
Just
I'll
open a
second.
new tab.
Yeah,
Oh no, we all saw your searches. Okay.
I know. Oh, I spelled Leviathan wrong.
I don't know how to spell. I can't help you. Just type in the
There we
first
go.
few
I got
letters.
it. Okay, it took 3 tries. It was Deusmon. Deusmon.
Oh, I totally forgot about this guy. I don't. What the heck? I don't even remember Wiz ever playing this deck.
It was.
Wiz, Wiz, did you play this deck? I don't remember.
I can't answer you right now. But I would say this deck was fine. It was not amazing. It was a middling Atmon deck. However, it received a lot of very good support, such as the God Great Unleashed, which is one of the more powerful Atmon cards that is still played
Yeah,
generically today.
yeah. Going back to Wiz, he won't leave me alone with these cards, man. It's like just stop playing God Great Unleashed. Leave me alone.
And well,
I'm
unfortunately for
trying to.
you, this is a 4 of in the new Dante deck as well. So
Oh my God.
it
Yeah, it makes
is
sense. It
very
makes a lot
good.
of sense in Dantemon because you have the detach now.
Yeah, the detach, being able to link any one of these powerful effects on your opponent's turn as well. Very good, very very good.
hmm
But the
Whereas
Copipe,
I don't actually know what he does. I just
yeah,
look
I
focus
got
more
you, I
on
got you. Your turn, when it gets linked, reveal top 3 cards of your deck. You may play or use 1/7 code trade card among them with the cost reduced by 3. Return the rest to the bottom of the deck or top of the deck in any order. And then when linking, you may link one non-white level 4 system or 7 code trait card from your trash to the Digimon without paying the cost.
Oh, it's the best one then.
Yeah,
Because you're
it's up there. It's that or Teller. Teller is also really good.
well, isn't this guy better because you're getting a link? Well, you're getting a link from the egg, so that's normal. Uh, reveal top 3 cards of your deck. You get to use one of them for free. And so, but does it have link +1? Because do you have to
It
trash
does
one of the
not.
cards you just linked?
You would link one. So if you reveal top 3, if you say reveal Teller, Mail, Roleplay, you could
Uh-huh.
play them for 1 as Digimon, or you could
Oh,
use their
they
link
don't have an
effect.
on play.
No, but like if you keep them out, because you're looking for sources, you want to find usually on average 6 to 7 of them, of the different
Okay.
colors. So finding them like
Okay,
that,
okay. So you're just like flooding the board with him
or
so
you could
that
link it, yeah, or you could link it to
and
get
then
one
you
of their
could
powerful
literally
effects.
rookie rush your opponent.
Yeah.
And that's pretty funny. Um, nah, I think the previous purple one was better.
Okay. And the link effect just says reuse any one of your other link effects from trash.
Like it copies a link because it's a copy paste.
Kind of, yeah. Basically, that's it.
So
You
how do you
just
say this guy's name? Because I have a
copipe.
theory on how to copipe. Why? Okay, copy and paste.
Cool.
Copy, paste.
Okay.
Copemon.
Copipe.
Copipe,
Copipe.
copy. So copy,
Okay.
paymon. Copy, paymon.
Copy
That's how I think
Paymon.
it should be said.
Okay. All right.
Cop,
Well, I'll
because it's.
keep that in mind. Keep that in mind.
Well, am I wrong? Was
You,
it officially?
no, it wasn't said. There was nothing. There was something said. There was something said.
Because it says it's a trait copy paste and it's copy pay mon, so copy paymon, right?
It's
Not
true.
copipe.
It's
I
true.
don't know.
No, you're good. You're good. All right.
Okay.
That's level 3s. So we're playing 5 different level 3s in the deck. We have 2 level 4s. We have Medic, which is Barrier. On play when Digimon, you may link 1 level 3 card with the trait from your sources to the Digimon without paying the cost. It has Assembly for 2, meaning that both of level 4s will have this effect. So if you reveal them off of Copipe, you can play them out for
Go through
free.
that again. Go
Okay.
through that again. So link one on play when digivolving link one. You may link 1 3 level 3 Digimon card with life blah blah blah. Without paying cost, okay. And then as assembly, oh, so you could play it out for 3. So you could play this guy out cheaper than you could play out the level 4s. Wait, do the
Correct.
level 4s have assembly?
These are the
Only
level
level
4s.
3s.
Yeah, the level 3s do not have
Only
Assembly,
level.
no. The only level
Okay,
4s have
go
the
back to the
Assembly.
yellow guy.
Um,
Go back to the yellow guy. Okay, and then when linking until your opponent, notably it costs 3, the same as the other guys to link. Until your opponent's turn ends, one of their Digimon can activate when Digimon gets minus 3,000. I mean, if you're rookie rushing, this guy's pretty good.
well, something again to note is that with Copipe, you can play it out for
Yeah.
0.
How?
Copipe
So it
reveals it,
reduces by
it
3,
reduces
and
by
then you
3, and then you
assembly it.
Assembly it for 2.
Combo it with assembly. Okay. Uh,
And then you can
and then
reuse
you
any of your link
on
effects
play you
from
link it.
trash. Yeah.
Okay. Well, it's an annoying card. Yeah. With everything that you link, it always has detach.
Yep.
This board is very annoying to work through, because you could spend an entire turn just removing their board, and then on their next turn they put out like 2 more Digimon that have protection, and it's like never ends. And so so yeah, I can see why this is a interesting deck to play. Let's go to the next card. Oh yeah, and also it's what, a medical
Yeah, it's
app?
medical app.
Okay.
It
A
also has
doctor.
app fusion for aid, support, and Spamon for cost of 0, though we don't have any of those in this deck.
Okay. Yeah. Well, of note, doctors recommend to not use the websites to diagnose yourself. Go to a real doctor.
I am a real doctor. You guys should listen to the websites. All right, next we've got Weather Dramon. Weather Dramon is a blocker, and then has the exact same effect as the medic. And then its linking effect is you may battle one of your opponent's Digimon.
I don't know. It really depends on your DP. I guess this is great with once you go into your level 7 though.
Yes, with your 35k DP body, this will let you beat anything.
Yeah, and then when you hit something with retaliation, you just discard one of your sources and you're still good.
With this guy, yeah, with this guy.
So you may link one level 3 card. Okay, it's kind of the same as the yellow guy. Yeah, okay. It's I don't know. I think the fighting is good. But I think barrier is better than blocker. But it's fine.
Well,
Okay.
blocker means that if they swing into security, even if they have piercing, they won't do the check,
Okay.
which is nice. So, like, say against something like Medusa, you swing in, I prevent you from doing your security check,
Mm-hmm.
stopping some of your effects, which is nice. It's a plus.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, and it's protection plus blocker, so you can't pierce it.
Mm-hmm.
Okay, next card.
All right.
It's like the it's got like that Japanese rage and
Yeah, the thunder
thorn,
in the back.
yeah, that's cool. I like the art.
All right. Well,
Uh,
every app, you need to have things to put them on. So let's look at our iPad. All right, we got our 7-code pad here. Use requirement if you have a 7-code trait card on field, let you ignore the color requirement of it. And then main by placing one 7-code trait card, or I mean by placing 6 7-code trait card from your battle area, your link cards, or your trash as one of your 7-code trait Digimon's bottom Digivolution cards. That Digimon may Digivolve into a Dantemon in the hand, ignoring requirements and without paying cost. Thoughts on this
okay.
initially?
So we're thinking about if 7-code pad is good. I want to know, like, is it cheaper to use 7-code pad or to just assembly into Dante?
It is cheaper, kind of. Um, it's cheaper in the sense that it requires less bodies to do it. So this one requires it's 6 of any 7-code trait, not 6
Okay, so you
different
have
7-code
duplicates.
trait. You can use duplicates to go
It,
into your Dante.
can I read it again? Put it up.
Yeah.
So from your battle area, so they have to be in play. I feel like, okay, does it count as in your battle area if the one of the cards you're using is as a link?
It specifies actually link cards or trash. So it's got that
Oh,
specification as
so
well.
if, oh, okay, so you could use anywhere. Okay, cool. What's the security effect?
Security effect lets you play out a 5 cost or lower Appmon trait card, any Appmon trait card, by the way, uh, from your hand or trash without paying the cost. Then you add this card to your hand.
I mean, I think it comes down to how much extra space in your deck you have. If you're very tight on space and you're cutting something to put this in, like you can play it as a 2 of,
I really like it as a
but
4 of, and let me explain
I was,
why.
yeah,
So they hit.
okay,
Imagine you hit this card security. You then play out
okay.
a weather. You can then assemble weather with a teller or a mel or a medic or I mean a
You
copipe.
don't have to assemble it. It says on play you could link.
Well, the reason you want to assemble it is because on play you link from your sources. That's why you
Oh,
assemble with it.
okay.
So you then on play and then teller lets you delete something. You can stun something. If you use copipe, you can get the weather effect to battle something with 8 KDP or less in order to delete it. You get the medic effect to give something minus 3 KDP. Can't activate when digivolving, or you can even digivolve too if you go with Gomi.
Okay.
Pretty good interruption on your opponent's turn. And then
Eh.
it requires less cards for Dante. Because Dante requires 7 different to assembly. This card requires 6 of any to then
Oh,
go
I
into
see.
W.
So it's kind of difficult to go into a Dantemon on like turn 3, but this could make you probably let you go into him much earlier.
Yeah.
So yeah, this card is actually makes you play the deck faster. So yeah, I can see why it's a 4 of. What's the next card?
We have the final card in the deck, which is Dantemon. We'll use the nice art for Dante. Dantemon has Rush.
Oh, that's an insult to the artist of the other card.
Okay, well, this one is just the alt art, so It's not
Okay.
not even the one I prefer more, honestly. I prefer this one more.
Oh, you prefer the regular art?
Yeah, this one looks sick. It's got aura. This one's good too though.
Okay.
I just alt. So it's got Rush,
Well,
Reboot, Blocker.
Sasai forgives you then.
Okay, thank you. Link +6, meaning that you can have up to 7 cards linked to this Digimon at one time. On play, when Digivolving, you may link up to 7 Appmon trait cards with different names from this Digimon's sources to this Digimon without paying the costs. Then this Digimon may attack without suspending. All turns when Digimon gets linked, you may delete one of your opponent's Digimon. Then it has 7 link cards. Return your opponent's top security card to the bottom of the deck.
Okay, so if you want to assembly him, okay, Okay, I get it. So you assembly him, but then those cards that were used as the assembly sources become the linked cards,
Yes.
and then he can attack and he has rush,
He attacks without suspending, yeah.
and then Digimon gets linked. You may delete one of your opponent's Digimon. So you're deleting and you're battling, and you're deleting again with the purple one.
Yeah. You're deleting
So you're
good or
deleting
battling. You have
3
progress and
things.
piercing, which
Yeah, and
immediately
you're already in
procs
an
in
attack,
the
so
attack.
you're yeah, so all like your opponents like uh you know all turn effects that say blah 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 when attacking or when I would be leaving or deleted blah blah,
Mhm.
don't work on him because he has progress already because he's
Yeah.
attacking.
He does it without
Like
suspending,
simple.
meaning that if you even if you have something that's like Diana, for example, said that you can't suspend without one or more sources,
Oh,
Dante gets around that as
then
well.
you return their top security card to the bottom of the deck.
Yep.
So you're gonna do 2 checks,
You're gonna do 2 checks,
and then
and then
yeah,
all of these link
okay.
effects.
I mean, if you get him out, and your opponent doesn't answer it, and then you can get out a second one. However, you're not winning that unless your opponent just has a wall of protection that's like crazy,
Yeah.
like a wall of bodies that block. But no, I think this card is really good. I can see him being it being a problem against TB though, because they have the Shellmon that could literally just stun it for no effort.
Mhm.
Um, and then you have all those cards trapped under him,
Well,
but not really because
because
you
you
have the option that can
use
link.
from your link cards, yeah.
You just like, yeah. So I think the deck is gonna depend on its power is gonna depend on the meta. Because in a like just looking at this deck alone, it seems great. But we know that a lot of other decks have a lot of OTK potential. They have a lot of removal potential. They could stun things without killing things like Rosemon now. Um, we'll have to wait and see how good it is. Is it better than Reboot? I think it's more consistent than Reboot. So that's probably making it better than Reboot.
Well, this card can also be played in
Um,
reboot. To be fair.
oh yeah, you can Evo on top of Reboot.
Yep.
Well, I don't think Reboot would want to. Well, when it's evolving, you can attack. So, but it's still not. I don't know.
You swing reboot, and then you
If you
unspend. You
if
swing
you can,
reboot, and then you evo into
yeah,
this
that's true.
guy as like the
And then
Omni
it's
X for a
free game.
game almost. It's in a way.
But oh yeah, because he can attack without suspending. So it doesn't. So he literally doesn't care if you're already suspended.
Yep.
Yeah. So he is an Omni for Reboot. Yeah. Okay. So, wow, he fits into 2 decks really well. His own deck, or he could be plated as an Omni for Reboot. Okay. Uh, I think the card is better than I think the whole deck is great. I think I'm wondering if this deck is going to be A tier. We'll see
It's
soon.
from my experience, it's at probably at least a B tier deck, at least tier
Oh, so
two.
it's not an obvious A tier.
Yeah.
It's okay.
I think it takes a little bit more work to
Okay.
probably make it an A tier deck. Like there are some cute things. Like for example, the deletion of Dante is all turns. So if you use something like God Grade, for example, and like you have like a Cherish for protection in this stack, you Cherish, you protect, you God Grade, you link again. You link one of your powerful effects to then battle something with your 35k DP body. Dante that will then delete something and then also bottom deck their security again on their turn, which is really nice. Uh, and then being able to like use certain system link cards from your trash with a co-pipe is very good for using things
So
outside of the 7 code traits.
is this guy like named and themed after Dante's Inferno with the 7 circles of hell, and he's got 7
7 different Atmon.
apps that form him?
Yeah, I believe so.
Yeah,
It would make sense to me.
but it doesn't seem like a hell guy to me. I don't.
That's fair.
Oh, but I guess Dante was like a
A traveler, Dante the Traveler,
a
and he's got like the door on his chest too.
he wasn't a villain. He was a uh like a troubled hero. I don't know what the word for that is, but he has like he looks like a knight. And he's got a sword, right? So maybe he is supposed to be Dante from Dante's Inferno.
I will also say Dante doesn't just go to hell either. He also goes to paradise in
He goes to
Parad
purgatory too.
yeah, paradise and purgatory. So
Okay, I don't know the whole story. I know like maybe a third of it. Okay, that's good.
all right, sweet. Yeah, that's the new Appmon stuff. I think people are speculating this is probably going to be the last Appmon support we get for a little while, just because I think this is the ending of the Appmon anime stuff, from my understanding. So,
Okay,
but
but
people
there's no tamer for him. So like
there is not.
who was he in the story?
I think he's just like I mentioned earlier the Copipe stuff. That was his Digimon here with like Copipe.
Okay. Oh,
So
Copipe turned white.
yeah, yeah,
Oh,
yeah.
copy pay. Copy pay.
Yeah, copy pay, my bad. Copy pay. So I think that it's like a combination of a couple of like the different Digimon from the anime into like that final thing for like the ending. I'm not sure. I never watched the full anime, unfortunately. But
No problem.
we've got some Titan stuff, but that does have Chronomon in it. We do have the Iliad stuff we could do. Also has Chronomon in it. And then we have like the generic stuff that we haven't looked at yet, like the DM support and whatnot, which we have here in their full cards, if you're interested in looking at those.
Well, let's just see it all.
All right, let's do this, guys, then real quick. We have a new Bagra Army egg. When attacking by trashing any two sources from the Bagra Army trait Digimon, may use one Bagra Army trait card from your hand with the play cost reduced by 2. Thoughts?
I don't even know what the Bagar Army deck is, so I cannot evaluate this.
This is the only card they've gotten in this whole set. So
Is it like actually the old Bagar Army?
Yep.
With the boss Bagarmon?
Yep.
Oh.
This card came out of nowhere.
Doesn't. Yeah, it did. Who cares?
All right, sweet, awesome. We have two new Deep Saber support cards with the Mollusk. When moving on play, reveal top 3. Add one card with the trait and one card with the DS trait among them to your hand. Return the rest of the bottom of the deck. Then trash the bottom source of one of your opponent's Digimon. Jamming. This is the strongest level 3 when moving card we've seen so far.
Yeah, well,
because it searches
I mean,
two and then
needed a rookie
trashes a
finally.
card. It searches 2 cards and then trashes a card. It's the strongest when moving rookie we've seen. This is a searcher with a extra effect on top of it.
Okay. Mildly interesting. That's it. Next card.
All right, the next DS trait card is this one. On play, draw one. Then your opponent's Digimon can't block or attack until their turn ends, and then it has evade as inherit, which is I think the first time we've had evade as inherit, right?
This card might see play just as a generic blue card. It's so good.
Yeah, evade as inherit is super strong.
Yeah, this card might just be a generic blue staple if people have room to play it. Like if they're not worried about it not being searchable in certain archetypes.
Mhm.
I mean, like, hello, this card's value. What's the next card?
Well, that's it for the DS trait cards. Thoughts on the DS trait engine that we've got?
They're good.
I mean, this is the strongest rookie we've ever seen. This is unironically the strongest rookie we have received so far. It is a searcher for 2 when moving that also does something more on top of that with a good inherit. So
Yeah, I could see that, but
the deck is bad
you're
though.
only really gonna play it if you could hit the searches, because the trashing one card from their sources is not really super impactful right now.
Mhm.
But I like the level four actually. I think that card could be it's just a good blue card if you're playing blue. That could be in your deck.
Yeah.
Like there was a time when people just put good cards in the same color together, and this card would have been like the best blue card in the whole game.
Yeah, it would have been very good. Looking at the next set of cards, we've got the Wing Guardian support, which is whenever your turn, whenever one of your other Digimon with a trait are played, this Digimon may Digivolve into a Digimon card with the trait in hand without paying the cost. Barrier inherit. This is good.
Barrier, so all these good.
It's a free Evo too, which is really nice.
Okay. Nah, I don't care about Wing Guardians.
Okay, well they got one more card, which is start your opponent's main phase on play by spending one of your Digimon with the trait until you give one of your opponent's Digimon sec -2 until their turn ends with the barrier inherit.
Unless you get a benefit for your opponent having
Sec minus.
security attack modifiers, it doesn't matter.
Yeah, this card is I think much less good than the Shell Numemon. It's interesting to say the least, but it does not I think do enough for Wing Guardians to bring it into the meta. So far, I think Wing Guardians has between these two the weaker support. We do have another set of support though for NSP. NSPs when moving on play, suspend one of your opponent's Digimon. Your turn, when Digimon wins battle, one of your trait Digimon may evolve into a trait Digimon with the cost reduced by 1.
Too convoluted.
Too convoluted is a crazy comp, but okay. Okay.
Yeah, because you have to win a battle.
It's true, you do have to win a
Evo.
battle.
It's like why don't you just let me Evo and then I'll choose if I want a battle or not.
That's
so
fair.
it's I don't like that.
We have a new Huddymon, which is for NSP, unfortunately, and not for Huddy trait. On play when Digivolving, add your top security card to your hand and recover one. Then you may suspend one Digimon, which is just a better effect than we've seen for previous cards that do the exact same thing. And then your turn when Digimon wins a battle, gain a memory. A fine inherit.
It's decent. Um, I would. It's not cheap enough Evo to like. It's not a 2-cost Evo to be just fit into any yellow or green deck.
Yeah, it has to be on one of the
So
traits available to you.
so it's just like depends if the rest of the deck is good, which we know it's not. So
Yeah,
it's not
it's
enough.
unfortunately true. Unfortunately true. Uh, I think the final trait is NSO, Nightmare Soldiers. Start your main phase by trashing one card Ghost or NSO trait from your hand, draw one, gain one. Your turn, get plus 2 KDP. And then on
That
play, go ahead.
yeah. This is the deck with the pirate guy level 7
Yeah,
NDNAs,
the
right?
Bolt Bout level 7, yeah.
Okay, okay.
And then you have Flare Liza, or Flare Riza. On play, when you're rolling, delete one of your opponent's level 4. Delete one of your Digimon to delete one of your opponent's level 4 or lower. Raid.
Okay, I that deck is interesting, and I would say it's almost playable.
The new
Actually,
Tamer
pretty
is insane.
competitive.
Yeah, the new Tamer makes it good.
So I I I I like the idea of that deck getting support. I don't know enough about it to say if these were the cards it needed.
Um,
Um, but it's probably the best of the N whatever's NSP a Deep Saver and NSP when Guardians that
mhm.
came out. Just because it's already a deck that's the closest to being like a B tier.
Yeah,
So uh, if these cards make it high B tier or low A tier, great.
yeah.
Honestly, the level 4 blue card that was on the first row here, this is the best card.
Mhm.
Um, so if I feel like if you're playing a blue deck and you don't like your level 4s in your deck, this you could think about including this. Like, because most of your search in a generic blue deck is going to be blue memory boost and blue trainings. It doesn't matter that this guy's not your archetype. You just play it because it's so good.
Sweet. Yeah, I think I agree. I think that NSO is probably the strongest of the decks right now. I think it's like a low B tier deck, maybe high C. And it loves this rookie. And this level 4 is better than what you have available to it generically, which is nice. I think Shell and Sango are the best support of all of these easily. The Sengo's insane and the Shell Nume is insane. Both these cards are really
Yeah,
good. And I think DS is
these cards in a
probably
vacuum are the best, but the deck that it fits into still needs even more support on top of
I
these.
would agree with that. I would also say that DS is probably the closest outside of NSO prior to the support. I think it's probably like a C tier, like middle C, maybe lower C tier deck. And then Wing Guardians and Nature Spirits are bad decks
Well,
with
we know
no.
Nature Spirits are is the worst of all.
Yeah,
Wing Guardians has like has potential. I think it shares some synergy with Zafagamon.
yeah,
So it depends if Bandai wants to support Wind Guardians more in the future or Zafaga, because one or the other will be the better big green battle deck.
yeah. Okay. Well, now that we saw all of this, let's look at the last generic support we have in the deck, which is the DM trait, the version traits. Do you know anything about this deck, Michael?
A little bit.
All
Let's
right.
just read the card.
We've got a version 3 Dromojimon, training piercing. When moving on play, suspend one of your opponent's Digimon, then place one card from your hand face down as Digimon's bottom source. Then the Digimon gets plus 1k for until your opponent's turn ends for each of its face down sources piercing effect. I think this is the first when moving level 4, right?
That I could think of, yeah.
Yeah, this is the first one that comes off my mind.
So training is good.
Yeah.
You need to tuck cards. When moving, suspend opponent's that's good. You got piercing, you got DP growth. So this is a good card to kill your opponent's rookies. Their turn 1 rookie. You promote this guy, you remove them.
Mhm.
Uh, Other than that, I don't think it's as good as like version 3. Is that the Vegemon in
I
the
believe so, yes.
Vademon deck? The
Uh,
blue.
it's
I
Vademon, I
don't.
think, is 3 and 4. Like, Vademon works with
Okay.
some of
I
them. So,
don't I don't know if that deck needs another level 4. Why didn't they give a different version number level 4? I don't know. It's just different tech, but I don't think
I think this card's
it's not a
good.
well, it's got a lot of stuff on it, but
Yeah,
I wouldn't go back to playing DM just because of him.
that's true. Him by himself, I would not go back to playing BM personally. We have another level 4 DM version 4, training jamming on play when attacking. Place one card from your hand underneath for your sources. Return one of your opponent's level 4 or lower digimon to the bottom of the deck. If your hand had fewer than 7, draw one when attacking.
Jamming is better than piercing.
Another
It doesn't
fine
have
card.
removing. It does have when attacking though, which for what the mole guy is doing, it's the same thing because the mole guy wants to attack. This is gonna be attacking to get its effect. It's jamming, so it's probably better. Whereas the mole, it's not likely to die in security. Can I read the effect again one more time? Okay, and then it's by placing one card face down, return one of your opponent's level 4. Oh, okay, that's probably better than swinging over something because there's a lot of Digimon that have barrier right now. This card's better. Uh, yeah, if you want to do early chip damage to level 4 with jamming, that removes a little guy is pretty good.
Mm-hmm.
It's not bad.
We've got a Piximon, DM version
Okay.
4. Blocker on play when drawing, suspend one of your opponent's Digimon or Tamers, then by placing your deck's top card face down to Digimon sources. For each of the Digimon's face down sources, one of your opponent's Digimon or Tamers can't unsuspend until their turn ends. All turns, when any of your Digimon are played, you may suspend one of your opponent's Digimon.
No, if you're playing level 5 DM cards, you have to compare them to Vaidmon. This is not as good as Vaidmon, so it's a no. You you need a parallel in power level or an improvement, and it's not. I mean, Vaidmon is already one of the best level 5s in the game,
Mm-hmm.
but this is a decrease in power.
Okay. We've got Jiro, which is a version 3. Fragment 2. On play with digital encounter, you may play one card from your hand face down as your bottom source. Then delete one of your opponent's Digimon with the delete one of your Digimon with the version 3 trait, and all of your opponent's Digimon with the lowest play cost. All turns when Digimon with the lead battle area, trash your opponent's top security card.
Actually, this seems okay.
It seems good.
Uh, yeah, it's Actually, why would you want to delete your own Digimon?
Well,
Is
you
there
would delete
point
this
to that?
guy, and then you would fragment 2 to keep him around,
Okay,
and then you would also delete
okay.
all of your opponent's lowest play cost, I believe.
Yeah,
Is
but
the
all of your opponent's lowest play cost would tend to be one target,
That's true. That's true. That's
right?
true.
So I feel like it's okay, but Vaidmon is still better.
There's no. I just want to double check. There's no more level 6s. Okay. Well, we do have 2 level 6s to look at. We have the Bloom Lord, which is for version 4. Alliance Vortex. When drawing, when attacking, trashing any of your Digimon's bottom sources. You may play one 6k DP or lower version 4 trait card from your hand at the bank cost. Then when effects trash face down sources from your Digimon, whenever Digimon gets minus 6k DP for the turn.
Hmm. I think your dog needs you.
Yeah, it's because someone just came home, so he's barking at the thing.
Oh,
He's just chilling. He's
okay.
chilling.
Okay. Alliance Vortex, decent. I mean, Alliance we know is a good effect by now. When digivolving when attacking, so it's not once per turn, you can do it twice. Trash any of your Digimon's bottom is down to Dilution card, so trash one. You may play a 6,000 body, so you're playing out 2 bodies. And then when effects trash cards, one of your opponent's Digimon gets minus 6,000. So you could very easily remove up like one thing,
Mm-hmm.
and and there is a chance to remove 3 things, maybe even 4, because you no, well, just 3. 3. 3 is the right number. Well, depends what bodies you're playing out. The bodies you play out might have an impact too.
Mm-hmm.
Um, yeah, this card is one of the best level 6s in DM, I think.
I agree. I think this is
Uh,
probably one of the better DM
they,
sixes.
they have Machine Dramon, which is not for this archetype though, so it's like it is DM, but it's not.
Yeah.
Um, so yeah, this before that it was just like
Aces,
the other level
generic
6s
aces,
were not.
basically.
Yeah, they weren't as. This is actually a really good top end now. I'm happy to see this.
I still don't think it's enough to make DM a meaningful archetype in the game, but I think it is enough to like bring
Well,
it back into like playability, which is
the
good.
the problem with the deck before was that it didn't push damage, and this can do 2 checks and play out some well, you can actually play out the body and vortex with that body you just played out, right?
Hmm.
So you can play out bodies. The bodies might have on plays. Your opponent now has to answer 3 bodies in on board instead of just one. It's decent. It works. I think it's not as good as the premium stuff that we've seen already.
Hmm.
But if you are a DM player, you can play the game again now.
We have a new Reapermon for version 3. It's got Sec +1, Execute, Fragment 2, which means you can protect from
Have
your own
they ever
Execute.
made a Reapermon that's a rare? This guy's always uncommon.
Yeah, he's not always favored, unfortunately. We do have on play when dissolving when attacking. Once per turn, you may play 1 6 cost or lower version 3 trick card from your trash without paying the cost. Then for each of the Digimon's face down sources, add 1 to the play cost maximum. Pretty good. And then on deletion, delete one of your opponent's Digimon or Tamers with the highest play cost. Tamer removal. I like
Yeah,
this card
sorry,
as
I had to
well.
sneeze.
Yeah, you're good. I like this guy a
Uh,
lot, actually.
he's cool. Yeah, you don't have the vortex to get the extra damage in. The execute means you can always attack. Fragment is protecting you just like you described with the level 5. I didn't. I sneezed, so I didn't pay attention to the rest of the card. I'm just gonna
Uh,
reread that for myself.
yeah, you're good. You're good. I think while
You
you're
can
rereading
play.
it, he is really good. I think he can play out some like really interesting stuff,
Oh yeah,
including
he's playing out a body, but he's not playing out bodies as aggressively as Bloomlord is.
yeah, that's true.
On deletion, delete one of your opponent's Digimon or Tamers. Ooh. So when it says delete opponent's Digimon or Tamers with the highest play cost, you have to look at the whole field and delete the highest.
Yeah.
You can't choose Digimon category or Tamer category and then delete the highest within the category.
Yeah.
You have to just delete whatever's the highest. But still, if you can go into this guy fast, you can start removing Tamers, which is better than Vademon because Vademon is returning them to hand. This is a and now you could go into Vademon and then into
This
this
guy.
guy and get rid of 2 Tamers. And there are decks that need like they suffer so much because you remove your
BeatBreak is
Tamer.
a good example.
Yeah, like this like everybody complains that TS Tamers are too good. What if DM makes a comeback because of the Tamer control now that you have now? Because you can go in one turn, you can go into Vademon and Reapermon, remove 2 Tamers, and who cares if you set your opponent to less than 4 memory because they don't even have any Tamers to capitalize anymore.
Hmm.
Hello, this is and execute is it means you can always attack. So
You can always proc
I
your
like
own on
this.
deletion. You have to wait for your opponent to do it,
Yep.
which is nice.
Yeah, exactly. So it's actually it's a fair card.
And they
It's
have
good.
one more piece of support for this deck, which is a new option.
Okay.
Reveal top 3, add 1, return the rest of the bottom of the deck, then place a card in the battle area. All turns, when cards are placed face down underneath any of your Digimon as a delay, any of your Digimon may Digivolve into a level 6 or lower DM trait card in the hand without paying the cost.
Okay, that's so good.
It's
This
very
is
good.
this is a 3 cost training that reduces your Evo by 3
At
because you're
minimum. Sometimes it does more depending on the evil that you're going into. But yeah,
like we already know that regular trainings are good, but this training manual wrote the rules on how to make a training. So it's the boss of trainings.
yeah, it's very good.
And this card is better than normal training. Okay, this if you think training is a good card, this card's even better. So yeah, okay, DM actually got an upgrades now.
Yeah, it is really good. Really, really,
I
really
think
good.
the Reapermon is I'm a control player just like you are, Marshmallow,
Hmm.
and I think the Reapermon is gonna be more fun. The Bloomward is just as good though, because you're playing out the 2 bodies plus
Yeah.
himself.
And
But
technically, it
yeah,
lets you go
okay,
into a DM trait, and you don't have to start as a DM trait as long as you just tuck cards underneath your source face down.
okay, makes that's pretty good too, because now you can splash DM. But when you search, okay, so it could be playing in a generic green deck. You could ignore the green if you have a DM out. Reveal 3, add a DM. So if you kind of do want to play this in a
It's
DM
gonna be
deck,
probably primarily
because
DM. Yeah.
you want to get hits off of the search.
It just gives you options for DM where maybe you don't have to play only DM trait cards. You might be able to play some things that aren't DM in your DM card deck.
Yep. And then
But
the security effect is the same as like the new dual trainings,
yep.
where you activate the main effect and place it in the battle area. So it's better than the classics monocolor trainings. This card, okay, so definitely this is a 4 of. If you're a DM player, bring back your decks and try to like top a tournament again. You gotta prove that DM is good now.
Yeah,
Is
see.
that option DM3 only? Like,
No,
what's the
it's
color requirement?
it's any
All
DM
DM?
trait, all DM. All
Okay,
DM
so yeah,
cards are
this is
supported by this.
this is this is making DM players happy again. I don't think the digital Seabass was that impressive, and Bandai actually made a good card for the deck now.
Yeah, I think version 3 has some of the more powerful cards because you got Reaper and stuff. But I think version 4 has Vade? Question mark?
Well, you could just, who cares if you have
No.
mix Vade and Reaper? Just play them in the same deck.
Yeah.
I don't know what version Vade is. You could just type in Vademon. VADE.
Vademon is a version 2 card.
Too. Yeah, but it's fine. You
Mhm.
just play it anyways.
Yeah. I mean, this card's searching for any DM, not just the version of itself. So, very good. Very, very good.
Okay. We didn't go over the high Andro.
Yes, we
What
have
else
2
was left
more.
here?
2 CS cards came out from the
Okay.
CS archetype.
Okay.
Surprising everybody. We got 2 new CS
Also,
cards.
this is BT-23 stuff, right?
Yes. Yes, yes, yes. Before Huddy.
Okay,
Pre-Huddy
so like
support.
that was like going into Alphamon.
Yes. Correct,
Yeah.
correct.
Okay. So
On play with Digivolving, you may
wait,
play 1 CS trait Tamer card from your hand without paying the cost. This effect can't
a
play cards with the same name as any of your Tamers already. Still a good
doesn't
card.
matter. That's Rise Greymon did that in BT-23.
And then all turns when effects place CS trait cards in the Digimon sources, this Digimon may Digivolve into a CS trait card in the hand without paying the cost.
Um, I forgot how they do that. Does like the rookie do that?
The rookie does that. There's a couple other cards that just like tuck sources underneath. So
Okay.
it's not too difficult to
And
activate this
then
effect. And then opponent's turn, when any of your
okay,
opponent's Digimon
that this
attacks, you may change the attack target
this
to the Digimon.
okay, hold on. So you're playing a 3 or 4 cost Tamer for free.
Yeah.
And then you're evoing into a 3 cost Digimon for free.
Yeah.
So at minimum, you're paying 3 memory to Digivolve this guy, and then you're getting 6 memories worth of value back.
There's also ways to
This
Evo
card,
into this guy for reduced cost as well.
this is so good. Wow. Okay,
Yeah.
this is crazy, and it's an all turns
Yeah.
too.
It is an all turns effect.
Okay, what's the inherit?
High Andrew. Oh, the inherit. My apologies. It's a redirect,
Okay.
which is
That's
fine. It's a solid inherit. It's not bad at all.
I mean, yeah, it depends on the top end, but yeah.
This card works really well with the new High Andro, by the way, which is reboot blocker. When Digirolling, when attacking, your opponent's Digimon effects don't affect one of your CS trait Digimon until the turn ends. So it's protected for itself or anything else on your board that you want. And then all turns, when any of your CS trait within the battle area, by placing this Digimon's top stack card as its bottom source, they don't leave.
All right.
Do you understand what that means?
Reboot blocker is the same as Alphamon.
Yeah.
Make the
The
card big.
the combo with this card
Make it big.
is
Yeah.
you have
Your opponent.
Andromon. You then underneath this card as it's level 5, you protect
Yeah.
something, you go underneath. Andromon all turns triggers to then let you Evo again into a new level 6 of any kind.
Oh, okay, it reminds me of the high Andromon from that we just got in EX12, where it's like I Evo into this, I play out a Machine Dramon from the top of my deck, and then I do DNA into Chaos. That both Andromons facilitate other Digimon doing things that like support Digimon, right? And then the other effect is when would leave the battle area by placing this Digimon's top stack card as its bottom resolution card. They don't leave. Okay, whatever. Yeah, this card's fit. This card's fine. I think it's better than the Alphamon though, and the Alphamon was a super rare.
Yeah.
From BT-22.
I
Oh,
do
BT-22, not even BT-23.
Yeah, bit older. I do agree. I think that they are. I think this card's fine. I think with the context of Andromon existing, this card becomes very good though, because at any point you can make yourself immune to Digimon effects, and then also make your Digimon immune to removal for a single instance. Then going into an Andromon, activating Andromon's alternate effects because of high Andro tucking, using the Andro to then go into either another high Andro, making more protection, or into one of your other CS level 6 Digimon. Which, I'm not sure if this will show up. Yeah, we'll have to like look at BT-22 stuff, but
Scroll down. There you go, Cyber Eden.
Level 6. What do we got here? What can we go into? That's DM.
Nope,
Platinum
that's a guy.
Nume.
You like Platinum, don't you?
I like the old one. The new one is not as good. This guy, we can go into
It's an
Lord
8
Knight.
cost. It's an 8 cost.
It's a
So,
9
oh, it's a 9
cost. It's a
cost.
9 cost. This is a 9
Oh, that's
cost.
too expensive.
A bit too
If this
pricey.
was a BT-25 or BT-26 Platinum Nume, it would have assembly too. It'd be a 7 cost.
Yeah. Go into the
Oh,
older Diana,
Draymond.
which is a solid card. Any of the Royal
Never been.
Knights are also all CS. Yeah. So
I was playing Royal Knights back then, so I kind of forget like a lot of what these decks did.
yeah, like there are like good options to go into that are like interesting. So, and I think it's received some more support from back then, but I'm not gonna go fucking finding it right now. But no, what do you think of this support, Michael? The CS ones.
It's overshadowed by the DM, but the high Andro is pretty good.
Yeah, I think the Andro is
If
probably the cream of the crop, honestly.
I think if you're just a casual player, you definitely rebuild your decks now with the high Andro. I don't know if you care about sorry with the regular level 5 Andromon. The high Andro is just a different payoff. It's not like you can still play without the card, but the Andromon is a necessary card now.
Yeah. Of these, I go DM, then CS, then probably
The Ghost.
DS, then NSO.
Oh, you like the DS more than the
I like
Ghosts?
the DS. I think these two cards I think are insanely powerful. I think that these two cards are less powerful, but still fine. And then probably Wing Guardian, then NSP.
Oh, okay, and Monimon doesn't make the cut.
It's just an egg. I don't know. I don't know enough about Barter Armor to say like that this egg changes the math of the deck too much. But
Okay, next stack.
all right, let's look at the evil set of
Okay, now
Gares.
we're into the actual BT-26 main stuff.
Yeah, actually,
It's
let's start
not
with
just pop.
Chrono because I think Chrono it's
Okay.
in both parts, and so we'll
Okay.
understand a little bit about the deck.
Oh my god, why does that Agio juice look so evil?
Oh my gosh! Well, I guess you're gonna find out. We have Yokomon Egg. Your turn. When effects add to decks, this Digimon may Digivolve into a Digimon card with a Chronomon in text with the hand from the hand with the cost reduced by 1. It's a fine egg. It's
Okay.
nothing crazy.
Yeah, it's reduced by 1, which is, what you expect from an egg, I mean, so it's good
Yeah.
enough.
Hyoko, start your main phase by trashing 1 card with Chrono or Shaman. Draw 1, gain 1. When attacking, draw 1. If you have 6 more, return 1 card from your hand to the bottom of the deck.
Yeah, the artwork's so funny. It's just like the most cartoony chicken possible, and he's got a realistic sword. I just think that's really funny.
That's nice. I agree. I think he's a cute little guy. I think
Yeah.
he's okay. He has nothing to write home
Oh,
about.
oh yeah, okay. Uh, well, I need to see the card full screen. Okay, so start a main, trash a card, Chronomon in text, and then draw a card and gain a memory. Ooh. It reminds me of a Dracomon from Examon,
Mm-hmm.
which was pretty important. So I guess it's fine. And then when attacking, draw a card. Then you have if your hand has 6 or more cards, return. Ooh, I don't like that. You have to put a card back.
Mm-hmm.
Okay. I mean, it's
It
not
triggers
as
the
good as it could
egg,
be.
which is
Okay, how does it
nice.
trigger the egg again? What's the condition for the
The
egg?
inherit is whenever a card's added to your deck. Or added to decks, period. Any deck.
Oh, I see. Okay. When in that case, it's good. Because you're gonna
It's
gain
yeah.
2 memory in combination of the Hyoko and the Yoko.
Yeah, it's fine. Not too impressive. I would like something stronger. We have a Burai. Raid, on play with your drawing, trash 1 card. With trait, draw 2. Raid inherit.
This is like Garudamon at a level 4.
Yeah,
If Garudamon was level 4.
this is kind of lackluster.
And you used to play the Garudamon X deck, right?
I did, yes, I did.
Yeah. So raid by trashing 1 card with Chronomon in its text, or the Shambhala trait card. Wow, Shambhala. Like I don't know why they're just randomly throwing in
There's no
Shambhala
Shambhala.
when
It's
we
not
think.
Shambhala. It's Shaman.
Oh,
Shaman.
Shaman. What? Where's my eyeball? Okay. Uh, from your hand, draw 2. Okay, that Shaman just means the level 6. For the most part.
For the most
And
part,
once you
like
get 7.
AGOs also
Yeah.
work for Shaman, but yeah.
Yeah. But okay, well, I guess I usually don't expect to see trash one draw two on a level 4. I feel like that is weak. I think they should just let you draw I think it should be without trashing a card, it's just draw a card. Like what's the big deal? What
Yeah,
are they trying to nerf this guy somehow or like restrict him from being too good?
I
I don't
guess.
know.
This is one of the decks I know the most about.
There's no
It's
DP gain on the previous levels,
no,
so you go into this guy, it's literally a 5k raid, it's useless.
yeah, he's a very unimpressive deck. I'm very unenthused with his cards, but we'll continue onwards. We do
Okay.
have Bootin. On play when disrobing. One of your opponent's Digimon gets minus 4k DP until their turn ends. Then by returning one card in your trash to the bottom of the deck,
Common.
delete one of your 5k one of your opponent's 5k DP or lower Digimon. Your turn, when your effects add to decks, one of your opponent's Digimon gets one of your Digimon gets plus 3k DP for the turn, and then it may attack. All turns, when your effects add to decks, this Digimon may, with Chronomon and text, may unsuspend.
I cannot evaluate this card, it's too original.
Is it? I feel like it's meh.
Yeah.
Like
Yeah, that's what I mean.
at
I cannot see how it's good because I just don't know why you would want these effects on level 5 instead of just Evo for reduced. Like
well,
on a level 5, you
the
either
current
want to.
idea is Gyoko, Hyoko, promote, gain a memory. Evo for 2, go to 0. Evo for 3, into Bootin. Bootin lets you
Yeah, when
swing. When
evolving.
attacking, draw, tuck back into the thing, go into Chronomon for a cost reduced by 1.
Okay.
That is like the
So
path.
mid.
Yeah, it's hopefully this changes everything. Piercing
Okay.
engage. At the end of your turn, the Digimon may attack. So you swing with the Bootin, and then you unsuspend because you're in Chronomon now into Chronomon, and then end of turn you'll do the engage attack, which is cool. Piercing on play when drawing. When attacking, you may delete one of your opponent's Digimon with as much DP as Digimon or less, so 12k currently, up to 15k DP
Hmm.
with the Bootin. And then by returning 3 cards in trashes to the bottom of the deck, you recover 1. All turns, when you would leave the battle area by trashing your top security card, by returning the top security card to the bottom of the deck, I mean, it doesn't leave.
Okay, well I like engage.
It's 2 checks.
Uh, you delete one Digimon, but you don't get DP boost. Do you gain DP from the level 5?
Yeah, you gain a 3k DP boost for the turn.
Okay, and then so this guy's gonna be 15k. Go back to the holy mode. Uh, okay, so you delete a 15k or less, then return 3 cards from trash to the bottom of the deck, recover 1. So it could be anybody's decks. So that's pretty good because bottom decking cards from your opponent's trash is insane. When this, well, it depends, but usually it's good. When this Digimon would leave the battle area by returning your top security card to the bottom of the deck, it doesn't leave. So it's protection similar to Jupiter,
Yeah,
but it's only itself.
yeah.
I think this card is not as good as Jupitermon.
No, it's worse.
Uh,
Alrighty. Next up on the list, we have a new Aegiuchush, the evil one. Michael, before we get into the big bad monster of the set, what do you think of the evil Aegiuchush's art? Thoughts?
yeah, I don't think they should put mean-looking people in the card game. It's gonna scare kids away.
No, that's so valid and fair. Well, hopefully his effect is a little bit nicer. On
It,
play when Digivolving, by deleting this Digimon or returning one Shaman or TS trait card from your trash to the bottom of the deck, delete one of your opponent's level 5 or lower. On deletion, you may play one TS trait card with a cost of 5 or less from your hand or trash, paying the cost. And then it also has Assembly for 2 and a sec plus 1 inherit. Thoughts? Thoughts?
Assembly's always good. I don't know if wizard trait matters.
Uh,
Security attack +1 is gonna be not super relevant on Jupiter, I think. Maybe it's better for Chronomon.
it might be decent for Chrono.
I
Honestly, I think well, we haven't gotten to the new Jupiter stuff yet, so I'll leave
yeah.
that for then.
I,
But
I don't have high hopes for this card in Jupiter.
mhm.
Uh I don't okay, so this card feels to me like Skull Greymon. Skull Greymon's always been a card where I go out, I do a burst of damage, and then I sacrifice my guy to get some sort of advantage, hopefully, like killing your thing and then leaving out a rookie on my side.
Mhm.
This uh might have the same goal, but I don't see where like you would want to do that ever in Jupiter. So and obviously Chronomon's a new deck, new archetype, so I don't know like what the point of the deck is yet. I think the whole point is the level 7 because so far the level 6 has been not super strong compared to other level 6s that are already in the game
Mhm.
as of like BT-25.
That's fair.
So
That's
yeah,
fair.
it's an okay-ish card and it's just okay.
Yeah, I think so far with what we've seen of Chronomon up to level 6, it really hasn't done. It doesn't seem like it does much of anything. To be fair, the on deletion is kind of nice. You can play out some of your Tamers for free, which is kind of cool. As well as it does have trash hate on its on play with Digivolving, and the assembly reducing it to a 6 cost might be important in the future, but at this point in time, it doesn't feel super relevant. We do have another level 6 that mentions Chronomon, as well as it is a Titan, so keep that in mind. It
Okay.
has.
Uh,
Go ahead.
Oh, I didn't expect Trubimon to be in the Chronomon deck.
Yes, in the lore, this is kind of like the guy that's working for Chronomon, basically. In the
Okay.
game lore, it has two
So
effects. It's got on play when Digivolving. By deleting this Digimon, you may play one 12 cost or lower Chronomon in text or Titan trait card from your trash without paying the cost. I believe that plays out most things.
so you could play out your holy mode or can you play out the like the no level card? Can I
Yes, you can. You
Yeah,
can play
that's
out this guy as well.
Giant Slayer, yeah, so you could play out Giant Slayer. Cool.
Yeah, it's very interesting. And then you have the trash effect, just while this is in your trash and any of your Chronomon in text or Titan trait Digimon are played, if your opponent has 5 or more memory, by returning this card to the bottom of the deck, one of your Digimon gains Rush and Execute for the turn.
Okay, so it's a free effect. As long as you meet the condition of your
Mm-hmm.
opponent having 5 memory, you can just give something Rush and Execute.
Yeah,
Um, well, Execute is an end of turn attack, right? So
yeah.
you can purposefully give your opponent a lot of memory so that the Digimon that you just played out for the turn attacks right away. I
Mm-hmm.
think that's great.
Yeah, it is really good. It's really
That's
good. With Chronomon Holy Mode, it kind of has some anti-synergy because you do have Engage. So your Execute attack and your Engage attack won't be able to go off at the same time. You'll have to end up picking one. But nonetheless, it is still pretty cool. Because you could also just play out Holy Mode using this effect and then not use the Execute, but use the Engage to attack anyways, which is nice, and not die.
yeah.
I think this is a good card. It's only a rare too, which is nice. And then we do have Giant Slayer, the non-level card that you brought up earlier. Collision reboot blocker on play until your opponent's turn ends. Your opponent's effects can't reduce his Digimon's DP or trash its stacked cards. Uh, all turns with this one would leave the battle area by digivolving it into Chronomon Destroy mode in the hand or trash with paying the cost. It does not leave, and it has assembly for 5, using 5 different level cards with Chronomon in text or with the Shaman trait.
Yeah, so I think dropping this guy for 7 is great, and we already know the inherits are pretty nice. In this archetype, so I think this is a good card.
Mhm. One of the nice things about this card is that it says in Shaman trait as well. So you don't have to use the Buten if you don't care about the unsuspend, or you don't have to use the Barai if you don't care about the raid. You can use Agio Chus, like the regular one, which is also a Shaman, or you can use any of the Agio and or Agio Chusmon, because they're all Shaman trait cards that will also go underneath this guy for free. So if you want Barrier, if you want things like Psych +1, or if you want whatever your security stack is removed from, unsuspend, etc.,
Yeah,
etc.
there's no reason you can't play BT-24 AGO in this deck.
Mm-hmm. And then we do have finally a tamer for the archetype, which is Kosuke Misono. If you have 2 or less memory, set to 3, so memory setter, typical. And then main, by returning this tamer to the bottom of the deck, you may play one Digimon card with Chronomon in its text or tamer card in the TS trait from your hand or trash, the cost reduced by 2. This is a
I
really
think this
interesting guy.
tamer's good if you can get the tamer out for free, so I think AGO is going to be played in this deck probably.
Yeah, being able to like
Um,
recycle your security using the AGO to then play out this guy for free, and then cycling him even like with the tamer you already have, feels pretty good. Also, interestingly enough, he goes back into the deck, which will trigger Yokomon's effect to evolve for a reduced cost.
so are you playing Cherubi with this guy or Giant Slayer? Like what's the goal of that you're playing with the Kosuke?
I
Or are you
th-
playing the Ajo Choose Dark because it's like the cheapest of them all? Because Ajo Choose Dark is with the assembly is a 6 cost, and then with the tamer, it's
it's
a
at
4
4
cost.
cost. Yeah.
But then your memory setter is only putting you to 3, so you need other ways to get more memory to keep turn.
hmm Yeah, so if you
But
have the
anyways, it's
tamer
still
and
good.
a
It's still good.
like a +1 memory boost, you could play out Age of Choose Dark, Evo into Cherubi for the cost of 5,
Yeah.
and then
Could
pass turn
you
to 5
like
and go from there.
do the math really quick? Like what's better? Is it better to just get Hiroko to play out a level 4 and then Evo up, or is it cheaper to use this guy and then just slam your level 5 or
Hiroko
6?
playing out level 4 is cheaper by 1
Right.
memory.
Okay.
If you're
So
playing out the Age of Choose, that is. There might be other things that you want
okay.
to play out with this guy. So,
Well, I mean that included. Like, what if you want? You could Evo up to the other things too, right?
oh, okay.
Um, I don't know if a memory setter is all the best because we said it in BT-25 that a memory setter in TS is kind of uh, giving your opponent a tip on how to play around TS. Where it's like normally you're gonna want to choke your opponent to 1 or give them 5 or more memory. But when the TS player has a memory setter out, you're gonna try to put them to 3. But it's like, okay, now I only have to put them to 5 to give them 2 more memory than I would have to deny a lot of their start a or start a turn effects.
hmm
So I think TS playing a memory setter is not a great thing.
Yeah.
And
Also,
since this effect doesn't reduce a lot, I don't think it's such a high roll card. I think it's kind of mid.
yeah. Also, a very interesting thing is that if your opponent does put you to 5 while you have this guy out, if you play out the Age of Choose Dark using the assembly cost and then go into Cherubi, your opponent will only be at 4 memory,
Yeah,
so you actually won't even be
but
able to activate the trash effect here.
this archetype doesn't care about memory being at 4 or less. Chronomon specifically. I mean, you could be playing other TS cards that
Mhm.
do,
Yeah, I
and
was just
make
mentioning
your
for the
opponent
Cherubi specifically.
yeah, and give your opponent a hard decision to make.
hmm
But like you're always in control of your own memory. If you have too much memory, you just spend a little bit before you go into Truby, right?
hmm
So I'm not going into Truby, like before you activate Truby's trash effect. Anyways, yeah, I think the Tamer is not a highlight of the deck. Like so far, I've liked I think the Ajo Choose Dark is kind of cool. The Trubimon is really interesting as a trash effect, and the Giant Slayer is probably my favorite card so far. But we haven't seen the level 7
Yeah.
yet, so I'm ready to see
I
that.
will say the problem with the Giant Slayer is that we do need a level 2, 3, 4, 5, and 6 at minimum, or you could do
Oh,
level 7 in order to do that for the assembly cost in order to get the on play at any point.
different level cards. Okay.
Yeah. Which makes it a little bit more difficult to use because you need to have a line in trash already. Not impossible, mind you, but it is kind of like a little
Uh-huh.
bit more unwieldy. You can play it out for 5 if you do get the assembly, with the reduced cost by 5 here, and then another -2 from this tamer. But let's look at the level 7. Maybe it brings everything together. I'm a,
Which
I'm a,
artwork's your favorite?
this one's probably my favorite. This one looks so beautiful. Honestly, the SP looks
Okay.
amazing. It's got Sec +1 reboot blocker. It evos on top of a Chronomon level 6 or a Giant Slayer for a cost of 5. Though with the Giant Slayer, you're usually trying to do it for free. Uh, it's got Succession for level 6 Chronomon in name. So underneath the Giant Slayer, you're hoping to tuck the Chronomon Holy Mode, or trying to just evo on top of the Holy Mode for the cost, anyways. On play, when resolving, return the top 5 stack cards of 3 of your opponent's Digimon to the bottom of the or to the top of the deck. When your effects add to decks, you may delete one of your opponent's Digimon.
Are there other Chronomons that are level 6, or is it just a holy mode?
No, it's just the Holy Mode. There are
So
no more Chronomon in the game right now.
is there another Chronomon that this could work with Succession, or is Holy Mode the only one?
Holy Mode is the only one so far in the game that
Okay,
exists.
so let me memorize the effects. So does it copy every effect, including keywords?
Yes, it'll have keywords when digivolving, on play, when attacking, all turns effects. It has all of
So it
the
has
effects of the
all
prior.
the abilities. Okay. So okay, piercing and engage, and then on play when digivolving when attacking, you may delete one of your opponent's Digimon with as much DP as this Digimon or less. Then by returning 3 cards from trashes to the bottom of the deck, recovery 1. Okay, so you can attack, you pierce, you delete something,
And you
you
get
recover, you
protection.
bottom deck cards. When this Digimon would leave, by trashing your top security doesn't leave.
Yep.
Okay, and so now you have all of that. On top of that, you have security attack +1 reboot and blocker. So you're gonna be you get to pierce, you have engage, so you always get to do your attack.
Yep.
You can delete something. You're even more DP than before now, so you get to delete a bigger target.
Hmm.
You get to bottom deck more cards again, which against a deck like TB is like okay, just shut down their Susano. They can't do it. On play when digivolving, return the top 5 stacked cards. By return the okay when on play, return the top 5 stacked cards of 3 of your opponent's Digimon to the top of the deck. Okay, so it's like a unique style of D-Digivolve,
Yeah.
and then
Okay,
and
I
then
think I'm
when
going to have a question for you, Michael. It's a judge ruling right now. If
uh-huh
your opponent has just a, say, medieval gallant on field, and I
uh-huh
activate my on play to bomb deck the top 5 stack cards of it, would the medieval gallant go to the top of the deck as well?
no, because it's you're not topping the Digimon, you're just topping the cards that are the physical cards.
Okay.
So you cannot if a Digimon only has uh like if there's a stack that involves 4 stacked cards, uh, you would just take the top 3. You have to leave one. So it does not remove Digimon from play. The case where it can remove a Digimon from play is where the bottom, or like let's say the sixth from the top stacked card is not allowed to exist in play on its own. So for example, like an egg or an option,
Hmm.
then you would be removing that Digimon from a game state change, like a ruling in the game. The game would just trash the card from play. It would not even trigger the card being deleted or the Digimon being deleted. The card would just be trashed from play.
And would I be able,
Um,
based on the reading of this, I don't think I would be able to choose to just only do 3 cards, right? I would be forced to do
no,
all 5.
yeah, it doesn't say up to.
Hmm. Okay.
Yeah, so you have so you have if the Digimon does not have so essentially the only time you're getting all 5 top stacked cards to be returned to the deck is if the Digimon has 6 or more. Otherwise, you're just taking all the top cards and leaving it with the bottom source. It's like a super Digivolve, but it could. I mean, some decks, like for example, Machine Dramon, they might know that this is coming, so they're gonna put the best card as the 6th card. So when you do this, they're like, oh, I still have a good Digimon out. But most decks can't play around that. You're going to be removing them down to an egg, which is a good thing. And then if you remove them down to an egg, the egg doesn't exist and the egg is trashed from play. So it actually can remove Digimon from play if the stack is not tall enough and all that's left is an egg. But a lot of TS decks just like slam their level 7, and then
Mhm.
this doesn't even touch those.
Yeah, it feels very weird
Sorry,
for.
I meant to say slam their level 6
Yeah, it feels
or
very
7.
strange in my mind, at least for what is essentially the prior Jupiter in lore, the one who is like above all of the other Titans, to be unable to answer a hard played Minerva mon by itself. Feels strange. Feels strange.
Well, I mean, this card would be too good if it just always answered everything,
Well, I mean,
right?
it is the I think the boss monster. It is like the end boss of Time Stranger. So I don't think it'd be too strange if it answered more than it did currently. Because at this point in time, it deletes 2 things. De-Digivolve
Uh-huh.
some stuff if they're not immune or if they have cards to Digivolve
Yeah.
into. Eh,
Well, they made the card expensive, and it's only once. You're
yeah.
only gonna either play him or digivolve into him, and then you have to go through all the shenanigans all over again if you want to pull it off. And this we haven't seen. Well, maybe you've tested it, but I haven't seen the deck be played. This deck doesn't feel fast to me.
No, it doesn't.
So I think that you're gonna do this once in a game, and either you slow down your opponent enough, he's gonna survive a turn, and then you win the turn after, or uh, they answer it, and then you're not winning anymore because they answered your best creature, your best Digimon. Okay, and then it does have an alterns. When your effects add to decks, you may delete one of your opponent's Digimon. That's really good because probably whatever didn't get removed by the when digivolving is going to get removed by the alterns. I think this card is probably the best removal Digimon in the game.
Hmm.
Like Ruin Mode's really good. Susano is really good. This guy. just gets around much more than those two do.
I don't know. I think
Uh,
Susano, I think I still rate Susano a little bit higher than Chrono Destroy Mode right now, because it
well,
removes
I
up to
think I
two
think
bodies.
Susano I think Susano does more for less, and it has so many more relevant effects that affect the board immediately.
Yeah,
Whereas if you're just thinking about, I want to remove cards from the, like remove Digimon from the board, I think this is better because remember, when you're returning these cards to the bottom of the deck,
there you
they're
go to the
not going
top.
into the trash. Oh, to the top. Sorry.
Yeah.
When you put them in the top of the deck, they're not going back into the trash, which so many decks right now can make use of.
Hmm.
Uh, and then because this is your effect, you're choosing the order of putting those cards back on top. So, like if you're a Millenniumon player, you kind of know this. You can take advantage of giving them the worst order.
Yeah, I don't know. I think I'm let down. I think I'm let down by Destroy Mode. But let's go ahead and rate the set of Chronomon stuff. I think
Okay.
it's a little slow, and the payoff isn't really worth it to what I think other decks are able to do in the format right now.
I think it's really the best deck right now if the meta is graveyard dependent, which quite a handful of decks are. So it's going to balance the meta a lot, I think. There are decks right now that abuse the discard. So for example, Beelstar, TB, um, are the worst defenders. If you're playing this guy against those decks, you're gonna have an advantage, I think. I mean, in speculation, and then those decks are gonna, they're not gonna be as high of a tier as they could have been if this deck didn't exist. The only thing is, if this deck is so bad, even if it does have a good matchup against discard like graveyard decks, um, it's not going to matter because nobody's going to play it. And if nobody plays a deck, then those other decks could always run rampant. And this could just be a wild card deck, like a, you know, I don't know what to call it, but you know
Hmm.
what I mean by wild card deck.
Yeah,
Yeah.
yeah.
What do you think?
I think that I'm a little let down for sure. I think in a format where there's so many immune Digimon to Digimon effects, having a big guy that just removes Digimon feels kind of lackluster. I would have liked it more if Chronomon removed from trash as well, not just holy mode. Um, to have even more trash hate. I think that if they really leaned into the trash hate, I think the deck would definitely have a lot more
Well,
use.
it does. When you go into holy mode, you're bottom decking three, and when you go into the next guy, you're bottom decking three a second time.
Yeah, but
So it's a lot. Like
that
Medusa
requires you to
is
go into
only gonna
holy
really
mode,
hit like two to
which
four per game.
which I think is already kind
Which
of
is fine
difficult.
because holy mode's recovering you, so you're slowing the game down. Like a lot of decks don't OTK when your opponent has six security. They need you to have exactly five at most.
Hmm.
Uh, usually a security attack, sorry, a recovery one usually extends the game by one more turn. Which for a slow deck like this, you might need that one extra turn.
Hmm.
Then you're able to get there because you had one more turn.
Okay.
And having stuff in the trash is totally fine. Like if your opponent answers your Digimon, you needed this stuff in the trash anyways. So as long as you're not like bricking, if you're like going turn three holy mode, which is probably normal for a game of Digimon these days to get out of turn three level six, I think you're okay.
Okay. I mean, I can maybe see it. I still have my some hesitancy, but I guess we will see. I guess we will see. We also got some generic Tamers in the set for TS that I kind of want to go over before we go into Titans and like the bulk of the TS Olympus 12
Hmm.
cards.
Hmm.
So we'll just go ahead and go over those guys really fast, which is Toya Kuga.
Hmm.
By returning one TS trait Digimon card from your trash to the bottom of your deck, gain a memory. And after you may return one Giant Slayer from your trash to your hand. By trashing one TS trait card from your hand, draw two on play.
I think Chronomon, one of the cards or some of the cards, uh, activated an effect when a card
Yes,
would enter the deck.
yes. Both
Okay,
destroy mode and the egg both trigger something whenever the a card is put into the deck.
yeah, okay, and that deck needs a lot of memory, so this card seems fair in that deck.
Yeah,
And
you probably play this guy for
you get
sure.
when you play this card, you get the trash one to draw two, so it's like an Asuna, but instead of playing out a body, which would generally be a searcher, because you're using your memory setter to play out the bodies, you don't need the Asuna. You use this.
Mhm.
I don't know how many you would play, but it seems pretty good in Chrono.
It does seem like
Like
it's
it seems like the tamer
probably
that you want.
for almost like for sure inclusion in the Chrono one for sure.
Yeah.
We have a new Hiroko Start of your main phase. If your opponent has a Digimon, gain a memory, a classic effect, and then when any boss or TS trait cards will be played, by spending this tamer, reduce the cost by 1. If you have no Digimon, instead reduce the cost by 2.
Okay, well, your opponent having a Digimon and you gaining a memory for 4 is more expensive than most other tamers that do the same thing.
Mm-hmm.
And then the your turn, any boss. I don't know what cards are boss.
I believe it's just Bancho Leomon.
Boncho Leomon. What are you talking about? Did we see that card already?
No, that card does not exist in this set. But we do have. Here, actually, I'll just look up boss real quick. Yeah, it's just some of the Bancho cards. Actually, yeah, the Bancho cards are all bosses.
Okay. Let's go. Let's read the tamer then. So what does she do again?
She reduces
When any of
cost
your
by 1.
boss or TS would be played by suspending this tamer, reduce the cost by 1. So it's a stacking effect with your other reductions.
Mm-hmm.
If you have no Digimon, instead reduce the cost by 2. Or usually you're gonna reduce the cost by 2 then.
Mm-hmm.
So yeah, I think this tamer's pretty good. I like that tamer.
It's a
Because you're
really
gaining a
interesting
memory
effect
anyways.
too, because usually when we
Yeah,
receive an effect like this, like for example the CS card, the 3-cost tamer, that you would bottom deck it in order to reduce the cost. This tamer doesn't bottom deck itself, so you can do this every
yeah.
single turn.
It's recurring value. I actually really like this tamer as a one of in almost every TS deck that you can imagine that you are playing your level 6s. Usually you're playing level 6s reduced. Uh, auto include as a one of minimum. This card
Something else that's really nice
is
about it
so much value. Yeah.
is that you can play it off of the old Hiroko as well. Because
Oh,
you can just play
wow,
one
that's pretty
Hiroko
fun.
or
Hey,
TS
and
trait.
because it started, is it started turn or started main?
Start main.
Oh, because it started main, you will get the memory because the
Hmm.
other Hiroko will play this at the start of turn.
Yeah,
Oh, that is a sick combo.
yeah. This is actually a
Okay,
very well designed card. I like it a lot.
yeah, that is pretty strong. That's annoying if your opponent just has like rookie in the back, Hiroko turn 1, and then turn 2 they play out the new Hiroko,
Gain a
and then
memory.
you they get the memory. It's like, oh no, man, it's
Yeah.
so much
This
value.
4-cost tamer gives
Like
you up to 3 memory a turn, which is really
it's a
good.
it's a 4-cost tamer, but really it's a 3-cost tamer if played properly. So that's a deep. Now I understand why they made it a 4-cost. They have to balance the game a bit because making it a 3-cost would have been like too easy to just.
Mhm,
They're trying to tell you, hey, this card is good, but you should play it with the other Hiroko
mhm.
because we don't want to make it too good. We
And to
still
be
want
fair,
you to.
this is, I mean, you get to turn this 4-cost tamer. You get like say Pastor with the 3-cost Hiroko. You search
Yeah,
3, and then next turn you play it out for free. So it's almost as if you
yeah,
did play it out for the 3 initially, except now you also got the search on top of
yeah,
it, which is good. I mean, it's
yeah.
just
But
good.
they're making you go through some hoops to get it out
Mhm,
instead of just giving it to you at 3. So I think that's how they balance it. Because a lot of people were annoyed with how good the previous Hiroko and Asuna were
mhm,
because they're just too cheap for what they do. So they made this one more expensive, but combos with the other Hiroko, so it's more fair. And if you're playing this Hiroko, it makes you want to focus more on Hirokos in like plural
mhm.
rather than a mix of Hiroko and Asuna because you want to play your Hiroko off your 4-cost off of your 3-cost. I think it's cool. Yeah.
It also reminds me a lot of the adventure tamers that just whenever you play out a guy, reduce the cost. Being able to reduce it by multiples, like even just like 2 of these Hirokos
Oh
out.
yeah, this stacks. This
Yeah, it
stacks. Like
stacks.
this
You
card
could,
is good.
yeah, if you have like 2 to 3 Hirokos out, you're reducing your play cost by up to 6 at any given point in time. That's a lot. That's a lot for
Yeah.
to do every single
Well,
turn.
yeah, you gotta tell these TS people to take a break and try a different card game for a while
I
and
guess. I
using the
guess.
system.
Yeah. We have a new Kanon Yuki as well. 3-cost
Yeah,
tamer. Start main phase if you have a 4 or less
that's
memory.
a cool post.
It is a good one. It is a
I
good
like
one.
that.
I also like
Yeah.
the art too. It's pretty good. Works with the other I do Dan Yuki that we got a while ago. But yeah, if you have 4 less memory, gain a memory. Makes sense. We have that on pretty much all of those tamers. And then end of your turn by suspending this tamer, you may use one option card with a TS trait from your hand. For each memory your opponent has, reduce the effect's paid cost by 1.
Uh,
Uh, this is like the Dan Kanon tamer, the 4-cost one.
so yeah, so this is better than okay. So for playing options, it's better
Mm-hmm.
because it doesn't restrict you on how much cost the option is.
Mm-hmm.
You can always play any option and the reduction equals the like if it would have been free with the Dan and Cannon or Kanon, now it's still free. But if you couldn't play it with the other Dan and Kanon,
You can still pay it for
now
the
you could
reduced
still
memory
play it,
cost.
but you just reduce it, and it's like very fair in how you reduce it.
Mm-hmm.
Because it's like, oh, it would have been free, like, you know what I mean? It's reduced by how much you're spilling over.
Yeah.
Um, giving you a memory at the start of your turn, essentially always, like, because 4 less memory is very difficult for your opponent to work with. It's good. Um, yeah, I think if you don't care about attacking, this is better
Yeah.
than
I,
the dual tamer.
I agree. I think the option effect that it plays out is just better than the dual tamer is.
Now,
You do miss out on the
what
attack, obviously, but
the decks that use the Dan and Canon the best right now are both Bears and Volcanus,
mm-hmm.
and they use both sides of the Dan and Canon.
Mm-hmm.
But maybe there are some decks out there that don't play as many Dan and Canons because they don't use both sides of the card, like the attacking and the playing the options. So like, oh, maybe so 4 cost tamer is a bit hard to justify. But now that it's a 3 cost tamer, and it and this the other one makes it so the Dan is a better attack because you get DP. The Canon is a better option because you can play any option, any TS option. It
Mm-hmm.
doesn't matter how much you're right. So what I'm saying is, if there are decks that just want to attack, or that just want to play the option and not do both, you have your choice of a better tamer for the situation.
Mm-hmm.
But obviously, Bears and Volcanus are not going to switch. They're going to keep what they have.
Yeah.
Actually, maybe Yeah, yeah. I'll stick to that. I'll stick to that.
I think this tamer is very good though. We haven't seen any card. I think that currently there might not be many decks that want to play her, but I mean, once we get the TS stuff, we might see because we do know there's a lot of dual cards coming out. This being able to play out those dual cards for a reduced
Are
cost,
there TS dual cards?
there
Like,
are
there's
a
Jupiter, right?
lot. There's Jupiter, there's Bacchus, there's Ceres,
Oh shoot.
there's a couple. Yeah.
Okay, this this is like that just pushes this effect because I'm thinking about both cards with Canon on it. It pushes the effect way harder than it used to be because now we have dual cards in TS. Uh, Instead of just like the link options and
Mm-hmm.
like the security options and like the memory boost. Yeah, so this effect is premium now. I think.
Yeah, I
I
agree.
think you might even be, there are decks I think that when they have dual cards they might be like in total playing more than 4 in combination of Dan and Cannon or Canon.
Yeah,
So it just feels like now they want to like always have that effect in play. Uh, okay,
yeah.
that's
I
that's too good,
honestly
honestly.
the last three, all three TS tamers have been very solid. Let's see if Shota Koroi can finish it out here. Start your main phase by trashing a TS trait card from your hand, draw one, gain one, and then opponent's turn. When any of your opponent's Digimon attacks by returning one of your TS trait tamers to the bottom of the deck, you may change the attack target to one of your Digimon with TS trait.
All right, I'm first of all I'm thinking trashing a card from your hand and drawing is also good with Chronomon.
Mm-hmm.
Uh, when one of your opponent's Digimon attacks by returning one of your TS trait tamer to the bottom of the deck, you may change the attack target. Hmm. I don't know.
It's
I
interesting because it's a
guess
tamer effect, so it gets around Digimon
yeah.
immunity, which is cute.
Yeah, I guess so. Oh yeah, that's true. It would get around that.
Also, I think this is
Well,
probably
it could
it's supposed to be for
you could
Chronomon, so it does shuffle
you could
back into
redirect it to your
decks.
suspended guys too.
Yeah.
Your purple red level 5 and Chronomon wants to die because it has on deletion. Same thing with Cherubi, it wants to be in trash.
Mm-hmm.
So like yeah, it does seem to make sense. And then you have like protections on the level 6s and 7s and things like that. So yeah, I think the can we go back to Toya? What was his start of main effect again?
He shuffles from trash to the bottom deck to gain a memory.
Oh yeah, this triggers your cards entering the deck,
Mm-hmm.
and only on play he trashes one to draw two. This other one is every turn.
Cycles, yeah. And then
Yeah,
you can bottom
so
deck any
I
tamer on
I
your
don't know how
opponent's
much
turn.
room you have for all these variety of tamers because they all feel playable.
This one feels a
Uh,
little bit more lackluster, I think,
I
but
think the
it's
start
probably
of
at least a
main is
one of.
better.
Oh, it's definitely
I
a
think
solid start of main
because
phase for sure.
you wanted like 5 different levels in your trash,
Mm-hmm.
so you need to see a lot of cards in your deck. And in a deck that's trying to slow the game down, getting through more of your deck is important.
Mm-hmm.
And I think this card is good because it will try to slow the game down. That's exactly what it's doing. I don't know. if the red card, on the other hand, the Toya, the Toya feels like more of a one of for the deck. It's like you just want to do this once.
Mhm.
I don't know. Maybe you wouldn't even play it. I feel like the black card is better.
Maybe, maybe. I don't know. I think these Tamers are a little bit hard to get a read on because I'm not sure how
Okay.
strong
Well,
Chrono themselves are going to be.
okay.
But yeah, those are the generic Tamers. I think some of them have been. This card I think is disgusting, and I think the Heroica is honestly very good as well. So,
Yep.
uh, but let's look at finally last two archetypes we've got. We got Titan here, Michael. Do you know what Titan does so far, Michael?
I can't remember. It like wants to see things get trashed and it wants to have a small hand. It was like the ogres.
Yeah,
That's all I
basically.
remember.
Yeah, they just try to like build like a somewhat wide board, give your opponent a ton of memory, and like do a lot of checks in like a single turn. Uh,
Okay.
I think they've been kind of lackluster so far. Maybe this set will bring them out of the pits. We'll start off
Man,
with the.
you're showing me a lot of cards. This is overwhelming, but I see some overlap with
Yeah,
some of the
there is a lot
generic
of
cards.
overlap. So the Chronomon stuff is some overlap, some Cherubi stuff here. So not that many. Not that many. We got Salamon, the only rookie for Titans in this whole set. Sorry, main phase. If
That's
you,
okay. They already have so many
it's
rookies.
true. Sorry, main phase. If you have 5 or fewer cards at hand, whenever Digimon with a Titan trait may Digivolve into a Digimon card with a Titan trait in the trash for the cost reduced by 2. That's a really good effect. That's a very good effect. Because it doesn't say itself either. It's just any of your Digimon may Digivolve from trash for
Hmm.
cost reduced by 2. And then your turn, when your hand is trash from the Digimon in the trait, may Digivolve into a Titanmon or Titan trait Digimon card in the trash for cost reduced by 1.
Yeah.
So, wow, that's a 3 cost memory reduction on a rookie.
Yep.
That's pretty
That's
good.
very good.
That's pretty good. That's
Very.
pretty good.
It's very good. Yep. And
Uh,
it combos really well with cards like Asuna and Hiroko that can just put it into play too. And
yeah,
it's a TS card.
yeah. Wow, this is a very good card. This is a wow. Okay, really pushing Titan forward, I guess, a little bit. We got a couple of level 4s. We got Dobermon. When this card is trashed in the hand, if your hand is 5 or fewer, draw 1. On play when drawing by trashing 1 card in your hand, delete when your opponent's level 4. Lower Digimon. Immediately, they're adding more effects to cards that you're trashing. I don't think any of the prior Titans had these effects where if you trash them, something happened. There were a couple in the
Yep.
past, like these Ogremon cards that would,
Hmm.
but I think this is the first one they're first time they're reusing these effects. And then your turn when your
Well, it
hand
was
is.
pretty popular in like BT-6.
Mm-hmm. That's fair. That's fair. And then your
Maybe
turn, when your
BT-7.
hand is trash from, you may Digivolve in trash for cost reduced by 1. That's a lot of reduction in
Well,
this
I
line.
think just because this card has an effect to like recoup you the card when you trash it from your hand, at like that's already the cost of another card, and then you're getting the card back, and you probably want this in your trash. It's already good.
Yeah, like I'm just thinking about it.
It
You,
doesn't need a lot of extra abilities for it to be good. Like all those other abilities just push it to a great card.
yeah, like Salamon evos into this for free after you pitch it to draw a card. So you pitch it, you draw a card, then you activate its
And you
effect, which triggers a
trash again.
Salamon to evo again for 1 reduction.
Hmm.
So usually for
Hmm.
2. So you've gone into your level 5 for 2 memories so far, which is pretty good. And then your level 5 will probably end up pitching you a card, and then you can go into your 6 for another cost reduced by 1 using this inherit.
Can you go over the Salamon? Because I want to see if it's a Yume Digivolve. Yeah, you may. So you can choose when to do it.
Yeah.
So like if you have if you're using one of Doberman X in your deck because it's limited to one, you can Digivolve to this guy, Digivolve to Doberman X. It also has a trash draw effect,
Mm-hmm.
and then you could trigger it at that point.
And yeah, again, a 2 cost
This,
reduction on the same evo.
yeah, yeah, and that Doberman X has a really good inherit. It's a memory gain inherit, so it's even. I mean, it's not
Would you?
that card is not a Titan, but it's
Well, hold
like a
on.
lot of
Actually,
value.
question. You wouldn't. It wouldn't be 2 cost reduction. It would be 1 reduction, and then you could trigger the effect again to go into another 1 because it's a.
You wouldn't use the 1 and 1 on the same Evo, but you could trigger you can chain the Evo to go into a level 5 and then into a level 6.
I see. I see. I see.
Um, but you can't go into you can't use both the level 3 and the level 4 inherit to go into, like, let's say you went into from Salamon into Doberman, and then you stopped, and then you went into Doberman X, then Doberman X triggered both inherits. Now you could use one of the inherits to go into a level 5, and then you can activate the one digivolving of that level 5, and then your other inherit from the level 4 or 3 that you didn't use is still pending, then you could keep after you newest out, which was the when digivolving a level 5, you could go back to evoing by one less.
Okay.
Or you could just say I'm not going to evo, and then your level 5 trashes anyways, and then you just
Mhm.
reset the effect because it's a UMA, so you didn't miss it if you didn't use it.
Great. Fantastic. Next level 4 is on play when digivolving. One of your TS traits Digimon's attack targets can't change for the turn. Main, you may
Okay.
play or use you may play one TS trait Tamer card from your trash with the cost reduced by 2. Then all turns when a Digimon attacks by trashing one card from your hand, trash the bottom 2 sources of one of your opponent's Digimon. Uh,
Um, I think the ability to not change attack target is a lot better if it was an inherit
mhm.
than when digivolving, but it's still a strong ability.
You could also be able to play this
What?
guy out from your trash for like
Yeah.
basically free in Titans. So you could play this guy out and then also get a Tamer out for cost reduced by 2,
Oh, okay.
which is kind of
Yeah,
nice.
if you can play him for free, that's pretty good. And then playing the Tamer out reduced by 2 as a main effect is probably just an early game ability because usually you're getting like you don't have time to like even though it's reduced by 2, which is nice, you don't really have time to just like play out a tamer because a lot of tamers are start a main or start a turn,
Hmm.
or it's like on play discard to draw. Like they're not really doing anything when you play the tamer out. They have to already have been out. So uh I don't know with this guy, like if he's like a 4 of so that you can aggressively get your tamer out, but then the tamer has to already be in trash, so that's like another uh hurdle.
Hmm.
Yeah, I'm not. I like that you can't change attack. So like just for that, it's like a one of in my opinion
Hmm.
because it's like a tech. Oh, my opponent has a really annoying blocker or a really annoying redirect, and this helps you a lot in that situation. But most of the time, that's not like the reason you're losing a game. So it's not a big deal if you don't see him all the time.
And the hair is
Uh,
also like okay. I don't think it's anything crazy though.
well, you trash cards in your hand, which is what Titan wants to do,
Hmm.
and Titan has specific cards that when you trash, you get some sort of favor back, like drawing a card.
Hmm.
So I think that's very reasonable condition to meet. And then trashing bottom div evolution cards is pretty annoying for a lot of decks because like if you're not able to remove their Digimon, they lose a lot of the recurring value by not having their sources.
Hmm.
Um,
Okay.
just thinking about like my Medusamon deck, if you trash my bottom two sources, I lose my egg, so I
But
can't
that's
Evo.
only whenever uh typically this is gonna be when you attack, I'm assuming. But it also actually triggers whenever you uh
When a Digimon
yeah, any
attacks, all
Digimon
turns.
attacks. Okay.
Yeah, all
It's
turns.
a lot better than I thought it was. I was thinking only if it's your opponent attacking. That's what was happening. I was like, well, you have progress,
Yeah.
so but yeah, all turns is actually kind of nice. Okay. Okay, okay. I think the last level 4 of the set for Titan. When moving, on play, when digivolving, you may suspend one Digimon to give one of your Digimon with the Insectoid or Triton trait plus 3k DP until your opponent's turn ends, and then your turn, when Digimon wins a battle, one of your trait Digimon may digivolve into a Digimon card in hand for cost reduced by 1.
It feels more insect than Titan, so I think they just gave it Titan because of flavor, and it's more of an insect card. Insects like to be suspended.
Mm-hmm.
I remember the level 5s and up used to have protection if they were suspended. So, I mean, getting a really big DP bonus that's until the end of your opponent's turn is amazing. Because like when you're immune to Digimon effects and you're really big, you're almost uh, untouchable.
Yeah.
It's very good.
I don't like the inherit
Um,
at all, though. I hate whenever it requires my opponent to have something for me to kill in order to actually
uh,
progress my game plan.
well, you're gonna be really big. If you don't have anything to kill, gamble and attack security because it's win a battle, so it doesn't say deletes a Digimon. Win a battle
That's fair.
counts as security battles.
That's fair. Go
Just
gambling, bro. You always win.
just go. Yeah. Well, I do, but not everybody does.
True. On to the level 5s. We've got Okuwamon. On play when
Yeah.
digivolving, suspend one of your opponent's Digimon or Tamers. Then they can't unsuspend until their turn ends. And then on play when attacking until your opponent's turn ends, one of your Titan trait or Insect trait Digimon gains piercing plus 3k DP. So far in the line, you got plus 6k DP bonus. And then all turns, when you delete an opponent's Digimon on battle, trash the top security card, the most generic green inherit of all time.
Uh, I mean, that's always been a good effect, and it just goes to show how overpowered it used to be when it was new. Now that it's been in the game for a long time, it's just fine. But I like that you're again gaining more DP and then you're also tapping down tamers or blockers or tapping things down so you can swing over them.
Mhm.
And this deck seems like it's going to get very big. You got plus 3k on the 4, plus 3k on the 5. Uh, that's enormous.
Yeah, it's very
And
large.
I'm expecting the level 6 to be Digimon immune because that's what the old Tyrant Kabuterimon did.
I would
I
not be
like it so
surprised.
far. I think it's good.
The other level 5 we've got is Cerberusmon. On
Yep.
play, when digivolving, when attacking, once per turn. If it's your turn, by trashing one card in your hand, you may use an option card with a Titan trait from your trash with the cost reduced by 2. On deletion, delete one of your opponent's Digimon with the lowest level. This seems like a
Yep.
good
Uh,
card.
I as far as Digimon goes, I'm only a Digimon TCG player, but uh like the old Cerberusmon cards were some of my favorite cards in the game.
Mm-hmm.
Like I really think this guy's cool and I'm happy that they're bringing him back. Okay, so I'm going to focus more on the effects. I just
Okay,
wanted to say
okay,
that.
that's fair.
Okay, so if it's your turn by trashing one card in your hand, you may use one option with the Titan trait. Okay, so there's no dual cards here, right?
There are some dual cards here, yes. There's one dual card, which is the other level 5 werewolf mode.
Oh,
But
okay.
Titan
Well,
also
that makes a lot
has.
of sense because Cerberus always combos really well with Werewolf mode.
Mhm,
That's another thing. Like I really like that synergy, the
mhm.
classic synergy there.
But Titan also do have some
Uh,
options that were really good in the past as well for themselves.
okay. Yeah, yeah. I guess so. I mean, I only remember the purple link option. Okay, then delete. Oh, hold
Oh,
on.
sorry.
I'm looking at the inherit. So yeah, this effect, the on play when digivolving when attacking, I think it's extremely powerful that it gives the owner of this card or the owner of this effect the choice to use it when they want to use it.
Mhm.
Because timing in Digimon can sometimes be a massive limitation. Um, Being able to use this effect when you need to use it is very good. The flexibility make it lets a good player pilot the deck better.
Mhm.
So this is a good way to make the effect stronger
Something
without
really
making
nice
it
about this card
broken.
as well is that it does synergize pretty well with the Cherubimon because you can bottom deck it because it's a Titan trait card. You play it out, then you attack with it. You use the option, and then you probably go into the werewolf mode. I'm assuming, and then it
Yeah.
dies, and then you also remove something on field, which is nice.
Okay, let's see that dual card.
It is
Okay.
Cerberusmon Werewolf mode. For use cost of 3 Inferno Divide, main, trash one card in your hand, then Digivolve 3, one of your opponent's Digimon, jamming Reboot Blocker. On deletion, you may play one level 4 lower Digimon card with a Titan trait from your trash without paying the cost.
Love it. It's got jamming. I mean, jamming should not be on small Digimon. Jamming should be on big Digimon because you're thinking like, oh, my Digimon shouldn't die in security. Oops, it died because I got really unlucky. But um, it's a fair card to put jamming on. It's also the Cerberus mode that the other level 5 is was when attacking. So you can go into this guy for 1 now,
Mhm.
remove their thing, uh, and then you're not going to die in security. Okay, let me focus more. Trash one card in hand, then delete. Okay, I don't really know like if there are better effects in the game that you could trash because like let's say you have a card that says when you trash this card, delete a level 3 or 4. If you're digivolving their thing by 3, the next thing that will proc is his the effect of the card you just trashed after the digivolve.
Mhm.
So then you could just pop it. Like, does that exist in Titans? Maybe
Uh,
it's an older Titan card.
it might be an
Like,
older Titan card. We can see real quick.
I'm going back to BT-24 Titan. Okay, so Fugamon is just draw a card. Hyogamon is draw a card. Uh, dang, I don't know. Ogremon is also just draw a card.
There are some older cards as well that. Let's do.
You can type in uh The hash or the number symbol, the hashtag symbol, D type,
These are the only ones that
and then at
mention that. I
Titan.
know there's an option though. There's a purple option that does something similar, lets you draw a card. And I think there's also something along the lines that maybe either gives you a memory. It's Nidhogg gives you a memory. I can't remember this one that lets you delete a Digimon though. There might be.
Uh, the only cards that say when this card is trashed and they are Titans are the level 4s, and they're all draw one.
Yeah, all level four, all the Titan specific trait cards are draw one. There are a couple of like purple cards that exist that say when this card is like trash from the hand, do something.
Yeah.
Nidhogg gains a memory. There's an option that draws you a card, and then there's one I think that deletes a level 4 or lower Digimon, if I recall correctly. But
Is it trashed from hand or the hand?
I don't remember how they're awarded. Honestly, they're a bit older cards, but nonetheless, I don't think it
Okay.
matters too much because I think it's interesting that this guy has jamming. You do want him to die, so I guess the idea is like keeping him alive as long as possible, so that way
But
he
he has
dies.
jamming. It's like a weird issue. I don't know if you necessarily want him to die though, because all you're doing is playing something new out, and you're not deleting
Well,
anything
well,
that you
you
just
are if you have
de-digivolved.
the Cerberus.
Oh yeah, because of the inherit.
Mm-hmm.
Well, this guy, it's yeah. I think you don't want it to die. I think you want to evo it. You're just getting value. If you're evoing for one, ideally you're keeping turn. So you evo, and then when you finish evoing and attacking, you can maybe do an evo on your like into a Plutomon on your suspended level 6.
Uh,
Can we see Pluto?
Pluto, yeah, of course we can look right at the Plutomon real quick. The new level 6
Okay,
Plutomon. When this card would be played, if your hand has fewer cards than your opponent, reduce the cost by 6. So he reduces his
okay,
cost down to
7.
7. Yep, can't count. On play, when digivolving, when attacking, once per turn, by trashing one card in your hand. If it's your turn, you may play one Titan trait card from your trash plane without with the cost reduced by 7. This effect can't play Plutomon. All turns, when cards are trash from hand, you may delete all of your opponent's lowest level Digimon.
Holy, how much does a Cerberus cost?
Cerberus, the regular one, costs 7 exactly.
Holy,
And then
and
he
it's an
also
on play.
and he also evos from trash.
If you just have a good hand, you can just go crazy on your opponent with this card.
Yeah, and not only that, but if you have Tribune Trash as well, you also give it Rush Execute.
What's the rest of the card say again? The next effect?
If
Second one?
when your hand is trash from, or just any hand is trash from, you may delete all of your opponents that you want
Oh.
with the lowest level.
Oh, okay. So this does work with the with the werewolf mode. You just de-digivolve something, and then at the end of your attack, you survive security battle, and then you just go into Pluto for 4,
Mm-hmm.
and then you play out another Cerberus, and you delete something. Um, that's really decent because you're going wide here.
Yeah,
Uh, I like that.
very good.
It's kind of reminds me of Anubis, but forcing you to play in archetype, because that EX, I think it was EX5 or something Anubis. That card was not fair
No,
because it just let you play anything.
that
Maybe
dog
it's
can never
level
come
only, but
back. That dog
yeah.
can never come back.
It was too open ended what you could play. This one is you have to play the stuff that's part of the deck that Bandai tested, and I think it's still a really strong effect to play out level 5s for free. Like that's a clock on your opponent. If you don't answer this level 5, I'm just gonna get way too much advantage, and you're not gonna make a comeback. Like I can imagine though, um, Chronomon dealing with this though,
Mm-hmm.
but not really, because if it's just gonna take away the top stat card, your bottom card is still a level 5.
Yeah,
So Chronomon doesn't answer this that well, and those level 5s have on deletions. I think.
they do.
Well, so yeah, this is a
At least a little bit.
very good deck so far.
Uh,
Yeah,
I mean, let's go look at the other
and
level
could
sixes real quick.
w-
But
Chrono Destroy mode is also
a
a
Titan,
Titan. Would you be evolving your Pluto into a Chronomon Destroy mode,
you probably
or no?
could,
Is that not a thing?
but it's
You
probably
don't get your
not going to be a thing.
succession.
Yeah, I
Well,
doubt you do, but maybe as like no, because he also
it,
doesn't
it
attack. Hmm.
I don't. I mean, it's a big reboot blocker. You don't get your succession. Uh, I don't know. You're returning. It has a unique form of removal that if it's strong in the meta, you might play it. Like I've seen decks play cards that are totally not in their archetype, like Galactimon playing Apoclymon. But this is like closer to an archetype. Uh, it doesn't seem like the synergy is
It's
that
super
high though.
there,
Oh,
yeah.
there's a zombie Plutomon.
There is. We'll get to that guy in a second because he really makes the whole deck work together. He'll be the last card I show you. He
Okay.
is unfair. We got a new level 6 Grand Kawagamon. When this card will be played, if your hand has fewer cards than your opponent, reduces cost by 4. So also bringing you down to 7. On play, when dissolving when attacking, you play one level 4 lower trait card from your hand without paying the cost. Your turn, all of your trait cards have Alliance, Piercing, and Vortex.
Okay, no protection on this guy. It's just I play stuff and I attack you.
I like that it
Well,
gives Alliance,
it gives
Piercing,
him
and Vortex.
self-alliance.
Yeah.
Vortex, you're forcing other things to be suspended with the earlier levels, so you get to kill stuff.
And then when you win a
I
battle,
think
you also get to trash and then also Evo.
I would wonder if this is at all better than Vortex Warriors, because they're both green decks that suspend things, play things out, and attack you with a big number. Uh, okay, this card is just uh,
It's all right.
fine.
Yeah, it's something crazy. I
You,
think the next
you
card is the
do
crazy
get to
one.
you do get to play out the card for 7, which is a very TS thing.
If you go into
And
Pluto, by the way, he plays an out for 0.
oh my god. Okay, you're right. Yeah, yeah. Pluto is pretty strong. What's the next card?
We have Tyrant Kabuterimon. He does not make you immune to Digimon effects, Michael. He makes you immune to
Okay.
option effects.
Oh, that's like Shivamon.
Yes. On play when you're drawing,
Yeah.
this Digimon may battle one of your opponent's Digimon. Then,
Okay.
start of your main phase, on play when you're drawing, by suspending one Digimon until your opponent's turn ends. None of your suspended trait Digimon are affected by your opponent's option effects, and they get plus 3k DP.
I just did an interview recently with Don Sombrero, who was playing Bears,
Mm-hmm.
and he said that he loves the battle effect of the Bears because it still lets him challenge all these decks that have protection from Digimon effects.
Mm-hmm.
And sometimes they have barrier, or like they have like ways to protect from being removed the first time, but he at least gets to interact with their board more rather than if you had delete or remove by a Digimon effect, he couldn't do anything. So there is a good. I think that the synergy here with the purple deleting stuff and the green battling stuff gets around a lot of different types of protection,
Mm-hmm.
and that part is pretty good. But it being only once per turn, I think makes it a lot worse than Vortex Dramon.
That's fair,
Like if
but
you're
on the
comparing it to the
upside,
green
compared
stuff.
to Vortex Dramon, though, it does give your
Yeah,
whole board immunity to option effects
yeah, and I can
and
see that
plus
it has
3k DP.
assembly.
It does have
Yeah,
assembly, so that means if you have 4 different trait Digimon
yeah.
with different levels in your trash, and you use Plutomon's effect, this guy also gets played out for free. And then every turn at the start of your main phase, you can make your whole board immune to Digimon
What?
effects. I mean, to
Oh,
option
it's
effects.
-6.
Yeah,
Wow. Okay. Okay. This deck has an unfair late game.
yeah. Now, once it is
Uh,
set up, it is going to do its thing on repeat. Make its whole board
yeah.
immune. Give it plus 3k DP. So it's immune to option effects, 3k DP. They're all very big. They have like on deletions. They have rush. They have execute.
I
Uh,
I think they're gonna hit Analog Youth in the upcoming ban list. Let's get this video out before Friday, so that we can be right.
Yeah,
Yeah,
true. Yeah, this
it's
card
like
seems
there's
really
too
good
many
though.
decks that like to trash things.
This card seems
Yeah,
really
and
good.
like you're it's like you're playing out level 5s and 6s for free, and not only does Analog Youth put cards in trash with all these decks want to do, it's like, oh, you got rid of my guy. Well, I'm just gonna gain a memory now anyways. Okay.
Uh,
Start of your main phase on play when Digivolving by suspending one Digimon until your opponent's turn ends. None of your suspended insect. Wow, it affects the whole
yeah, the whole
board.
board. I
Are
told. Yeah,
affected by your opponent's option effects, and they get 3,000 DP. Okay, so you're getting 9,000 DP from the insect
it's like
line.
you don't even listen to me. Yeah, it's you do. It's
I
fucking crazy.
uh, what you were talking? All right, what's the next card? Yeah,
Well, hold on.
these green
I
cards
do
are
want to
like,
say something to you, Michael. The old
yeah.
Tyrant can play out this card also for free. So
I
you,
don't know if you want to play it though, because I feel like the synergy here with Plutomon is so
well,
good
yeah, yeah,
that
yeah. If you're playing it in the Titan deck, you're probably not playing the old Tyrant. But the old Tyrant deck can play this new Tyrant. It can Evo on top of
I
it. It also gives the old
okay.
Tyrant immunity to Digimon effects for the old
Here's what
Tyrant
I'm
heads
gonna
out
say
there.
about that.
You know.
If you're playing a pure insect deck, you're not playing to win. You're playing to have fun.
Okay,
Like if you
okay.
want to win, you're gonna play the TS or the actual Titan stuff.
You're not wrong. I agree. But I just thought it was cute. I thought it was cute. They got a field spell, the Dark Field. Same use effects as everything else. It gives all your Titan Digimon blocker, and then while you have Pluto or Titanmon on field, they also get another plus 3k DP.
More DP.
Yeah, just
DP
big.
is always good. Like purple actually lacks ways to get DP. That's like an uncommon effect for purple. So that's amazing that purple is getting it. I mean, the green stuff is gonna give it to it already, but this is good.
Yeah, if you have Tyrant and this card out, that's minus. I mean, that's plus 6k DP to
It,
your whole board,
it's a little bit. I think it's a little bit silly that you want your green stuff to be suspended to
and then
have
you're
the
getting a blocker.
protections,
Yeah.
but you're getting blockers. So it's like, what do I do? Do I leave my guy unsuspended so that I could block, or do I attack so that I am protected? I think that that effect is very fine. It's good, and it depends on the pilot to analyze what their opponent's doing and play around it properly, because this just gives you more tools to give you a choice. They're all powerful effects, so no matter what you choose, you're doing something good. But by playing the deck really well against your opponents, you can really get ahead of the other people that are just playing the deck blindly, whereas you are very skilled and know what the metas and know what your opponent's decks are doing.
Mm-hmm.
So it rewards better players more. I think that's fine that it's blocker in a green suspend deck. I think that's okay.
All right. Well, Michael, I hope you're ready for I think the first of many of the succession esque cards that we have received in this set.
Oh, there's more than
Uh,
destroy mode.
yes, this one is not a succession technically, but it has a succession esque effect. And I think that from this point onwards, I think you are going to see obscene levels of power creep.
Okay.
Zombie Plutomon.
So what are
I
you
like
saying?
this
I
new
can't
art.
play Medusamon anymore?
Well, hopefully not. Hopefully not.
Oh, that's not nice of you to say. Okay, let's see it.
So this card has got a couple effects. First of all,
Yeah.
trash effects.
Yeah.
During your main phase,
Wow.
if your hand is five or fewer cards, you can play this card with the cost reduced by 4 from trash.
Oh, and it has assembly too with Pluto, so
Yes.
that's minus
So
6. You can
minus
play it with
6.
6.
So you can play it with
Yeah.
6 with the
He,
Plutomon and
he
trash.
really is a zombie. Oh, my Pluto died. Well, zombie mode's gonna bother you now.
Yep. Every turn you can play this guy out for 6, just over
Yeah.
and over and over again. It's got Sec plus
Yeah.
1, Decode for Plutomon, Retaliation. On play, when digirolling when attacking by trashing one card in your hand, delete one of your opponent's level 6 or lower Digimon. Then on all turns, when any of your opponent's Digimon
Oh,
are,
it's not once per turn.
it's
Of note there.
yeah, it's not once per turn. That's true. You can just on play and then swing
Just
with the
annoy
Cherubi.
your friends.
Yeah,
Say haha.
delete up to
Okay.
2 of their level 6s, and then the really cool effect of this guy is all turns once per turn. When any of your opponent's Digimon are played or Digivolve, both players trash cards in their hand so that they have 4 cards left.
Wow. Royal Knights is not gonna care, but they're not playing the game right now, so.
Mhm.
Um. Okay, what was the point of Wraithmon? Like, this is better than Wraithmon.
I mean, it is, yeah. It's significantly better than Ravemon. It does trash you down to 4, but it's only if your opponent plays into it. But I think
There's
it's
nothing
more
stopping you
interesting.
from going. There's nothing stopping you from playing 4 zombie Plutomon in your deck and just like rushing into this guy as soon as possible, and just every turn going into one and just making your opponent like play the worst game of their life with only 4 cards in their hand all game. And if they don't expect it, and they're just like playing cards willy nilly, it's like you're dead because you don't have the cards. You didn't save the right cards.
So, from my
This,
understanding, the combo here,
uh,
Michael, by the way, is you play
yeah,
out
yeah,
Zombie Pluto 1 or 6, you use
yeah,
Cherubi to rush
yeah,
execute,
yeah.
you decode out your Plutomon then lets you play out another guy for a cost reduced by 7 now.
No, you're wrong.
Okay,
You're wrong.
you're right, you're right.
What you do is you play the Wravemon level 3 to
Okay,
5.
okay.
You go into this guy, you make their hand go down to 4, and then you sacrifice it, and then you make them discard 2 or 3 cards from the hand with the on deletions, and now they
Oh.
have a 2-card hand, and then you can't lose anymore because you did that on turn 2 or 3
Yeah, it
when
is.
they had
Just
failed.
note that, however, the alterns is only if your opponent does it. So they have a way to remove this guy before they play or digivolve anything.
Uh-huh.
They don't have to trash.
Well, that's true, but
Just
it's
hard
annoying.
play Medusa and then swing with the rush effect. Easy.
There's that Leviamon cards that force your opponent to play tokens, right?
That's true. That's true.
Yeah, that's purple.
That's pretty funny.
That's purple
Actually, wait,
4.
Michael, I'm liking what you're picking up here. The Ravemon cards that force you to trash on deletion, the Leviamon cards that force you to play.
Yeah,
Kind of Giga Brain. Kind of Giga Brain.
no, it's just the most annoying cards in the game that people have luckily not used.
Wait,
And
Michael, wait, you're so genius. You get this card in trash. You get the Plutomon in trash. You have 2 Hirokos. You play this guy
I
out
didn't
for
say
2
Hiroko.
memory. You play this guy out
I
for
didn't
2
say that.
memory. You keep turn. Okay? And then you go into the Leviathan card. You make them play out a Digimon. You trash them down to 4.
Okay.
That's pretty smart, actually, Michael. I like where your head's at.
And it has security attack +1 built in,
It
so you don't
does.
even need to do some weird things to kill your opponent. This is actually a clock.
Yeah, this is really nice, actually.
But I think you would still play the regular Pluto because the
Yeah,
decode
this
into a
guy's
Pluto
really good.
is cracked. It's like that giving it assembly and then decode out the guy you just played. It's like too much value.
Can this guy play out
All right.
Zombie Pluto?
I don't know. Is he this effect can't play Pluto? Yes, yes, because the other zombie Pluto is not specifically Plutomon.
Wow, so you can play out Zombie Plutomon for
Where does it play the Digimon from? Is it hand or
trash.
trash or hand?
Trash.
Bye. From your yeah, this is not a fair combo.
So yeah, you go to Zombie Pluto. Gets deleted end of turn. Play out Plutomon. Plutomon plays this guy out for 3 with another Plutomon tucked underneath for the assembly.
Yeah.
Huh.
I think we have to tell Tessero about this because
I'm sure he already knows. This seems.
he's gonna break the game.
Oh, and then the alters effect here. It triggers with the alters effect here. If your opponent does anything, you both trash down to 4, and that triggers this Plutomon's alters effects to delete all your opponent's lowest level.
Okay, now you don't. Now do you believe me that we need the holy mode and the destroy mode to like bottom deck cards and trash?
I just
Because
destroy mode
this
isn't
is
bottom deck cards and trash though.
well, yes, it does because when it goes into when Evo's on holy mode, it bottom decks 3 again.
Oh, true.
It's the old. That's the other one digivolving.
I just don't know if holy
See,
mode's fast enough. This deck seems insane, Michael. This deck seems
I don't.
insane.
I mean, unless you're playing a deck that could just wipe out your opponent very quickly, like maybe a Tratus could still do it. I think this deck has too good of a late game.
This deck is insane. I do like it a lot.
You
Okay.
can't out control this deck unless you have really strong trash removal.
Okay.
Which Holy
Up
Mode
to this
does
point,
have.
do you think that's the strongest deck we've seen so far?
The strongest we've seen so far. I think the BeatBreak stuff is probably better because of how fast it is.
Okay. I think the BeatBreak stuff is also really good. I think BeatBreak stuff is really good as well. So I would not complain if you thought. But now we're getting into what I would say are some of the strongest decks so far, Michael. Let's go ahead and rip off the Iliad Band-Aid. Welcome to our new overlords, Michael. Do you have a preference for who we start with?
Let's just go from. Did we do the ice guy yet? Ice wizard.
No, we have not done the Ice Wizard yet. No.
Sorcerermon.
All right, going from just top down. We have a new Sorcerermon. We're gonna do him with his brother. Got on play, win the drawing. Add the top card of your security to your hand. Then recover 1. Good effect. End of your turn. If you have a red or purple Digimon, by placing this Digimon on the bottom security card, you play a red or blue Iliad trait card from your hand with the cost reduced by 4.
What deck is this for?
This is meant to be for Galaxy.
It says Witchelny, which is Dynasmon, right?
Yeah, but it's primarily meant for the Galaxy deck.
Oh, actually? Oh, so Grace Nova gets support?
Yes, we got support because the idea is you go into
You are
Sorcerer.
very familiar with that that deck, right? So what do you? I don't really know how this fits in though. Can you
So
can you explain?
these are actually really nice effects. Because the idea of the sorcerer and the wizard here, because wizard does something kind of similar but just slightly different, is sorcerer gets out your essentially blue Digimon from hand,
Right. So when you had the level 4, when you had one of the level 4s out, if you played out the other one, you could chain an
ping
evo
pong
by
your way
effect
up.
now,
Yeah.
right?
Yep, yep,
Yeah,
yep.
but you still have to pay for it.
Yeah,
Like
so
you still
this
have to pay
one
for the evos.
you can Evo for
Okay.
2, or you can just hard play it. The unique thing about these cards is one, the wizard will draw you 1. This card will recover 1 and add you a card from top security. And then this card will go to your security, giving you a little bit of extra life, which is nice. You can have multiple field spells because the card goes to the bottom, so you can have multiple different kinds of field spells available to you, which is also interesting. The Barrier Inherit doesn't really matter too much. You're very rarely ever Evoing into the level 5 on top of this guy. But he recoups his cost instantly. And then he is a great way of getting the blue cards out from your hand, which is something that was an issue in the deck. Is sometimes you have blue cards in your hand and red cards in your trash when you wanted blue cards in your trash and red cards in your hand, and so you have to like manage that little
Yeah,
game there.
let's see the other wizard right now.
Yeah. The other wizard is on play when you're dribbling, draw 1, trash 1, and then end of your turn, if
Okay.
you have a blue or yellow Digimon, you can play this card. You can return this card to the bottom of the deck, and then play 1 red or blue card from your trash with a cost reduced by 4.
Oh. I think Sorcerermon is in all cases better, isn't
Typically,
it?
Sorcerermon I think is better for sure. The important part about Wizard is specifically in the Galaxy deck, you would sometimes run out of red resources in hand in order to make use of. So being able to cheat out a red source from trash was very nice. It seems very good.
Yeah.
Uh,
Okay, but I like the Sorcerermon better. But yeah, they're cool.
sorry.
They're
Um,
they're cool. I mean, I don't know if are you gonna like rebuild the deck with these new? Is this the only new support for Grace Nova, or
this is the
are there
only new
others?
support for Bristle from my
Okay.
knowledge.
Um, I feel like the deck needed well, yeah, I feel like the deck needed something to make the evos reduce, but
Mhm,
you don't. And these effects are also end of your turn, so you're already like this is like okay, I haven't even started my ping pong yet. It's the end of my turn, which means the memory's passed already,
mhm.
and now uh like y- now you have to like give your opponent like 9 or 10 memory
Yeah.
like you were already, but
Well,
it's
one of the
like
nice things
wait,
about these
it's not.
cards is that they can play out the level 6s for 3 cost, which is cute. I do appreciate that.
Okay.
But
Yeah, it's okay. I don't know.
I think they have more interesting application in other TS decks though, because they can play out any red or blue Iliad trait card, not just the Grace Nova cards. So uh,
Okay, so you could play out your Maruki, and then your Dan Cannon can make your Maruki swing because it has rush.
that is true. That's something that could happen. Yeah.
Yeah.
It can also play out your evil Aegyo for a cost reduced by
Could
4.
play out your Marsmon,
Yeah.
and then Marsmon. Does Marsmon have an on play? I'm just gonna double check that.
Marsmon does have an on play. Yes. It also has a reduction, so you can play Marsmon out for 3.
Yeah, so you could on play your Marsmon and then get a battle going. Yeah, there's tech there.
Mm-hmm.
I don't know if it's the hottest stuff around,
It's
but
hard. It's hard to
it's
say for
okay.
sure because their restrictions are red and purple Digimon on board already in order to activate the end turn. It does recover. It is like cycle. They both cycle you a card, which is nice. And this one even recovers you a security when you activate its end of turn effect. I just don't think they're that needed. But who knows? Maybe I will be wrong. Um, no other immediate level 4s that we care about for that. So we'll just do some generic level 3 stuff. So then we have 2 level 3s in the lists. We've got this Palamon. Just start your main phase. If you have 4 or less, Digivolve into a trait for free. And then when attacking, suspend one of your opponent's Digimon inherit. So it's just a plant version now of the promo rookies that we've had up to this point. I don't know why you would play it, other than if you're running a more vegetation based deck. But I don't know. Thoughts?
It's just a Palmon. Palmon's always been too good.
Okay.
Ever since BT-14, the Palmons have been too good. Do you agree?
They have
They're
been.
all
I
so
think
good.
they have all been pretty solid. I think the deck around them has always been kind of lackluster, though.
Uh, I think suspending your opponent's like obviously Evo for free is the like standard ability on like every color has every like archetype has to have that. But suspending an opponent's Digimon is like a
whatever.
redundant effect.
Yeah.
So I think it's just you just play it because it's a lot of like it's usually going to get you two memory for free, which is like good enough. Anything else is fluff because there was with the BT-24 box toppers, like a lot of the inherits were bad. Really, only the Demi Devi inherit was good. Uh, Now it's like we learned the card doesn't have to have a good inherit for the free Evo to be worth it.
Hmm.
It's already a good. It doesn't matter what the inherit is,
Yeah.
so it's fine.
We have a new searcher
Hmm.
for TS. Adds Fallen Angel, Undead Wizard, or Demon Lord, and a TS trait, and that has the same inherit as the other Demi Devi. I think it's a fine
Like
card. I don't think it's gonna
it's
see
the
too much
best
play, but
purple inherit. Like
yeah,
it's either going to be this or gaining a memory is what you want in purple, so it's good enough. A searcher is like this is not when moving. It's not start a main. It's very simply on play.
we have like
So
18 of these in every TS deck, so I don't think an extra one is like the backbreaker of what's gonna make a deck good or bad.
yeah, it um I'm wait at Adamas. What does that mean?
Uh, Adamus.
Ah,
That's the organization that the main character works for.
let me look that up. Adamas, if that's a thing.
Yeah,
Oh, a lot of the okay, it's whatever.
they don't
It
have
doesn't
like
show
any
up
like
on
super
feature
big
relevant stuff.
synergies. Yeah,
Yeah, I wonder if like Creepymon would play this.
probably
Uh,
maybe depends on how much TS trade cards they're playing because it does add
uh,
a couple of
no.
things.
Creepymon was before TS, wasn't it?
Uh,
The creep.
yeah, it just depends on how much of the TS bottom end they end up playing because it does add TS trait and then the Creepymon trait cards as well. So you'd want a double hit on
Oh,
this guy.
okay then. I guess uh maybe I'm wrong because I thought Creepymon like could have used more Demi Devis because I didn't think they had a lot of good ones and another searcher for them would have been fine like and plus this inherit. But if they don't, if you're like greedy for hitting twice, then maybe not.
Mm. And that's it for the rookies. We do have some level fours. I think by some, I mean we have one more level four, which is the Demi Devi. Fallen Angel, Iliad,
Ooh.
TS. On play when drawing, if your hand has fewer than has five or fewer, both players draw two. When effects add to your opponent's hand all turn by trashing one card in your hand, your opponent trashes one card in their hand. Then when attacking, draw one trash one. Uh, this is a this is a Creepymon card for sure.
Oh,
But
actually, okay.
yeah, I'm pretty sure that this is a Creepymon card, so it would fit into like the it's TS, so you can search it as like a dual hit in Creepymon.
Hmm.
Its all turns is interesting. You're forcing your opponent to pitch cards in hand by pitching your own cards. It's kind of Titan esque in a way too. Um,
It doesn't say Titan though.
yeah, I know. I'm not sure how good it is, honestly. I feel like this is I'm not sure who this goes with.
Um, I think like it's just like a remember the other with like the first set of cards we were looking at that blue card and I said, "Oh, that blue card's so good."
Mm-hmm.
And this is like just a decent purple card.
That's fair. It's fair.
Yeah.
That's fair. And then we have I think two level fives to look at that we haven't looked at yet, which is
We didn't look at the pumpkin.
yeah, Pumpkinmon, which is level five, Michael. It's a level five. Put some respect on his name. He's got
What do you mean? What did I do wrong?
I said we have two level fives to look at. And you're like, we haven't looked at the pumpkin, implying that he's a level four. Shaking my head, bro.
No, I was not saying that. I okay.
On
Okay,
play with
pumpkin
Digivolving
boy.
by trashing. Okay. By trashing one card in your hand, one of your Iliad trait Digimon gains Execute and Ascension for the turn. And then security effects, you may play one Angel or TS trait card with a play cost of 4 or less from your hand or trash without paying the cost.
It's interesting that it has an angel effect. I mean a security effect I meant to say.
Mm-hmm.
One card in your hand. Your Iliad trait can execute and ascension.
So you can go in this guy, make him
Oh, so you can
execute
give
and
himself.
die. He goes into
Yeah, you can
security and then yeah,
play one angel, play cost for less from your hand or trash. I think it's cool.
it
I
seems
don't know
fine.
what deck you played in. I guess you played in the Junomon.
Mm-hmm.
Uh, I don't know if I think this does not improve Angel OTK or Teapot OTK, but it's maybe it makes Junomon better because Junomon like as a focused Junomon deck, that deck was really lacking. So yeah, maybe.
Mm-hmm.
I always get disappointed when I see that cards don't have an inherit effect.
Yeah,
I think they're trying to make up for that with the security effect,
yeah.
but
Its security
I
effect
don't
is
know if
basically
that.
like an on deletion that you would normally see for this guy's inherit,
Yeah,
but you just kind of
it
lose
does
the body.
it does like a semi loop, but it's not an infinite loop. So I think they're being very careful to make the card fair.
Yeah,
Because okay, that's fine. Next card.
yeah, it's whatever. Another cool card though, Holy Mode Age Juice.
Shouldn't we save holy mode for like the Jupiter deck,
We
or
can
are we just
save it. Yeah, we can talk about some more the more generic stuff and then come back to the Holy Mode if you'd like. We've
okay?
got some generic stuff. I think the only non Olympus 12 level 6
I would have
left.
expected this guy to be Wind Guardians. Like they
Yeah.
literally printed Wind Guardians in this set, but they didn't make Griffin a Wind Guardian. It's like they really don't like Wind Guardians.
Yeah, I don't know why this guy
They
isn't
don't.
in a WG, but when this card being played, if there are 2 or more suspended, reduce the cost by 4, bringing it down to a nice 7 cost.
Yeah, like
Classic.
everything else.
Yeah.
Yeah.
But it's not an Olympus 12, so I'm wondering why. We got Piercing Vortex. On play when Digital Link, suspend one of your opponent's Digimon or Tamers. One of the Digimon or Tamers can't unsuspend. And then one of your Digimon can't be deleted in battle until the turn ends. This is whatever.
I think I think it's just an option, like for players as the meta develops. It's like, oh no, this deck is too strong. I can't win with. And then they're like, oh wait, Griffamon is in the pool. I could put this in, and it helps me in that matchup. And it's not going to be in anybody's first build or iteration, or
Yeah.
like week one. It's not going to be a week one card. This is like a week 3, week 4, when the meta starts to settle in, and people are like, okay, what cards are good or bad? And at that point, it might not. People might realize that they don't need it at all. Like it's one way or the other. They either realize it's a tech card that they play, or we all figure out that we don't need it at all and it's a dead card in the pool,
Yeah, it seems
which
kind of
is
lackluster. And then moving on to some of the newer cards. We're going to save the dual cards for last. We'll start with the non-dual cards. The very first, I think, or at least one of the first cards that we received for the TS archetype, Minerva, gets their alternate form, Merva, which is Evo for 2 on top of Minerva, or for 4 on top of any TS level 5. On play, when digivolving, you may play up to 8 total play costs worth of Iliad trait cards from your hand or trash without paying the cost. Then one of your opponent's Digimon gets minus 4 KDP until the turn ends for each of your Iliad trait Digimon or Tamers. And then all of your Iliad trait Digimon get Alliance, Reboot, Blocker, and plus 2 KDP.
okay. So they're Iliad trait cards, so that means you could play Tamers
Mm-hmm.
and including Digimon. Uh, for each of your okay. So obviously you're gonna do a crazy amount of minus DP because even before this card's played, there are gonna be Tamers and Digimon out. Like most likely multiple Tamers out. So like the amount of minus DP that this could do is very high. But it's only single target, so it's like kind of guaranteeing you kill one thing, which is good enough because like minus DP is a better way to remove than just say I target you and delete you because you know how many doesn't matter how many times you protect, the minus DP is still going to be there. And then it kind of has like that all turns effect that the Grand Kuwagamon has, where
Yeah.
it's like I buff up my board. So
So this card, I
I
think,
think that's
is
pretty,
insane, and here's my
I think it's
reasoning.
pretty good.
Here's my reasoning why I
Okay,
think it's insane.
I'm listening to
All
you.
right,
Go ahead.
thank you, thank you. Uh, it's a wind digitaling effect. You can do this multiple times with Homeros, which
I know who
means,
Homeros is.
yeah, which means that your board goes much wider than I think it has ever in the past.
Yeah, Crimson Blaze is a good card.
Yeah, Crimson
Don't
Blaze is a
hit
good
Crimson
card.
Blaze, Bandai.
Please hit
Bandai,
Bandai,
get your
please, please
keep
hit
your
Crimson
stuff
Blaze.
together. Keep your stuff together, and do not ban Crimson Blaze, Bandai.
Bandai,
Keep
ban Crimson
your
Blaze, and my life is yours. Okay,
keep get keep. You've had your shit together for up to now. Keep it together and don't ban Crimson Blaze.
disgusting card. Anyways, yeah, I mean, just even one Homeros effect, it means that you're playing up to 16k DP or 16 play cost worth of cards from your trash, not even necessarily from your hand, and then killing basically 2 things, and
Well,
your
that's if
whole
you could be perfectly efficient too, because like, what if it's like, oh no, the best thing I could either play my 6 drop, or I could play my 5 drop and my 3-drop. Oh,
Well,
but my
all of your
6-drop
AGO
is more
choices are 8
important.
cost, which is nice as well.
All right. Yeah. Okay.
So I mean, you can be perfectly efficient if you just go AGO choose,
Oh
which is
my
cute.
god. That's so unfair. It's like
Uh,
so much better than the other Mervamon. I
it
mean.
is just almost a pure upgrade. It doesn't have a deletion effect, but
It
it's
doesn't need it.
still very good. Alliance as well means your board is like a lot scarier
You're
too for just
all
killing things.
you're already giving everything reboot blocker and DP. Like the alliance is unnecessary and better. That's
Oh.
just and you know you're playing stuff out, so you know you have things to
And
alliance with. It's not it's not fair.
funny thing here is
What?
if you play out Wizardmon and Sorcerermon, they both trigger at the end of your turn before you do your
Mhm.
next home rust effect when digivolving. You can play out a
Can you
Marsmon and
can
a another like blue or red Iliad trait. So like a uh 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 what's his name? Maruki, or even does the bear guy?
Alan
No, not Alan.
Callus?
Callus. There you go. Is he Iliad?
Mm, he's not Olympus.
He is Iliad. So you could try
Yeah,
like oh, but he's not the right colors. It's red or blue. Yeah.
it's okay.
But
He
I mean
can
still,
identify how he chooses.
that's true. Still a very, very strong card. I think this is a exceptionally strong card. It also has
Wow.
assembly for 5 with Minerva as well.
Look at those abs. Very strong.
True. You can also play this guy out for a cost reduced by 5 if you have any other way to
Actually,
reduce the
anybody who can
cost.
lift a sword like that is probably strong.
It's true.
Got
Thank you,
busted
Michael.
arms.
Which art do you prefer here? Do you prefer this one or do you prefer this one? She looks more
Well, this
snake-like here.
I think this I just don't really like this art because I don't like
Oh wow,
the
you're being rude to the
slash
artist now.
lines.
Okay.
Yeah, I don't like the I don't like the focusing because there's something in like the foreground and it's out of focus and I can't really
What are you trying to
it's
focus on
too
here, Michael?
dynamic. This posing is too dynamic for me.
If these slash
I
lines
like
were here, where would you focus?
her face.
Oh, okay. Okay.
Yeah. And like uh, the what's the other one? Yeah, this one just looks boring. I don't like
Okay,
it.
okay. I always like these arts. I think these arts are very cute for the Olympus 12. I think it's nice that we all got
Yeah.
some for these, but
I
I
I
get you, I
like
get you.
the Pluto Monarchs better.
That's fair. Well, we have another.
This art sucks. This is just like a boring cartoon. It's
Is
like
that one
I
better?
don't like it at all. What?
Is this one better?
Uh, is it better? It's definitely better because I'm getting the feeling it's supposed to be like a creepy girl,
Mm-hmm.
and you can see like her face, and that's definitely hitting the creepiness more.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, well,
Yeah,
this is
this
Junomon hysteric mode.
but nobody beats Aegyo Chusmon Dark.
That's fair.
That's the scary boy.
That's scary. That's scary. Well, Junomon hysteric mode has rush, piercing, and execute, as well as decode for Junomon or level 5 or lower with the
Well,
Iliad trait.
and because that's all the card does, this is a great card.
Yeah, if that's all the card
And it
did,
doesn't do
wow,
anything else.
it would actually be somewhat okay. But luckily, it does a little bit more. It does have assembly for 4 cost reduction with
And
Juno.
because that's all it does, it's a great card and it doesn't
True,
need to do anything else.
absolutely. But if it did,
Yeah.
it would probably do something like on play when digivolving, trash all of your security cards. For each card this effect trashed, delete one of your opponent's Digimon and then recover 3. On deletion, give all of your opponent's Digimon sec -1 until their turn ends. Thoughts, Michael?
I can't. It decodes a Junomon
Yeah,
or a or any like basically it decodes anything you want.
yeah.
So this is the one of the coolest level 7s in TS. This is just like being able to decode anything you want is so such a high ceiling for a good player.
And
And
even in like the generic
it
way that you play it, decoding
yeah.
the Junomon is already really good as well. Because this card is doing a check with its rush execute. Then it's
Dude,
also trashing a card from your opponent afterwards.
you can decode uh a Devimon and search. Like
Yeah.
this is mind blowing.
Wow. 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 Wow.
Yeah.
Wow. It also has a Venus effect to it, which gives sec -1
Yeah.
to your whole opponent's board.
Uh-huh. You can decode
Okay.
a
Okay.
a dual card, and dual cards are not supposed to be played, but because
Here at Eagles Nest, we would let you do
yeah,
that. By the way, we would let you cheat.
well, yeah. You can't play the dual cards, but you can. Your opponent's not going to know that, and then
it's
you just
it's
get away
true.
with it.
It's true. It's
Yeah,
true. Great. I think this card's very good. I think this is a good
yeah,
card. Unsurprisingly.
yeah. I think that they should. Good thing the cards are not released yet, and they can nerf them because they're too good still.
Yeah. They can definitely.
Yeah,
It's not too late for them to take it back for sure. And I'm sure that's what
yeah.
they're going to do. They've realized,
Yeah,
yeah,
that's
these
what the
cards
Friday
are.
ban list is for. It's
Hmm.
just everything in BT-26 is gonna get hit or errated,
Yeah.
and they're like, "Hold on, guys, translation error. Uh-oh, totally not a lack of testing."
Michael, why do you even care? Anyways, you're a Medusa player. The sec minus
Yeah,
one doesn't affect you because of progress, and then
no,
you
it
could
doesn't
protect the
affect me
deletion.
because I just bottom deck it. Yeah, but it has decode, and Medusa can't do anything to decode, and it's the saddest thing in my life to be like, "Oh, I got rid of your guy, but you played something else out." I just can't
And
answer
then
that.
that Junimon will also attempt to bottom security one of your Digimon as well, so you could only protect it once, unfortunately. It also gets
Well,
around.
I could take a break for a few months. Yeah.
Or maybe we can finally get you off of Medusa. Maybe we get some of these new cards. Uh,
I only change decks when Bandai ban lists them, and that's the only reason I've ever changed my decks.
well,
Okay,
maybe these new cards will be the first to change that. We have two new
every
dual
single deck I've
cards.
ever played since BT-6 has been hit, man. I'm just the unluckiest guy.
Damn.
Okay, what's the next thing?
Well, we've got two new dual cards that aren't
Okay.
Jupiter.
Wow, it's Succession again.
We have Succession with Bacchus. So do you remember what the old Bacchus does?
Yeah, it is a green purple card
It
with a mouse
is.
on his stomach.
So something to keep in mind, Michael,
And
is
he was
the old Bacchus
Saraswan's
effects.
friend.
Yeah. So this Bacchus has
And
on play with
TSC
Dissolving.
artist.
You may play one TS trait Digimon card with 6k DP or less from your hand without
And,
paying the cost.
right. Yeah.
And then when
Yep.
something is played, you can suspend it. If something was played by effect, you can delete your opponent's lowest DP Digimon. So this card does that again. So you play out a second body, you suspend something, and delete something again. And then you also have sec plus one. When Digivolving,
Yep.
by suspending one Digimon, this Digimon may attack without suspending.
Right.
When attacking,
Very obvious. Yeah.
yeah. When attacking, delete one of your opponent's Digimon with the same orientation as this Digimon. So if you are suspended, delete something that's suspended. If you're unsuspended, delete something that's unsuspended. And then it has the option effect, Reversal of the Dead. Main.
Well, what if people just lie and change their orientation just to not be the same orientation as Bacchusmon?
Well, luckily for you, Reversal of the Dead lets you change your orientation as well, because you can unsuspend one Digimon, either yours or your opponent, then delete all of your opponent's unsuspended Digimon with the lowest DP. So, Michael, initial thoughts here.
His mouth got bigger.
He's about to get bigger. You get a play out. So, if you go over the old Bacchus, you get two Digimon that are 6k DP or less. You get to delete two things. You get the when attacking effect to delete something else. And if you use this at the end of your turn with that new Kanon Tamer, you also have to delete all of their unsuspended Digimon with the lowest DP.
Well, it's just deletion and playing out bodies, and Plutomon doesn't care, so Plutomon's still scary. And I think the BeatBreak deck still has protection from Digimon effects,
It does. It
and
does.
Titan has protection from options. So it still does. Bacchus is still going into not A tier category.
I think this is a
Probably.
amazing card, and I think it's also the weakest of the TS dual cards.
Yeah. Well, I mean, it's amazing for what it does, but BT-26 is so much power creep that it's very hard to analyze without heavy testing. Like a little bit of testing doesn't do anything. You have to do a lot of testing.
Mm-hmm.
And then B, uh, everything that we knew, it's like we're dealing with new things here. So everything we know as competitive players is just being thrown up in the air and tossed around like a salad, and we don't really know what's going on anymore, I feel like.
I think this card is solid. I think that
Yeah, well, it's
the
more purple than the other cards, so it's purple is the best color in the game, so it's probably better.
that's true.
Yeah.
I didn't even know there was an old Ceres. Returning just
Yeah,
spinning.
this was before I started playing Digimon, but
Oh,
if people
interesting.
used to combo it
Well, you
with
can get the secession on this effect here if you want with the new Sarismon,
Strongomon.
because we do have a new Saris.
Why would you though?
That's a great question. This new Saris. So, do you remember what the old Saris does, Michael?
Oh yeah, I do remember that one. For each suspended Digimon, when a Digimon suspends once per turn, minus 3k to a Digimon,
Mm-hmm.
and then uh, and it also has protection.
Yeah, it gives your whole
It's
board.
unaffected.
Yeah, whole board immune to Digimon effects while they're suspended.
Yeah, but the thing is, like, Medusa would just be like, okay, I Digivolve to Medusa, tap Owen, and swing, and now you're not gonna die to my when Digivolving, but also I'm gonna be bigger than you, I'm gonna hit you. But they had the level 5, both their level 5s had a redirect,
Yep.
so you had to get multiple swings in. You had to basically also go into Styraco. Like, the deck was just not good against Medusa, and then Medusa also had Crimson Blaze, which hit everything under level 6.
Well, let's see if the new dual card maybe helps out their Medusa matchup.
Okay, I hope not.
Saris, we'll start with the option effect. You may
Okay.
suspend 2 of your opponent's Digimon or
Oh
Tamers.
shit, it has succession too?
It does have succession, yes.
Why?
It does have succession, Michael, yes. You may suspend 2 of your opponent's Digimon or Tamers. Then 3 of their Digimon or Tamers cannot
Okay, but I
unsuspend
need
until their
to
turn
tap
ends.
my Owen in order to do
Well,
all of that. So if they tap Owen, what am I doing?
unfortunately, they will be stunning your Owen using the option effect going forward, Michael. And any blockers you have, if they want to. And then you also, again, activate the Digivolving of the Saris. So you give something, you give your board immunity, if it doesn't already have it, by spending 2 things. And then also, whenever something suspends, you also have the all turns of the Saris still to give minus DP. But you do have a new when Digivolving effect to all of your opponent's suspended Digimon have minus 5k DP until their turn ends.
Okay.
Then
just like when BT-23 came out, if you're playing an old deck, you're not competitive anymore. Just like when BT-24 came out, if you're playing an old deck, you're not competitive anymore. Just like with BT-25, if you're playing an old deck, you're not competitive anymore. With BT-26, it's new. If you're not playing a BT-26 deck, you're not competitive anymore. Oh wait, that's what Bandai always does. I feel like this power creep just like it just leaves behind everything that was old. Like, unless it's like, oh, I'm comboing my BT-24 25 cards with the BT-26. It's like, no, you can't just ignore BT-26 and play the game and be successful as a champion, as a winner. You have to play BT-26 cards in your deck, or you're just not playing, and like, you're not topping a tournament,
you
which
do
is like,
need some BT-26 cards in your deck. That is
yeah,
probably true. Because this
yeah.
Saris does not just give minus 5k DP, minus 5k DP to all of your suspended Digimon until your turn ends. It also, by suspending a Digimon, if it's your turn, you may play or use, this includes options, 1 trait card from your hand, the cost reduced by 5. Meaning, if you have another Saris on board, or even just another level 5, which is definitely possible with Bacchus, you can then use the Sarismon option effect again, and then go into another Saris again.
Okay, is this the same Saris form as the other one in BT-25, or is this like a different form she has?
This is a
Is
different
it like
form. So you have the big
it's
bird.
just like zoomed in?
Yeah, it's zoomed in. So there's 2 forms of Saris. There's her giant bird form, and then there's her hot lady form.
But
Her
you could
hot
see the
lady is
lady and the
on top
bird.
of the thing, yes. So sometimes she's in her big bird form, where she has like the bird attached to her lower half, and then sometimes she's just the hot lady with no bird,
Without a bird?
without a bird.
So does she have legs?
Yeah,
Okay, I
she's got
thought
like weird
I
like
thought
bird
she was
legs. This is
like,
her weird bird leg right here.
oh, okay. So she evolves from like Jet Sylphie, right? And Sylphimon,
I
something
think
like that.
in canon it's Siren. Siren is the one that she evos on top of.
Oh, okay.
But
Okay.
so Michael, just to clarify as
Yeah.
well, I think this is probably one of, if not the strongest effect to Homeros.
It's better than the other guy. It's better
Because
than the Bacchus dual card.
yes, for sure is better than Bacchus. The dual card effect is in obscenely strong, but the when devolving is also insane because it is a lingering effect much like the Junimon Hysteric or Venus is.
Or
So,
ruin mode.
or Rune mode. So if at any point, let's say you home roast a Ceresmon after going into it, that means at any point, if they should suspend, their Digimon immediately has 10k DP minus.
Okay. Yeah, I get it.
Thoughts on this card, Michael? And that's also on top of the Ceres alterns. If it is on top of Ceres,
Uh,
alterns effect, it
I
will then
don't.
also give more DP minus.
I don't see alliance. I don't see security
It
tag.
does
I
have
don't see
alliance.
unsuspend and attack. Oh shit. Okay. Well, it does have alliance, but the other Digimon that you play out aren't gonna have rush. So this is gonna be like, it's gonna wipe your board and do some damage. But I think all the decks that have like assembly or uh play for reduced,
I
they're just
mean,
gonna have ways to come back.
Michael,
And
you could just play out Bacchus for 2 memory
mhm.
using the
Why
Ceres
is it for
effect.
2 memory?
Ceres reduces by 5, and then this card also reduces by 5. So for a cost reduction of 10.
Oh, okay.
Yeah. And then
Well,
Bacchus plays out another body. And then if it's your end of your turn, you can go into the reversal of dead option with the
well,
Tamer.
Plutomon nerfs your hand down to 4, so
That's
you're
that's
gonna.
true.
And this is a deck that plays out a lot of things that don't draw when you play them out. So then you just like hand screw yourself.
That's true.
And the yeah, so it's everything has its out, right? Everything has its counter. I still think Plutomon is better than this, and I think the BeatBreak is better because it's just aggro and hard to deal with.
How does the BeatBreak deck suspend though against the Ceres?
It's just gonna be ready to go before this deck is.
Oh, okay. Michael,
Yeah.
I've done this is actually one of the few decks I've tested with so far. It's this deck and Dantemon. Do you know what I think is really cool and why I like this deck a lot? What color is that option there, Michael?
Green.
It's green. What is this? This card lets you use a single color 5 cost or lower option card from your hand without paying the cost, Michael. On play with Digivolving.
Okay.
Meaning that you can hard play Tau Ace, go into Ceres, and then play out, say, a Home Roast. Home Roast, use the Ceres effect, give your opponent's board minus 10k DP, getting out more
Yeah.
bodies. You could play out the Junomon to get a check
Could
in.
you
You could do the
could you
Bacchus.
also just use Taumon on play when Digivolving and then Arts Evo into it with
Yeah,
the
you could.
Ceres on top of your Taumon?
Yeah,
Okay.
yeah,
So there you go. That ace is a good ace, but it's
yeah.
an ace. And then eventually they're gonna answer your board, and if you're playing an ace and nobody else is playing an ace, that's a huge disadvantage in your deck because like you're not gonna blast Digivolve that ace, you're just using it for
Well,
ace
you
when
could.
Digivolving it's gonna cost 3 more.
You could
Well, you
blast
could if you're
Digivolve it,
playing out a lot of guys, but like it's I don't know.
which you will
It's
be playing out a lot of guys with this deck.
good luck. I don't care. It's
All
not gonna
right. I That's why I say this for the end because I knew you'd love these cards, Michael. I knew you'd be a big fan. Big fan.
Yeah.
All right. Well, listen, we got 3 cards left in the set, and we're done. That's it.
Oh, holy mode. I'm gonna call Agio Chusmon holy moly mode because
Holy
whenever
moly mode.
Passion plays it, he's gonna win, and his opponents are gonna say, "Holy moly, I lost to holy mode, holy moly."
Well, holy mode's got Decode Agio, a classic
Yeah.
effect that was good. Ascension, so it recovers you some security. It's got on play when dissolving, trashing your top security card until your turn ends. Your effects cannot reduce this Digimon's DP or just any one of your Digimon, not this Digimon, but one of your Digimon's DP, and that also cannot trash any of its stack cards or return them to hands or deck, immediately punishing Chronomon for existing.
Yes.
Printing the card
Get
and then
out of
printing
here.
the out to it in the deck immediately.
Yeah, because you have Dark Side and Superman, and Superman's got to win, right?
I guess so. All turns, when your security stack is removed from 3 of your opponent's Digimon, get 5k DP minus for the turn. Pretty good. And then all turns, when your security stack is removed from, the Digivolve 1 of your opponent's Digimon. Just a good set of effects, honestly.
Yeah. I think the Digivolve 1 is the strongest, like other than Decode that it already had from 2 other Agio spawns, because Decode on a level 5 inherit is very good for Jupiter because it has protection. they have Inoris. They decode out their guy. They protect, and then they just Inori to go back and do an level 5 on the opponent's turn when the opponent's attacking and doing stuff. So it's like they if that's the way you're playing Jupiter, you're by trying to remove your opponent's board, you're just making your opponent stronger, which it was crazy good. But now you could be way more aggressive and just guarantee that you whiteboard by de-digivolving things.
Hmm.
I mean, it's not a guarantee, but it's because some things have protection now, or there's things that are not where they don't have sources. But it's still more tech
Hmm.
that Jupiter has that makes pushes it higher.
I lied. We technically have 2 more cards. I forgot about
Okay.
this option here. It's a 2-cost option. You add 1 to its use cost for every one of your security cards. So at 0, it's 2
Okay.
cost, etc.,
I think
etc.
this will usually be a 3 or a 4 cost then.
Yeah.
Because Jupiter doesn't like to be at 0. It likes to be at 1 or 2 security.
Mhm. By
Or even
placing
3.
one of your
That's why I say
Tamers
5 cost maybe.
with Dan Yuki or Kanan Yuki in their names as any of your Aegeomon's bottom sources, it may Digivolve into Jupitermon in hand or trash, ignoring requirements and without paying the cost. After,
Okay.
you may place 1 card with Aegeochus in its name in your trash as any of your Jupiter's top Digivolution sources.
Okay, so
And
it's like the Data Squad warp option,
yeah,
but those cost 3. Uh,
this one can get down
I
all the
think
way to 2, but you will usually cost at least 3 or 4.
I think this is totally unnecessary because you don't need this in TS.
I agree.
And Jupiter already has Inori, which is it has Inori and it has the egg. I forgot what the egg's called, but the egg
It's
is
Sunilon.
also yeah, the egg is also a Evo by effect. You really don't need it at all, and the deck is already tight for space. It needs its AGO chooses for tech, and it needs its tamers for and rookies for consistency.
Mhm.
What are you gonna cut for that? Your blinding ray? No, because blinding ray is cracked. So unless it's on the ban list. Um,
Hopefully Crimson Blaze is there
yeah,
too.
no, stop. So
It's
I think that it just like the other 2 cost Jupitermon option that came out on BT-24. There's just no room for the card.
Mhm.
But
Okay.
the holy mode is really good. Holy moly mode.
We have a new Jupiter, Michael. New
Yes,
Jupiter.
yes. Can we get a
It's
different art? I like the middle one.
you like the middle one the best. That's fair. It's good art.
Yeah,
It's got
yeah.
2 effects. It's got the option effect for a cost of 2.
Look at that.
You
He's
add.
doing weights.
It's true. He does have
He's
his dumbbells with him.
yeah.
His wide plasma is what he's using in that effect. Actually, you add 1 to the cost for every security card you have. So minimum 2 if you're at 0. Like you said, around 3 or 4 on average. Main, delete all of your opponent's with the lowest DP, then recover 1. Thoughts on the option effect first.
I think anything that can recover your security for cheap is pretty strong
Mm-hmm.
because recovering security is I feel like in this game it's like a 3 cost effect. So if you're getting something on top of that for 2 or 3 memory, you're getting a lot of value. And like deleting technically, you could go into um, some of the AGO juices have like removal built into them.
Mm-hmm.
So you can kind of control what this effect targets for deletion because your lower levels will clear up specific things first.
Mm-hmm.
So it's undercosted. This effect is too good.
It's
And
also
if this
option removal in a deck that has only had Digimon effects up to this point, meaning that you can get
yep,
around things like the protection that has been so prevalent.
if this was just a 2 cost option, if this was just wide plasmid without being a dual card, I think this would be more attractive than the other dual card, the Thunder Emperor Awakens in the deck as like a tech removal.
Mm-hmm.
But because it's a dual card and you get a Jupitermon also on this, it's a little bit unfair and overpowered. And hey, why not? Jupiter's the Super Mario of Time Stranger, right? So
It's true.
I don't know.
Luckily, the Jupiter doesn't do anything important. All it has is Raid Alliance and Engage, and then it also
Yeah,
has when
those are
Digivolving.
bad abilities.
True,
Like
true, not good. It does have
yeah,
also when Digivolving, add your top security card to hand. Then, if it's your
yeah.
turn, you use the Sarismon effect, which is you just play out or use a TS or Iliad trait card from your hand at the cost reduced by 5.
Yeah, yeah. So like because you might have another Agio out, and you can Arts Digivolve a second time. I think you're just going nuts with this if your opponent just is a little bit slow to control your board. If your hand's very good at the beginning of the game.
I mean, it doesn't even have to
Uh,
Arch Digivolve to do some things. Like, yes, you could go into the Jupiter.
yeah,
You
but
could go
you
into
could.
Ceres if you wanted.
Nah, yeah, come on, you're not gonna. You don't. No. You,
But
no, you know.
I think the more important things is that you can also play out any of your other Olympus 12 cards for a cost of 2 using their
Well,
reduction and the Jupiter reduction here. And then Alliance Engage. Or you can play out, say, Choose Dark for a cost of
go back
1.
to the alterns. What's the alterns there?
The alternate is whenever your trait Digimon or Tamers would leave. By placing the Digimon's top stack card at the bottom of your security, they do not leave. So you get rid of this Jupiter, go back into something like a holy mode if you want, giving your alterns there as well.
Now you have decode. So I would leave, and then I don't. I recover, and now you have to deal with a holy mode, holy moly mode that has decode. And so if you try to kill the holy moly mode,
I
he's just gonna
recover
pop out
again, by the
another
way, as well.
AGO. Oh, it has ascension.
Yeah.
Yeah. Okay. Uh. Okay. These cards are upgrade. These cards are good for Jupiter.
Very good
Like
for
I
Jupiter,
already
yeah.
couldn't beat. I could not beat the deck with Medusa. I cannot beat it. And now with all these upgrades, it's just laughing at me. Like there was like a 20% chance that I'd win because there's always a chance that the Jupiter player bricks. Uh, it's just even less possible now. It's
Yeah.
it's
And
it's a loss.
like I would say this card by itself increases the ceiling of Jupiter by a ton. I know that you dismissed it a little bit, but just being able to play out Dianamon, which you do play in the deck, for a cost of 2, on top of all of your other Jupiter effects, and then engaging alliancing with that card, doing around 25k DP check or 2 checks at the end of your turn, having a very sticky board, some floodgates, some interaction on your opponent's turn. If they try to remove anything, you go back into holy mode. They remove the holy mode, you decode out the AGO, and you recover 2 cards total. Throughout that whole interaction, you get Dianamon as like extra interaction again. It just seems like so much you have to do to get through everything. And then, of course, if you decode out the BT-24 AGO, you add your top card. If you only had 2 cards, the AGO Choose Holy and the Jupiter Holy, you go back into the AGO Choose Holy, which trashes your top card, trashes the Jupiter, you're back at 0 again. You can go into a Jupiter for 2 with the wide plasmid, or you can go into the old Jupiter for 0, trash a card, recover 2, and go from there. Like, there's just so much the deck can do now. It just feels very good. It feels very strong.
I want to see the last card. Is this the last card in the whole
It
set?
is the last card in the whole set, Michael. Are you ready to see one more Jupiter upgrade?
No, let's pause the video here and come back to it tomorrow.
Okay. Well, I will do it without you then. We have
No, I was joking. Let's do it.
we have
Whatever.
Jupiter Wrath mode. It can Evo on top of any Olympus 12 trait level 6 for a cost of 5. Piercing,
Okay.
Reboot, Blocker, and Succession for Jupiter.
Okay.
Meaning that if it's old Jupiter, you trash an extra card. If it's new Jupiter, you play out an extra body.
Okay.
You also have the alterns effect to place a Jupiter into security, then this Jupiter goes into security, then this holy mode plays out the decode. So it gives you an extra layer of protection as well. It has when digivolving, counter once per turn, trash your top security card and recover 2. And then all turns
Okay.
once per turn when security cards are removed from.
Oh shoot! This doesn't have a limit. Like if you have
No.
two or less.
Yeah, no, it just
It's
does
just
it.
always recover too. Okay.
Yeah. And then when security stacks are removed from, give one of your opponents Digimon minus 15k DP.
Oh, minus 15k. They went light on that.
They did.
So
They could have done more,
so
honestly.
little. Yeah.
It's honestly the
Uh,
succession. It's the succession that makes this card insane.
I wonder if Jupiter players still play Ruin mode or if this is their new level 7.
They probably still
Because
play
Ruin
Ruin.
mode fit a very specific niche of denying your opponent a turn if they didn't play around the Ruin mode. Whereas this is just a very good card to have in play. Uh, I think uh, I think that if you because it's a reboot blocker that recovers you and it does have the BT-24 Jupitermon's protection
Mm-hmm.
twice actually. Like it'll have it twice
Mhm.
because it'll be removed, and then it'll protect, and then it'll be removed for real, and then but it won't be removed.
Mhm.
Uh, because yeah, okay, it's hmm,
I think this card,
that's fun.
if this was the only card that Jupiter was given, I think Jupiter has a big upgrade. And they definitely
I
play it because,
I
from my
think that
understanding, go ahead.
I think that I think you do just keep it because the reboot blocker lets Jupiter be very aggressive. Like you get this now, you get to swing with your Jupiter, which they didn't before. A lot of Jupiter players would keep the Jupiter up because they would build up an OTK because uh, swinging could you could I don't know. Actually, maybe you don't swing, but just having blocker is good. Well, yeah, okay.
Well, this card. So if we use the
I don't
old
know.
Jupiter, like ignoring the new Jupiter, using old Jupiter,
The Evo cost is so much though. I
it's
think
a
the
finisher.
reload
It's a finisher.
is a
So the way that, from my
no,
understanding,
because
yes, because so
you're
the
not
way it works with old Jupiter is this. Let's just bring up the
oh,
Jupiters real quick.
but do you have like a way to attack at your end of turn? I mean,
Dan
Dan and Cannon
Cannon,
can do it.
yeah, Dan Cannon would
Now you
work.
have to play Dan and Cannon and Jupiter. Like that wasn't a big card in the deck already, so now you have to make room for it.
You could cut Homeros from it if you want to become more like an OTK deck. Because I mean, the way it would work is you would Evo into this Jupiter for free. You trash a card. So you go into AGO, then you go
There's a lot of
blue.
Digimon that are more than 13k, and then your Homeros lets you do minus 16k, so it lets you answer a lot of things.
I mean, this guy lets you
So
do
Homeros was
minus 15 on top of the 13k when you go into it technically,
yeah, you could do that.
and then it also
Like
gives you another
it's
minus 13k DP.
yeah, there's a lot of minus DP. Like, but I still think because I don't know.
Well,
I think that
here's the combo from what I've seen, which is you go into AGO, you swing. When swinging, you activate the elect. You go
which HO blue.
no. You go into the BT-24 AGO that you add top security, play out a Tamer. You play out the Inori when you promote. You swing, you activate elect, add your security. You're at 3 security. You activate the Sunamon to go into blue. You unsuspend. You hit the check. You swing in with blue again.
Did you? Yeah, blue. Okay.
Yeah, and then you go into Jupiter. Jupiter
Yeah,
trashes.
trashes
That's
and then suspend.
that's 4 checks. You unsuspend, or that's 3 checks. You unsuspend. You can then
Yeah.
swing with this Jupiter. That is a check. Does this have I can't remember if this has an engage or not. But yeah,
No.
you swing, unsuspend, swing,
It
unsuspend.
does. I think the
Trash.
duel has engage.
True, Jewel has engage. You trash with this card, and then when you go into this card, you trash again,
Yeah.
which is good because you deactivate this effect
Is
again.
engage does engage count as rush? Or is it
Engage is
just
not rush, but it is like blitz basically.
okay? So a Digimon that was just played can't engage.
Mm-hmm.
Okay. Okay. Well,
And if you go on top of this old Jupiter, that is 26k DP plus 15k DP worth of DP
I
minus or something.
I think if you want to make your opponent like not promote and not play to board, you play ruin mode. But if you just want to build a Jupiter and make it extremely challenging for your opponent to remove your Jupiter, then you play wrath mode. So it depends on like if you're more confident in your deck's power or if you're just scared of your opponent. If you're scared of your opponent, you play ruin mode. So I think the wrath mode is going to be more popular than ruin mode now as as a level 7 choice.
It's fair. I think that it is a solid card that will probably see play. The fact that you get to reuse this Jupiter's effects, very strong. The fact that you get to reuse this Jupiter's effects, very strong. The fact that you get to protect your bodies 3 times almost with the holy mode involved in this, plus the actually 4 times because you get the decode as well from holy mode. So you recover 1 wrath mode, you recover Jupiter, you recover holy mode, and then you also decode the guy. Yeah, huh? What a very sticky dude we've got available to us now.
Yeah, well, I think Chronomon is gonna be good against it because Deco doesn't care if you don't have any sources.
Michael, holy mode prevents Chronomon
Oh
from
yeah,
working.
yeah, that's right. Okay, so top contenders for best deck: BeatBreak, Jupiter, and Titans.
I think Ceres is up there as well. I think Ceres is up there
I
as well.
don't.
Okay, well,
No, I don't.
okay,
Don't.
okay.
Yeah.
Any final thoughts, Michael, on the set? Any positive words to say?
May I make a request on what you play?
Yeah, what's up?
Okay. let's scan through the cards. Let
Okay.
me have a refresh
Okay, we're just gonna.
from top to bottom. Do. Hmm. I okay. I want you to try to build. Oh, I'm thinking.
He's thinking, Your Honor. Busy
I
thinking.
I think I think uh a player like you who really tinkers and spends a lot of time thinking outside of the box and what to put into their deck would have a lot of fun with Titans.
Titans would be pretty
Because
cool.
there's cards that work with Titans that are not Titans that you could play, and it, they might be like one ofs or like flex spot cards. And I think that deck out of all the new BT-26 stuff gives you the most flexibility to think outside the box.
Okay.
So I think Titans would be a good
All right.
Marshmallow Ruffian deck.
I will try out Titans for you, Michael, but
Okay.
only if
No. Okay.
I can pick a deck for
That's
you, Michael.
no, because I'm not buying these cards. I'm not gonna.
You don't have to
I'm
buy.
buying
Just proxy them.
BT-27.
Just proxy them or test them on
No,
the DCGO.
no.
Hey, you asked about your
I
box, Michael. Okay, I think the new BeatBreak cards will be fun for you.
no, I'm not a BeatBreak player. I am I'm gonna wait for the Royal Knight set to come out, and then I'm gonna get those cards.
I love you, Michael. Okay, thank you guys so much for watching. Thank you guys for tuning in, listening to Michael and I yap for multiple hours at this point about these cards.
That was more than 20 minutes.
Yeah, it was a bit more than 20 minutes. A bit more than 20 minutes.
Okay.
All right, thank you guys so much
See you
for
later,
watching.
everybody.
Have a great night.